Angels in Starships by Giorgio Di Bitonto, preface by Eufemio Del Buono. Preface. When it was suggested that I should meet with Giorgio Di Bitonto, I readily accepted. I knew that the invitation had been extended to me to give an appraisal of the credibility of his experiences. The meeting took place one evening in a beautiful home in the center of Rome, and the positive impression that the contactee made on me was concomitant with the first encounter. On his arrival, without being introduced, we greeted each other with a hearty embrace. Subconsciously, we immediately felt like brothers. After listening to him talk about some of his experiences, I felt I had always known him and I had an affectionate liking for him. Many years earlier, I had a similar spiritually moving experience when I first encountered George Adamski, the great American contactee of Polish descent, whom I met on the occasion of a conference in the Marignoli Palace in Rome. George Adamski was the Enoch of the 50s who told us about voyages in extraterrestrial spacecraft and starships, giving the most exact details about their structure and function. Furthermore, he told us about the Space Brothers, their appearance, their habits, their manner of dress and nourishment, and their deep love for the whole of creation and for the inhabitants of Earth. Finally, he brought us a vast quantity of previously unknown scientific disclosures and all the knowledge of higher cosmic philosophy, which he had gained during his numerous trips with the Cosmic Brothers. After a period of about 30 years, which was necessary in order that men of good will could absorb that knowledge, the witness which George Adamski had to relinquish because of his death was resumed, and this happened through Giorgio Di Bitonto, the Enoch of the 80s. Giorgio Di Bitonto, after unexpected visions, stirring encounters, and unforgettable voyages on board extraterrestrial vehicles, by means of which he has given the opportunity to land on a wonderful planet where he lived one of the most extraordinary and touching experiences. He tells us plainly not only the true and sublime identity of Ramu, which Adamski concealed under an assumed name, but also what this great personage's high spiritual purposes are, by whom he was contacted, who, together with the other Space Brothers, is working and spending much effort from earliest times to help the soaring humanity of our planet. The author, his closer friends, some of whom personally shared the experience that are recounted in the book Angels in Starship, and myself, all know the difficulties many readers will have in fully accepting this book's message. For many years, in fact, the press, the movies, and the television have continued to show as being far-fetched or at least terrifying the recognition of the existence of intelligent extraterrestrial beings in the cosmos. Apart from this, we must also consider the spiritual apathy and the scant desire for increased knowledge by part of the masses, who are busy sorting out the many problems of daily existence, not to mention the disorientation which they experience because of inexact theological interpretation of this spatial phenomenon, to which many references come from the scriptures. There are also scientific theses defined by mediocre minds, completely lacking in intuition and with little genius, which base their researches exclusively on materialistic promises, which are the outcome of results obtained by reproducing phenomenological laboratory analysis, excluding the possibility of human-like lives. All of this has made it difficult not only the idea of accepting that we are not alone in the universe, but also the acceptance that these unknown starships, which revealed themselves to mankind of the 20th century, an ancient reality, and these intelligences which drive this kind of vehicles have always been close to man to help and guide him along the tiring and often painful paths of life. Man today has a sufficient intellect and sensitivity to interpret, dependent from his own, as to what is happening to his own senses. Often, however, the interpretation of given phenomena, whether observed through a telescope, a microscope, or radar, and a sophisticated electronic equipment, become difficult inside the minds of human beings for an infinity of scientific, religious, political, and ethical preconceptions and prejudices, all of which block and enslave mankind. Man, moreover, has always analyzed phenomena by means of directing research towards the external, thereby always arriving unfailingly in front of an impenetrable wall, which neither the sense nor the mind could overcome. Man nowadays also possesses sufficient maturity which allows him to escape this stasis. He has to learn to seek the path which leads within. He has to learn, moreover, to make use of intuition and of his deeper spiritual intelligence, a reality which derives from his divine origin. By means of such faculties and with great humility, the geniuses of history had ever come to the discovery of universal laws which enabled humanity to evolve. Actually, not only few great minds and a few great spirits may take giant steps along the path of true life evolution, but also each human being on our planet, if they wanted to, could comprehend the tie which links the limited to the infinite, the mortal to the eternal, and therefore mankind to God. The old schemes and structures in all fields will reign no longer. Science must become religious, and religion must become scientific, so that man may understand that he cannot die, not even if he wishes so. For life is one because the only life is the spiritual one. In order to understand the phenomenon of flying discs and the intelligences which drive them, it is important to examine it with an open mind, and doing so under two aspects, the material and the spiritual. On the first aspect, it is necessary to investigate the past, rereading in the light of the recent spatial manifestations the ancient epics text of all people of the earth, the myths and ancient chronicles. It is necessary to restudy archaeology, giving consideration to special implications in order to understand that many finds reveal to us about brothers joined to us across the cosmos. It is necessary to scour the dusty archives of astronomical observatories across the whole world in order to find observations of unidentified flying objects made by astronomers in past centuries. It is necessary to newly meditate scriptures of all the religions of our planet to understand that it was our extraterrestrial brothers who inspired and founded them. When it will point out the stunning parallel between today's reports of sightings, landings, and encounters of first, second, third, and fourth kind, and those from the ancient Sanskrits, Indians, Tibetans, legends, and the oaths of the early inhabitants of the American continent, which speaks to us about space vessels which flew in the heaven towards sidereal space, such as Vimanas, described in the Samarangana Sutradhara, a collection of pages written in the Sanskrit of ancient India. When it remarks the similarity between the flying discs and saucers of our age and the mythological space vehicles of the Olympus gods, which take part in the mankind conflict as narrated by Homer, when it will find the Cicero in the 43rd chapter of his The Divination Rites of Ballots in the Heavens. Julius obscures in Prodigia Rite of Flaming Shields. Pliny the Elder speaks of shields of fire in the Histori Naturals, Book 2, chapter 25-36, and these descriptions occur likewise in Asclepius, Plutarch. As well, Valerius Maximus Xenophon in the 12th chapter of his Anabasis designs the object as bells, dishes, shells, etc. The ancient chronicler Conrad Lycosthenes in his Prodigiorum hoc ostentorum chronicum told of crosses and beams in the sky. The Nuremberg Gazette reported on spheres, dishes, and tubes which held within 3-4 more spheres inside, which were seen over the city in the sky. In the City Gazette of Basel, Switzerland, Samuel Cochus wrote on sighting of dark globes over the city towards the end of 19th century and the beginning of the 20th century. The skies of the United States were invaded by airships, illuminating many cities with powerful reflectors, balls of light, which often followed Russian and American aircraft during the Second World War. At this time, there will be an idea of how ancient was the reality. At this stage, there will be the necessity to rethink archaeology from the special point of view and finds the news of extraordinary interest will be discovered. Here are some examples. In some of the caves of the Camonica Valley in Italy, in Tanum in Sweden, and the highlands of Thessaly in Sahara, as well in Australia, one can find rock old drawings of men in diving suits which even today the Australian Aborigines refer to as Brothers of Light. In Lebanon, on the plain of Baalbek, for thousands of years there is an existence a level area which has all the characteristics of an airport. In the caves of Budhistan, at the foot of the Himalayas, an astronomical chart was found which shows the constellation as they appeared 30,000 years ago, with the route between Earth and Venus indicated. In Sant Antonio, in the Susa Valley, near Turin, there is an engraved elliptical form which radiates outwards other lines in the midst of which one can detect a neat row of cup-shaped objects approximately 5 centimeters apart, as if the artist wanted to show that it belonged to a mothership with flying discs on board. In Mexico, in the modern Palenque, the sacred city of the Mayas, anciently called Nacancan, which means house of the plumed serpent, one finds the inscriptions for Low's pyramid, where in 1952 the archaeologist Alberto Ruiz Luiller discovered, hidden behind no less than 8 obstacles, a sarcophagus, a unique thing for South and Central American pyramids, which contained the skeleton of a man with a skull covered by a jade mask, which reproduced the features of the man. The skull and the features resulted in being anthropologically different from any man, not only in the Mayan people, but of any race and the whole planet. Furthermore, on the completely sculpted lid of the sarcophagus, there is the image of what is without any doubt a starship with an astronaut in ready for departure. The astronaut occupies the command position on the bas relief, which covers the other side of the tomb. There are astronomically symbols which give a great cosmic significance to the whole sarcophagus. Another important archaeological discovery is linked to a very strange photograph that George Adamski received in 1952 from the Venusian extraterrestrial who he met at Desert Center, Arizona, and to whom, upon his request 2 months earlier, had given him a spool of his camera. After the film has been returned and developed, Adamski found, instead of the pictures that he had taken, the picture of an object which had an elliptical shape and had unknown signs to the side. The contactee thought that the drawings were of a starship with an explanation of its function, but at the time he was not able to give a correct interpretation of the picture. 11 years later, in 1963, the archaeological world was upset by a discovery made by the world-renowned archaeologist Marcel Homet, who, while publishing the result of his research on the ancient civilization in Brazil, told about his discovery of the Pietra Pintada. This is an oval object which was sculpted upon giving rock 20,000 years ago by a race which was in contact with people from space. The find was surrounded by strange signs similar to those found in the photograph which had been given to Adamski by the extraterrestrial. When Homet discovered the Pietra Pintada, Adamski had already published the picture received by the extraterrestrial, and for this reason it was certain that the contactee had no knowledge of the object, nor from an archaeological point of view. The photograph given to Adamski and the discovery of the Pietra Pintada should surely cause humankind of the 20th century to meditate upon the linkage which exists between the past and the present. Astronomy itself confirms the existence of this linkage. By rereading the notes made by astronomers regarding their observation from all over the planet since the invention of the telescope, one finds reference to the sighting of strange flying objects not only in Earth's atmosphere but also upon the Moon and upon those planets in our solar system which are closer to the Earth. Among the most striking they are now following. On the 12th August 1883, the astronomer Bonilla of the Observatory of Zacatecas, Mexico, while taking telescope photographs of the Sun, saw for many hours a near infinite numbers of void flying objects passing diagonally across the solar disk, and he was able to photograph on that had left the formation of and stopped briefly. The same observation was made at the same by the observatories of Puebla and Mexico City, and through the triangulation made by the astronomer, it was concluded that the flying objects were near the Earth. On the 7th June 1773, the astronomers Gall and Sage observed from different European places a light globe departing from the planet Mars, traveling at high speed and exploding in the high strata of Earth's atmosphere. On the 24th of April 1874, the astronomer Ska Farik observed an object of high light intensity as it left the Moon and quickly went off into space. The astronomer who discovered the planet Pluto, Professor Clyde Tombaugh, was sitting in the garden with his wife and mothers-in-law on a summer evening a few years ago, resting from the heat of the day. Looking up, he had the good fortune, as he openly declared, to see a large spaceship whose portholes were illuminated with a blue light. In order to complete our journey to the past, it remains to turn our attention to the Holy Scriptures. If one studies the sacred literature of the people of the whole earth with an open mind, one will discover that the sky cards in the writings from India, China, and primitive America, the featured serpent of Popol Vuh, the Bible of the Quiche Indians, of the great Mayan race, the firebird of the Hopi Indians, the transparent spheres in sky pearls in Kanur and Tamur, the sacred books of lamas of Tibet, as well as the clouds, pillar, and fiery chariots of Old and New Testaments, all possess remarkably similar characteristics as the Vimanas of the Asiatic Indian, the mighty flying craft of the gods of Homer, the globes and shields in the heavens of Cicero, Julius Obsequius, Plinus, and Elder Seneca, Valerius Maximus and Xenophon, also the spheres and trumpets of Constans and discs and cigar-shaped flying objects of our time, which the only difference that in the past sightings were described in mystical or inspiring terms in the light of knowledge of those days. Erich von Däniken asserts in his book Memories of the Future that it was not God's chariot that Ezekiel saw in the river Kebar, but simply a spaceship which the prophet, knowing nothing of space flights, could only describe in the vocabulary of his time. When the NASA engineer Joseph Blumerick from the American space program read von Däniken's book, he was disturbed both from a scientific and religious point of view. He determined to refute the author's thesis on scientific and technical grounds and began his own study of the Ezekiel text. To his great surprise, he came to the conclusion that von Däniken was right. Following the exact description which the prophet gives, spaceships could be designed consistent with engineering principles, which would not only be technically feasible but also practical for accomplishing its intended purpose. Blumerick reported his work in detail on his book The Spaceships of Ezekiel. Although his original intention of disapproving von Däniken's thesis ended in defeat, he writes, "Never was defeat so richly rewarding, so fascinating and enjoyable." Today, following George Adamski and this book Angels in Starships, we can combine the two interpretations in this way. One may assert that Ezekiel and some of the other prophets really had seen flying discs and spaceships and had even flown in them occasionally. And one may also be sure these were the chariots of the Lord. Neither of these realities excludes the other. On the contrary, they tell us about a possible bonding or synthesis of science and religion. Actually, it is clear, as George Adamski taught us, and his book confirms, that there is no reality in creation that is not religious, since all was set in motion by the eternal Word, and since nothing in the universe that God created and gave to man can remain forever unknown or beyond man's understanding. Therefore, it is obvious that with this new viewpoint, nothing is made less sacred, but rather more understandable, for we know that these cosmic fleets have always been active over our planet, and it will continue to work, and that its goal is the development of a supernatural order from a supernatural source. Today we can read the testimony of Ezekiel, of the prophets, and of the modern contactees, and understand the cosmic and supernatural reality of the visitors who came from the universe. Moreover, and this is the spiritual side of the phenomenon, we can well believe that the universe is not just the result of a chance meetings of atoms, as many like to maintain, but the realization of a great plan that springs from the mind of God, and the creation itself is ruled in a perfect harmony by exact and eternal laws. Concerning the possibility of other life forms in the universe, a great theologian, the Dominican Father Mossambre, has expressed himself in these words: "Why should not the stars be inhabited with beings less advanced than the angels, but more advanced than we are? Between the recondite life of pure spirit and our dense, rational, vegetative life, there is surely room for other forms of life. Could one not believe that the divine shepherd might live in the 99th sheep in the other realms of space in order to seek the hundredth who has lost here below? Therefore the earth is but one of the many dwelling places in the Father's house. It is the planet of tasting of opportunity for restoration and of healing, where mankind, because of his freedom of choice and his limited understanding, must walk paths of pain and suffering to refine his spirit and make his weary ascent up the ladder of development. One may assume then other intelligences, or as Father Mossambre says, other life forms with the ability to reason, who have developed science far in advance of our own, and who, in addition, are obedient to the cosmic laws of love and brotherhood, but who live in other planets and planets of the Father's house. We have received the mission, or we have freely chosen, watching over mankind in his development, giving advice or warning according to need, as citizens of cosmos and guardians of the eternal laws who govern the development of the universe. Then we can see the basis for the appearance of this intelligence and their conveyances at this time. We can understand their effort to bring the higher cosmic thoughts and teachings to even the common man, who was so long shielded from them, as well as to the prophets and mystics, who as spiritually developed persons were always more receptive to them. The foregoing reasoning also explains why the presence of such beings is frequently alluded to in the works of ancient historians, who recorded unmistakable sightings, as well as the holy scriptures of all the people of the earth, which tell of supernatural envoys who bring moral instructions and admonitions directed toward the improvement of mankind. Moreover, it explains why the planet has never been conquered or overrun, and finally it gives us the reason for the continual presence in the skies of Earth, a presence which is more noticeable under special circumstances and occurs on a massive scale when mankind nears the end of a cycle of development. The proof that the end times are at hand is furnished by man himself with the costly error he has committed, namely, after having succeeded in splitting the atom, he has applied that enormous, awesome power to self-seeking and destructive purposes. This represents a bad use of the freedom to choose one's destiny, and when that happens, the immutable laws of cause and effect sooner or later enter in the upset all men's proud intention by releasing the deadly effect of built-up negativity and causing them finally to undo him. The frightful nuclear outlook has demeaned the spirit of man and shamed his wisdom and that it has made him capable of destroying himself and all other living species on the surface of the earth. It is likewise possible to carry this hate and destroying into the universe because of the great imbalance between his intellect, which on the level of technology and natural science is outstanding, and his conscience when is fatally lacking in moral and spiritual development. This then explains why since 1945, the time of the first atomic bomb explosion, these extraterrestrial guardians have increased their activity and have shown themselves in greater numbers over the whole planet, with landings and many times contacts with Earth people from all nations and all walks of life. After this brief overview of the background of the phenomenon of extraterrestrial flying discs, although not exhaustive nor presented in original manner, it should be evident that the contents of the book Angels in Starships can now be read with greater understanding. The attentive reader may ask, having learned the identity of Ramu, if the extraterrestrial act only for the benefit of those who accept the Old and New Testaments. The answer was given by the appearance of a great cosmic space fleet in November 4, 1954. On that day, 40 flying discs came in delta formation from the four directions of compass over Rome and then over the Vatican City, the center of Christendom, and form an immense Greek cross, the symbol of the universal brotherhood. After reading this book, it would be useful to read again about the glory of the Lord as revealed to Ezekiel, about the burning bush from which the Lord spoke, to Moses before he led his people with fairy discs and column-like spaceships, and so many evidences of the sort that are to be found in the Bible. In this way, one can understand that all that Giorgio Di Bitondo, Tina and their friends and other contactees of different nations and religions have experienced is part of a great operation of rescue and homecoming for all mankind that is being carried out on a grand scale over the whole planet by this extraterrestrial space fleet. It is not surprising that the contactees are not chosen from the ranks of the educated or scientific elite. Although there are exceptions, the extraterrestrial do as Jesus did, who befriended simply fishermen. They trust their message to humble persons who are gifted with spiritual receptivity and strength strength of soul. Relying on these inner resources and guidance from above, one can learn the significant message this book has for us without the encumbrance of tendentious detail which most people would probably find unbelievable anyway. Ramu spoke with great insight when he told Giorgio, "The confusion which reigns over Earth today serves to convince but a few persons that all the prophecies which have been given to mankind to lead them toward a better life are about to be fulfilled. They have been ridiculed, misunderstood, despised, and even repudiated, and yet their words have always been fulfilled. So much sorrow Earth brothers could be spared if they could set aside their pride and their reliance on destructive force. If you renounce to the use of the evil to fight evil, then your way would be shortened and you would make enormous strides towards the good." For George Adamski, life was full of bitter disappointment. Giorgio di Bitonto is well aware of this and gives the message which he likewise received solely on the basis of his love and good faith. It is up to the reader to allow himself the spiritual receptivity necessary to embody it and let its light shine through his soul and manifest through his actions. At Fatima, thousands of persons saw a light or a luminous object came from the heavens to earth, where Lucia spoke with the apparition of the Virgin Mary. This was witnessed even by non-believers who were there at the time to observe the promised wonder from sun. I believe this object and these realities were the same as those experienced by Giorgio, Tina and their friends, and the same as those experienced each in a different way by George Adamski and many other people all over the earth, as well as the prophets in former times. Ezekiel is perhaps the most striking illustration of the latter, with the description of discs and vehicles. The evangelist Luke recorded for us the words of the Holy Master. When you see a cloud rising in the west, you immediately say, a shower is coming, and it does. When you see a south wind blowing, you say, there will be scorching heat, and it happens. You hypocrites, you know how to interpret the appearance of earth and sky, but why do you not know how to interpret the present time? And why do you not judge for yourself what is right? Jesus' warning is again sounded by this book, Angels and Starships, as it was by Adamski, this time in a way appropriate to today's understanding, yet fitting in perfectly with the message of the evangelist, who over 2,000 years ago wrote, "There will be great and awesome signs in the heavens." However, the terrible events in our world came from the earth's pride and stupidity, whereas the signs in the heavens are signs of love and brotherness shown by the extraterrestrial brothers for the salvation of mankind. Forward. It was our same religion to have taught us this. We uphold the statement made by Jesus on the house with many mansions. We also have the prayer, Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. How could we obey to this command unless someone from heaven comes down to instruct us? All these things have been prophesied to us, and we have been told they would take place, things such as strange happenings in the heaven. These things are being fulfilled, are they not? What is our ministry and our priests going to do? Are they going to tell us they have been teaching us a fairy story all the time? Or are they going to admit that these things are true now? That what they have been teaching all this time was the truth, and today we have the manifestation of that truth. It is really important that they do consider this, since the Bible mentions so many such manifestation in the early times. If this happens, it will mean that these spaceships, known as flying saucers, do support our teachings and do support the records of the Bible. If we are to accept the Bible and the teachings of the ministry as the truth, then now is the time to prove them to be. These appearances of flying saucers are fulfilling prophecy. From Flying Saucer Farewell by George Adamski. Chapter 1. The Being with Wings of Light. That afternoon I found myself at home. As I happened to raise my head, I noticed a light in the room, which grew gradually stronger and finally was much more intense than natural. In the midst of this luminosity, the figure of a young man of extraordinary beauty appeared. As I studied him, in utter amazement, I saw that his feet were lifted slightly off the floor. He was barefoot, clothed in a sparkling tunic and two bright wings. Enraptured with the beauty and majesty of his countenance, I gazed at him a long time in awe and wonder. This manifestation lasted for a considerable period of time, then finally disappeared as if a light were slowly extinguished. In the days that followed, I could not erase from my mind the beauty of that manifestation or the sweet feeling of peace that seemed to emanate from that light. It was as if this impression accompanied me silently wherever I went. Since my youth, I no longer believed that visions could be something real. I had always considered them to be the product of stimulated fantasy. But now I thought about the fact that the young person had appeared to me while I was in a quiet and relaxed state of mind without any cause of excitement. The sense of tranquility which had accompanied that experience was such that I was able to observe all the details of what had been shown to me very clearly, and I couldn't comprehend it. But as I thought about the wings of that being, I said to myself repeatedly in awe and wonder that perhaps the angels then really do exist. One evening before Easter, I had just returned home and was about to attend to my affairs as usual when the manifestation appeared to me again, in the same place and in the same manner as before. The whole room was filled with its light. It seemed to penetrate to my very depths. The radiant beauty of this being disturbed me strangely, and I hoped that he would not leave. Deeply moved by this appearance, I was unable to either compose my thoughts or to think of anything else. I gathered up my courage and asked him who he was. He smiled and in a loving voice answered, "I am Raphael." I expressed the wish to learn something more about him, and he said to me, "In the Holy Scriptures you will find the book of Tobias. By reading that you can become better acquainted with me. You will see me again." He stood for a while before me with a look both pleasant and deeply penetrating on his shining countenance. Then he disappeared, and the light that had accompanied his presence also gradually faded away. Among my books was a Bible. I opened it, and as if by coincidence came upon a page from the story of Tobias. I was surprised. It was if an unseen hand had guided me to find this message so quickly. I began to read and soon discovered that Raphael meant medicine and healing from God. The archangel had once come down to earth in human form to accompany the young Tobias on the roads of the world. He had led him to his bride and had healed her Tobias' father, and finally, when they wanted to pay him with gold, the angel made himself known to them, whereupon he rose up and disappeared from their sight. All this I kept in my heart and cherished the hope that I would see Raphael again as he had promised. Chapter 2: The chosen place for the meeting. I had lain down for a short rest at noontime. Just as I was falling asleep, a clear picture loomed up before my eyes. I saw a forest, its trees, underbrush, and a meadow with a path dividing it. I felt a deep peace come over me. As I was waiting for some insight into what I had just experienced, I heard the voice of Raphael saying to me, "Mark the place well. You should be able to recognize it in the future. It is our meeting place." Everything disappeared, leaving me with a feeling of calmness and inner peace. I thought to determine the manner in which the promised meeting would take place. I thought that perhaps the next manifestation of Raphael's presence might take place not within the walls of my dwelling, but outdoors in a natural setting. That seemed to me to be an answer, yet I sensed that it was not all. I remembered that Raphael had said, "You will see me again." I decided to wait patiently. On the night of April 23, 1980, the angel said to me, "In the early afternoon of the day after tomorrow, you will drive in your car to Finale Ligure. There you will learn what to do next. Greetings in love." Casting all doubts aside, I set out on the appointed day. The Riviera was crowded with pleasure seekers out for a weekend holiday at the seashore. Having arrived at Finale, I no longer had any problems, for the voice of Raphael came promptly to tell me the way. "You must go to Calice," he said, "and from there continue on toward the mountain. There you will receive further instructions to guide you to the place of the meeting." As I drove along the winding road of the valley, I could not be certain whether I was proceeding from my own volition or if a higher will was urging me on, or a curiosity stronger than all my fears, or the joyous anticipation of a meeting which I sensed might take place. The puzzle remained. I could not understand why I had been invited to go there. Following telepathic instructions, I had turned to the right and was now driving through another valley which widened and narrowed in an irregular fashion as I pressed forward in the late afternoon sunlight. I drove until I was told to leave my small car, a Fiat 500, and go on the rest of the way by foot. After finding a suitable spot to park my car just off the paved road, I set off on a path leading up an incline and continued to follow the inner voice that directed me whenever I had the slightest doubt. Ascending the slope, I was soon completely out of breath, but whether this was because I was not used to such climbs or because of the excitement of the unknown, I could not say. My heart was my throat. I stood still. At the moment I heard Raphael's voice saying, "Do not be afraid. Rest a little while and then go farther. You will soon feel renewed." I did as he said and felt myself as if I was being bathed in a healing stream. Thus strengthened and refreshed, I started off once more along the footpath. The sun was now behind me, and in front of me was the moon. They seemed to me like heavenly companions, harbingers, perhaps a hint of things to come. As I hurried onwards, I kept looking up at the sky in expectation. I felt entranced. The small path now opened into a clearing. To the left I could still see the valley, and to the right the mountain. I recognized it as the very place I had seen in my vision. Looking more closely, I was amazed to see how familiar it appeared to me. My excitement quickened. "Breathe deeply and keep on going," said Raphael. I obeyed and once again felt a flood of life-giving, refreshing energy. A soft, pleasant breeze caressed my body. I felt serene and full of joy. The breeze caused a slight trembling among the leaves, and it seemed to me that all nature shared my sense of expectation. Once more I heard the voice of Raphael. "We are coming from the direction of the sun," he said. "We are very near now." I had heard it very clearly, as if it came from a point in the sky behind me. I turned around and saw in front of the sun over the valley a small patch of cloud, which grew in sight as it moved rapidly toward me. I heard a light humming sound coming from it. I felt afraid, but in spite of my fears, I kept my gaze firmly fixed on the mysterious object before me. It kept coming nearer, reducing its velocity at the same time, and began to descend to a point about 100 feet above me. Now I could see it quite clearly. It looked like a large silver plate, in places like molten glass mixed with molten tin. Around it were lights of different colors, and underneath were 3 large spheres. All my fears left me, and I felt my spirits rise to the new highest. The object again moved through the sky to a point where it hovered over a group of trees. Now I could observe it better than before. On the upper part was a large dome. On the highest point, a dazzling white light was burning, and it illuminated the disk and its surroundings completely. The dome had small round windows around it, from which a similar light shone, as if the interior was illuminated from all directions. This light was stronger, but rather than blinding to the eyes, it seemed to evoke an overall pleasant feeling within me. By comparison, the sun now seemed to be but a pale yellow glow. I was drawn to this light as if under a spell, and felt an unaccustomed joy within me which stood a blessing. From this luminous disk I heard the voice of Raphael talking to me. "It is not the first time," he said, "that we have met with men of earth in this manner. Forever we have spoken with mankind from our space vehicles, flying discs and starships. In our holy scriptures you have read that the Lord spoke to men of earth from out of a cloud. Your present encounter is no different from that which was experienced by your forefathers throughout the ages." My astonishment grew. I sought to comprehend the fact that this experience was one which many others on this planet had had before. Again, I heard the voice of Raphael. "Welcome from the countless dwelling of the Heavenly Father," he said. "Our worlds belong to the brotherhood of universal love. Among us, a degree of harmony and higher understanding prevails, such as is unknown to your world. Through the ages, we have come to you from the heart of space to offer you help and salvation. The place where I seemed to be transformed not only by the light of the flying disc, but also by things that I was being told by this great being. A feeling of boundless freedom and grandeur, such as I had never known before, overwhelmed me. It was as if the narrow limitation of my spirit had been torn away. "We have long wished for this meeting with you," said the voice. "Our joy is great. Be assured always of our love for you and your earth brothers. We will come again we greet you in the name of the Father of all." I understand that he was also speaking for others who must have been with him inside the craft. I had wanted to ask him about so many things which were on my heart, but it seemed inappropriate, and I could not find the right words to express my thoughts. "We will see each other soon again," said Raphael, "but then you will not be alone. Hail and farewell." The light which surrounded the flying disc suddenly changed color, from white to violet and then a deep orange. There was a flash like lightning, and at that moment I saw the interior clearly as if it were nearby and transparent. The angel stood upright under the dome with his arms outstretched toward me. He was dressed in a garment which reached to his ankles, and there were other people around him that I could not see clearly. The hovering disc now became a ball of light, and I could hear a soft humming sound. Then all at once it sped away in the direction of the moon and vanished from sight in the twinkling of an eye. Over the trees a kind of mist remained behind, which gradually dissolved in the fresh mountain air. Chapter 3: The First Meeting. Raphael was there, about 50 meters away from where I was standing. He was about 1 meter and 80 centimeters tall and of indeterminate age. His appearance was the same as when he had appeared to me at my house. He looked just the same and radiated the same beauty. He stood there among the olive trees and smiled at me. I felt myself drawn to him, and I was filled with an uncountable joy in his presence, provoking deep feeling in me. He greeted me warmly. I told him I was overjoyed to meet him and wanted to say much more, but was unable to out of sheer excitement. He bade me to remain calm and said there would be plenty of time and opportunity to clear up all the questions that lay in my heart. I began to understand how great a sense of concern and responsibility for the good of the earth filled the souls of these great beings from other worlds. I didn't know that they did, but I knew with an absolute certainty that they worked for the good of mankind on earth. Therefore, a profound sense of heartfelt gratitude dominated the feeling of excitement that had almost overcome me at the first meeting with the flying discs. "The first time I showed myself in my light dimension," he said with a hand movement to indicate himself, "and now you see me in my cosmic form. We will help you to gain a better understanding of this reality. You will remember my telling you that the scriptures record one of my earthly missions. Many people believe this to be merely a fable. You can testify to its reality. So many of the reported events in the Bible are seen as abstract or symbolic. Nevertheless, they actually did take place, and others will yet occur in the future. If men of earth will but open their hearts and minds, they will gain much knowledge and learn many truths that are now hidden from them. The moment in history is coming when your planet collectively will enter an era such as it has never experienced before in all its thousands of years' history. I noted that this being, for all his simplicity and naturalness, possessed an inner nobility of character and a great depths of understanding of our condition. With sorrow, I reflected upon the excessive pride and arrogance of earth dwellers, myself included. Who can tell what pains of growth lie ahead of us before we can attain that degree of goodness and humility? This is so beautiful, explained Raphael, turning towards the scene before us. Your earth is one of the most beautiful in the cosmos, but in spite of that, it is in danger because of the pride and egotism of those who would risk a destruction of unimaginable proportions. Since early times, we have endeavored to help you to prevent the catastrophe that you are now preparing for the earth, and to influence you and your actions for the good. However, we can only do that in a way that provides for your own development with complete freedom. Among us, there is no desire to use force. There is no will for overcoming. His words had a grave tone, yet I could detect no trace of violence, only a deeply felt sorrow, together with great love. Although I did not feel competent to converse on such a weighty topic, I gathered up my courage and asked him, "Does this mean that you would help us in the event that great calamities should befall the earth?" "We are all brothers," he answered, "and children of the one universal Father. Our love is unconditional towards all, including those who have chosen to follow paths that lead to misery and death, because they stand in opposition to the Creator's universal laws. They do not understand that freedom means to travel the infinite paths of love, for only in this direction may true life be found. The misuse the generosity of so good a heavenly Father is a great evil and a challenge to that which we revere so goodly." His countenance has assumed a thoughtful expression, though the majesty of his appearance was in no way diminished. Then he again brightened to an affirming smile, and he said, "There are many things we wish to impart to you. We want you to realize that in the whole creation, love is stronger than any other reality. This is the magnanimity of our Father God. Mankind on earth will have to understand how dangerous it is not to conform to the universal teachings given to them through His great love, and to go against the fundamental laws that govern throughout the cosmos, allowing life to come forth and be sustained. If they do not wish to learn this, then they will experience in measure corresponding to their error the purifying power of suffering." All this was said with sadness and deep concern. Now he added, "But you must go now and seek shelter, for a storm is coming." At that moment I became aware that the weather had indeed worsened, and the mountains of the Tuscany Apennines were already shrouded in low, hanging clouds. It began to rain, and soon there was such a downpour that I could scarcely see my surroundings any longer. I hastened to find shelter in a nearby chapel, but it was almost in vain. My leather jacket was soaked through, and my hair likewise. My shoes, socks, and all my hiking gear were thoroughly drenched. It poured mercilessly, and any discomfort grew so great that I was tempted to give up the venture and to look for a dwelling where someone might supply me with a change of clothing. I felt abandoned and thought with myself, for I was divided on whether to trust Raphael and wait at the pointed side or seek some other way out of my predicament. I was chilled, tired, and soaking, yet in my miserable state I turned my spirit toward my celestial visitor with a prayer that he might somehow help me in so far as was permitted for him to do so. Then I heard his voice answering me from above. "You are a person of weak faith," he said to me. "Within a short time the clouds will part and the sun will warm you again." The rain began to subside as though in response to his words. Gradually I could see the trees and hills more clearly. A few minutes later the sun blinked through the lattice-like opening of the shifting clouds. The skies grew quickly brighter, and it was as though nature had come to my rescue after a hard period of testing. Nevertheless, I was still shivering with cold, and I could not imagine how the sun, which was now close to setting, could possibly dry me off. Again, I directed a prayer to Raphael that I might be delivered from harm. Then I was still and waited patiently. Before long, few minutes, I saw a light coming from the direction of the sun, which, as it drew closer, assumed the form of a flying disc with a dome above. It was high above the plain and moved quickly forward until it was hovering above me. Then it began to slowly descend, coming to a stop just overhead. I estimated the distance to be about a few dozen meters. "Other brothers from Earth," said the voice, "will join you for the next meeting, and also I will have other brothers with me. Soon we shall meet again. Farewell." The glowing object then rose up high, tipped at an angle to the horizon, described any unbelievable swift trajectory through the sky, and disappeared from sight. I looked at myself. My clothing was completely dry, and as though not a drop of water had touched me, I felt good. Suddenly, 3 groups of flying saucers appeared high above in the blue sky. They were clearly visible and oval-shaped from my perspective. They soon vanished behind the distant mountains. It was the 27th of April, 2 days after my trip to Finale. Chapter 4: The Valley of Contacts. As if it was the most natural thing in the world, Tina, my girlfriend, described the events of my recent meeting exactly as they had occurred. She explained to me that she had been together with some of her friends on the previous Sunday afternoon when all of a sudden these things were shown to her in a clear vision. At the same time, a voice explained the meaning of the vision and told her that she would be with me when the promised meeting took place. None of those who were with her at the time were aware of what was going on. A feeling of great happiness and inner peace came over her. She described the place where I had been, the subsequent course of events, the encounter that took place, and my great annoyance with the weather. Nothing was left out. I was overcome with amazement, and above all, I was impressed with the swiftness with which events were unfolding. Most certainly, I was happy to have a witness to what had happened to me. I told Tina all about the identity of the man from space. I told her how I had first seen him in a great light in my house, and she too became interested in looking up the story of Tobias, just as I had done. We shared our experiences with a few close friends. At night, however, I was tormented by the fear that I had not kept the secret that Raphael had requested me to do for a long time. So for a long time I tossed to and fro in bed and told myself I had made a mess of things and that perhaps Raphael would not want to have anything more to do with me. In the midst of my anxiety, the archangel again let his presence be made known to me. Nothing happens by chance, he said reassuringly. Don't be fearful. What has happened was foreseen. You will invite Tina as well as your friends to the next meeting, and you will accomplish what we then ask you to do. My fears were swallowed up in joy and consolation. In the middle of the night, I telephoned Tina and finally fell into a deep sleep as morning dawned. On the afternoon of May 1st, we were on the highway going to Finale. We drove through Calice Ligure. We began ascending the mountain. At a certain time, Raphael told me that the 4 friends who had accompanied us should wait at a place several kilometers from the spot where the meeting would take place. I told them where they should stop and drove on farther with Tina. We came to the place where I had seen the disc the first time. Raphael asked us to continue on until we came to a very steep road. My Fiat 500 had a great deal of difficulty making the climb. It bounced all around because there was no asphalt surface and the road was full of stones. We had to slow down to a snail's pace. Now and then Raphael would say something, but we could also hear the voices of other brothers who were with him. That is the Valley of Contact, Tina exclaimed with a shout of irrepressible joy. I seemed to hear voices everywhere. She showed not the least bit of fear, but instead only an eager desire to meet them. Just as Raphael had done with me earlier, I now cautioned her to stay calm and wait patiently. We got to a meadow beyond which it became impossible to go further, and there I parked the car. For the first time I became aware that the day was windy and the skies were grey. But I had no time to dwell upon that, for suddenly we heard footsteps behind us. I turned around and saw 3 men coming toward us. I was afraid that Tina would become panic-stricken. On the contrary, she got out of the car and went towards them as if she were greeting old friends. I followed after and found myself directly facing Raphael, who was wearing a loose-fitting silver-colored spacesuit. He greeted us joyfully, as also did the other 2, who were dressed more or less the same way as Raphael, except that their space suits were tighter fitting and darker in color. They were tall. Their beautiful features expressed great beneficence and an inner depth of spirit. They introduced themselves and said that their names were pseudonyms and were given to them by an Earth brother, George Adamski, who had met them some years ago. "I am Orton," said the taller of the 2. "My name is Firkon," said the other. Raphael took me gently by arm and led me gently to a small protected area. There, he sat down on the grass and I sat down beside him. The other 2 space brothers remained a short distance away from us and talked to Tina. I could see their hair moving in the wind and also Tina's long hair and her clothing. Great clouds scudded across the skies. Raphael and others seemed to pay them little heed. I too was given a pseudonym," said Raphael. "I was named Ramu, but it is good now that it should be known who I really am. What Earth brother must know is the role that I will read again. What Earth brother must know as the role that the Father has entrusted to us from the dawn of time, in order that their salvation on this planet might be brought about." I was impressed with the magnanimity and simplicity that radiated from this person. Perfect balance was manifested in all his action, and wisdom and knowledge and all his thoughts. His amiability was natural to all. "The brothers who are waiting below," he added, "will receive adequate signs that will allow them to participate at our meeting." He spoke in perfect Italian without any trace of an accent. I knew that he didn't need to speak in order to communicate, but it pleased me greatly that he did so, as this made him seem more like one of us. "The message which we give you," he said, "is for all men of goodwill on earth. This will be costly for you, for not everyone will believe you, understand you, and love you. But we will stand by you and help you. It is an undertaking of love and salvation." I had no doubt of the kindness and sincerity of his words, although the full import of all he said escaped me. I felt it was right to be concerned with love and salvation, and wanted to do all that I could for the good of others, whatever that might necessitate. "We wanted to meet with you up here in the mountains," he added, "far from the pollution of the city, in order to tell you that we are now beginning to become manifested to an ever-increasing number of Earth people. Some see us only as a lightning-fast streak crossing the heavens, others see lights or signs, or have dreams or visions. To a few, we show ourselves as is now your experience. The result is that the news of our present and mission is gradually made known to those who have not seen us. There is not much time to lose. If mankind does not see the folly of his behavior, then it is certain that very difficult times lie ahead. This was foreseen in the scriptures, and some people know this to be true, but unfortunately most people do not believe it, thinking that what was written was only a fable. He was silent and thoughtful for a while, and then resumed. Today there is a strong wind blowing, but soon there will arise from the four corners of the earth a much stormier wind that will sweep all clouds before it. The confusion that reigns over earth today serves to convince but a few people that all the prophecies which have given mankind to lead them towards a better life are about to be fulfilled. They have been ridiculed, misunderstood, despised, and even killed, and yet their words have always been fulfilled. So much sorrow, he added with a sign, sorrow that earth brothers could be spared if they could set aside their pride and their reliance on destructive force. If you are able to renounce the use of evil to fight evil, then your way would be shortened, and you would make enormous strides towards the good. The wind stormed about in gusts of fury that at times almost took our breath away. It shook the trees and furrowed the grass in the meadow. It seemed a harbinger of the stormy future of our planet that Raphael had been speaking about. Now he looked me directly in the eyes and said, "If you do not become simple and good, and if the spirit of pride and power, which is so dominant amongst you, is not conquered, you cannot gain the true knowledge that a proper development allows. It is important that each individual open his heart and mind to an understanding of these truths. Many would deny this out of insolence and arrogance, but their attitude they make it impossible to allow themselves to be released from spiritual bondage. I expressed my doubts about the possibility of being able to persuade people to accept such a message from the Space Brothers. All of this, said Raphael in answer to my protest, has been said many times before to the people of this planet, but it is necessary to speak the truth loudly and clearly in order that those that are ready to hear it can receive it and do likewise. For those who will not believe and accept it, there are other ways of learning which are all a part of the Father's work, and still other more difficult lessons to follow, in order that no one might be lost or sacrificed to evil. Many of us have come down to earth since the early days, and sometimes have been born in earthly bodies in order to fulfill some particularly difficult assignment and to confront evil directly. One must first save oneself before one can carry out the work for which one was born on earth. I was astounded at what I had just learned. Tell me, I asked him, do people come to Earth from the space in order to learn how to become good, or to help those who must learn? For it is if one went into the trenches, first one must take care not to lose his own life, and then one can fight the enemy in order to help save one's comrades in arms. Yes, said Raphael, but in this battle, the weapons are love and wisdom, goodness and patience, and the confidence that the Father's plan of salvation, which is set forth in the Scriptures, will be perfectly fulfilled in spite of growing disbelief of mankind. God is called Lord of Hosts. The Bible tells you of a battle between the heavenly host and the powers of evil. For this, the host of the Lord has his enemy has his armies. I will read again. For this, the host of the Lord has his armies in the space, working diligently for the triumph of the good on earth, an invited army in a battle of love and salvation against evil. Our numbers grow even larger now in this time of our coming to earth for this great mission. We are many. And are they all aware that they are here on mission? I asked. Many are not, he answered, for a veil of forgetting comes over them, so they... I will read again. Many are not, he answered, for a veil of forgetting comes over them, so that they have no clear memory of their past. This forgetting is necessary in order that the lifetime they spend on the planet is not too difficult for them to hear, but afterwards any soul that belongs to universal love and has completed his time on earth has full knowledge of who he is, what his work was, and the never-failing help we gave him from our side. I asked, does the scripture speak of this also? Certainly, replied Raphael. The book of Genesis relates that the sons of God were born on earth to bring healing to the society of that time, which was already full of evil, and took unto themselves wives from daughters of men that pleased them. Great efforts toward purification were made in those days in order that the good might gain the upper hand over evil. This remarkable being was telling me things which I could not possibly fully understand at that time, but I knew that they would stay with me in my thoughts and in my heart. Now, more than ever, I was sure of his goodness and understanding. I was silent and thought about all the things he had told me. You will ask, Raphael said, why we don't show ourselves to the inhabitants of earth openly, or do something great or unusual in order that the truth might be made known to all, that everyone's eyes might be opened once and for all. These are questions asked by a great many earth people, at least since the time that Earth became a planet of need of rescue. I'm telling you now what has already been said, has been demonstrated to you before. This is not possible as long as the brothers of earth will not open their hearts to the humility and love of the Father. We work for your highest good and we discern things which escape your error-blended judgment. We understand when to take action and when to wait. In other times, when things were different than they are today, we showed ourselves and led mankind quite openly. However, we cannot use coercion against the gift of free will which God the Father was given to all His children, and we can state with certainty that the strength of your determination to prove the limit of rebelliousness will bring you even worse troubles than you have already experienced in the days to come. Through God the cosmos, it is not permitted for higher developed brothers to violate the freedom of those who still have a long way to go in their own development. So much that is bad can best be fought. I will read again. So much that is bad can best be fought against after its devastating effect has been experienced by the people themselves as a consequence of their hardness of heart. This is not because the good has no power to solve problems. On the contrary, it is the shorter way and the way blessed by the Father. Raphael stood up, and so did I. Now we have to leave, he said. Tina and the two space brothers with whom she had been conversing came over to us. We, said Raphael, work by every means possible in order that good will eventually blossom on the earth. This necessitates on our side a choice of actions, always in harmony with the universal laws which are the Heavenly Father's will. Many times these are scarcely understandable to you because you follow a logic of human might which is opposed to universal love. As a consequence of the limitation of your human understanding, you err when you judge us. Therefore, it has been said and written, "Judge not." And yet, you do pass judgment on God, on Father, on us, and on your brothers. Your judgment is in measure to your own prejudice. When you have obtained a true understanding, the error of having been judgmental will be revealed to you. For in love lies the true understanding. The planet Earth has less love than the air which the inhabitants breathe. The wind began to storm again and caused everything to tremble. I thought, when such a kind and amiable brother shows so much concern over condition on this planet, the situation must be even worse than I, in my ignorance, imagined it to be. We bade one another a loving farewell. I will read again. We bade one another a loving farewell. Raphael assured us that we would see each other again and soon. They made their way to their craft, which was hidden amidst protective foliage. I had the impulse to follow them. Raphael turned around and, without moving his lips, said to me, "Not yet. The time will come when you may board our spacecraft." For a moment I stood still. Then once more I wanted to go on, but a force held me back, so then I had to give up the attempt. Tina waved goodbye, and the brothers turned and again signaled a friendly farewell. Then we saw the disk rise up over the green countryside in a tremendous burst of velocity. It ascended to the clouds and in an instant and disappeared in their midst. When we arrived at the place in the valley below where our friends were waiting for us, they told us they had seen the flying disc, and they repeated to us certain parts of the conversation that we had had with the brothers, which they had received telepathically. In an exciting mood, we turned again homeward, stopping for the evening at a little guest house in Finalborgo, talking about our encounter. Then we returned to Genova. Chapter 5: The Heavenly Being. Raphael spoke to us many times after the meeting, sometimes in the middle of the night, sometimes during the day. He told us that method of getting in touch with us was called cosmic contact, and that by properly directing our thoughts we could be in communication with him anytime we wanted to in the future. He also gave us a few rules of caution. Whenever we wanted to be in cosmic contact, we should first ask the Archangel Michael for his protection. "Call upon Michael," he said, "and you will have nothing more to fear." And that is exactly what we did. One night, just before going to bed, Raphael said to me, "Let yourself fall into a deep serenity, because you are going to have another visit soon." I lay very still, thinking about what he had said. I thought about the great gift which I had been vouchsafed to be in contact with the brothers. I knew that every soul on earth could speak by means of his mind and spirit to other souls through the universe. I became aware that no one in the cosmos is alone, and that the brothers never abandon those who live under the difficult conditions of our planet. They follow, help, and work for the good of those who allow themselves to be helped and guided. Sometimes they do this quite openly, and other times they merely give evidence of their activity, and on other occasions their help is given in secret ways so that no one is aware of it at all. I recall the advice Raphael had given me, and stay as quiet and relaxed as possible. The hours went swiftly by. I will read again. The hours went swiftly by, and sleep almost overtook me, yet nothing happened. Then I thought perhaps the promised visit would come in the form of a dream. Raphael had in fact told me that dreams are sometimes the participation in the life of another cosmic or spiritual dimension within us, and that our seemingly disconnected and senseless dreams may not in reality be that at all. Now, I knew that the brothers from higher worlds revealed themselves to us also in dreams, thus conveying real messages to us singularly appropriate to our need. Moreover, the scriptures are full of instances in which the Lord God makes known His will to man by means of a dream. Under such circumstances, one is actually far more sensitive than in the conscious state to the reception of promptings and warnings from above. I thought about these things and became quite convinced that this would be the way my visitor would come. But just then I caught a glimpse of a soft, many-colored flash of light. Looking more closely, I noted that it seemed to pulse with life. It was as if the hand of some great artist was drawing the face and form of a man about 30 years of age in lines and lights. When this masterwork was complete, there before my eyes was the figure of a man of exceptional grace and beauty. I was completely entranced. He was clothed in a white tunic with a braided cord around the waist. His impression was wonderful beyond description. His brow and all the lines of his face possessed a harmony and peaceful majesty which I could scarcely before have imagined. He had blue eyes and chestnut brown hair, which fell to his shoulders. A good-looking bird completed this image of light. This heavenly being radiated a secret deep life force and an infinite grace which gave peace. I felt in him an absolute pure love, and his presence this sweetly permitted my whole being. He came closer to me with an expression of perfect amiability in his gentle smile. My soul felt completely overpowered, and yet it could recognize its true self in him. In his fine, noble face I saw myself, and I felt within myself the pure, all-consuming love that streamed forth from this being. The feeling of exaltation that I experienced is impossible to describe. I was in a state of perfect inner purification and spiritual wholeness. This luminous presence penetrated every cell of my body. His radiant beauty evoked a deep sense of peace and longing for goodness and love. This vision died away, but it left within me a feeling of indescribable joy. I desperately wanted to know who had visited me. One name rang within me like a sweet melody, but I did not dare to presume it was right. Then came the voice of Raphael. "You will see him again, but in a different manner," he said, and to that he would not add another word. I spoke to Tina about it. We knew that another meeting with the brother was supposed to take place on the following Sunday. Our instructions were to start out on the motorway in the direction of Rapallo. We told our friends about it, and they said they would be happy to accompany us. Their unfailing and enthusiastic support seemed to me a further gift from the brothers, who by now had become a very real part of our daily lives. We left the cars at a place on the foothills near Zoali. Paolo, Anna, Gianna, and Roberto waited behind in a meadow. Tina and I went on further by foot, since the road was no longer possible beyond that point. We climbed the upward sloping path, happy as two children setting out on a vacation together. In spite of the misty weather and cool air, we were persevering because of the effort of the climb. We noted that the year 1980 was having more than a normal amount of bad weather. We continued on around the hillside until suddenly we found ourselves standing in front of a valley with steeply sloping sides. In the distance we could see the sea and a good stretch of coastline. We decided to sit down and rest a while in order to catch our breath. The grass was wet and it looked as thought it might rain again in any time. We put up the umbrella and we had brought with us and began to climb once more. We had only gone a few steps when our attention was caught by a soft, low-pitched humming sound. We looked up and saw a large disc circling high above us. We looked up and saw a large disc circling high above us as if searching for a place to land. The agility with which the flying object moved was truly remarkable. It had no burning lights and seemed to be dark silver in color. We felt a press through our whole bodies. Tina cried out, "Raphael, what is the matter?" I tried by means of cosmic contact to ascertain just why we had this strong feeling of pressure, which by now was causing us no small amount of anxiety. The stifling feeling grew more intense. Then the disc withdrew into the distance and immediately we began to feel well again. The voice of Raphael spoke to us. "We wanted to let you experience this sensation of pressure in order that you might better understand how you must undergo a certain amount of purification and reorientation of your life energy with each new meeting with us. Your planet is in an impure state because the heart of man is impure. The earth is out of harmony. Disintegrating vibrations like the scourges that lash her surrounding multitude create ever-widening zones on the planet where the life energy are undetermined. One day you will comprehend the reality of these conditions which are beyond the grasp of your limited science. Those few who have begun to realize the true situation are misunderstood and left alone." I heard what Raphael was saying to us and was fearful lest the sensation of stiff flying oppression overtake us again. "Now we are going," came the voice of Raphael from the disc. "Follow the path, we will meet again farther up." Because of the rain and the mud, we continued the climb with considerable difficulty. The wet grass was slippery, and we grasped at the lush growth to pull ourselves forward. At last we came to a broader footpath and led to a little meadow. We had scarcely arrived when we saw the disc standing there on the ground just a few dozen meters from us. I was surprised to see that it seemed level in spite of the sloping ground on which it rested. This was apparently accomplished by varying the length of the supporting members between the disc and the three-ball landing gear, thus maintaining perfect balance. "How wonderful!" Tina cried out. Between us and the disc, a few meters distant, stood Raphael. The rain had noticeably decreased, but this man from space did not seem to be the least wet. He greeted us heartily and came closer. "It is good to meet you up here," he said. "What a beautiful spot of earth this is." Tina called our space visitors' attention to the fact that our visits almost always seemed to take place in the rain. "That won't always be the case," answered Raphael. "But the earth must be cleansed. Much water will yet have to flow, and not only that." Tina then said that she was really very happy and that the rain seemed to be quite a normal part of our meetings, that she understood the idea of a needed cleansing very well, that his indispensable natural element illustrated it so perfectly. Raphael invited us to listen closely to the voice of the rain. He said that mankind was losing its sense of nature more and more. To regain the sense of nature, he continued, would be the healing of many evils. We stood in silence. Raindrops were falling on leaves and grass, yet in the drenched surroundings and the grey atmosphere there was a quality of vibrant life because of the presence of this being. If the people of earth do not return to a state of peace with creation and do not learn to relate harmoniously with nature, she will not reveal her heart to them. They will not be able to develop further in spite of their scientific discoveries. True knowledge, which the higher development of the Creator's children brings with it, includes the reality of the infinitude of worlds within the universe and reaches far beyond the realm of only material dimensions. Your science, which research matter only and does not concern itself at all with what goes beyond it, can lead you only to a knowledge of the superficialities of creation, with the great danger that the most important part will be overlooked. This is the reason why your achievements are constantly misapplied. By this time the rain had ceased falling and we had again closed our umbrella. Raphael was leaning lightly against a tree, and every so often he would sweep the scene with a look of keen intensity, as if in wonder at the blossoming plant life all around us. We suspected that our meeting might be drawing to a close. Raphael invited us to go with him a little way in the direction towards the spot where the disc was resting on the ground. Your science, he continued, must learn to recognize its limitations. Matter cannot be master over matter. When man is awakened to the fact that true knowledge comes in other ways as well, science will also be a help on the chosen path. So, as you are now and wish to remain, we will never be able to give you higher knowledge. You would want to use it for your purposes of human power, and therefore in dangerous way. To achieve this, you are even prepared to bring about disorder and pollution in the region of space surrounding the Earth. You will find us vigilant, however, for it will not be permitted that you should unleash death and destruction over the whole planet. We walked slowly together across the meadow. Raphael, tall and majestic, was between Tina and me. His step was light and sure. His closed shoes seemed to be made of material that was copper-colored and as light as the features. We wore a fairly tight-fitting spacesuit, also of a coppery tone. You belong to the Brotherhood of Universal Love, I said. What then is the meaning of your statement that you would not allow dangerous Earthman to expand his activity unchecked into our outer space? Our methods are peaceful, he answered. If you nevertheless insist on going ahead with your war plans or make false peace proposals behind which you hide other intentions, you will not succeed. For we will not allow it. First, you must learn the way of goodness, of universal justice and of love. Only after that can you do as you please. If I understand you correctly, I responded, this means that you would never use force to deny Earthmen access to outer space, but you would in some manner make it impossible for him to violate the purity of outer space by means of the nuclear bomb and other polluting devices which may be sent out from the Earth. Right, he answered, and that is also according to the universal law of God Father. He paused for a while and then went to say that we would find in our scriptures that the children who were rebellions against the universal Father's love were given a certain boundary beyond which they were not permitted to pass. Only for righteous, the children of goodwill. I will read again. Only for the righteous, the children of goodwill, does the Father set no boundaries on the paths by which his children came to him. The planet of the whole cosmos, he said quietly, belong to the universal love. They feel bound to one another in a competition of love and cooperative service. Every brother feels like a brother because he is the child of a Father Creator. Knowledge does not mean might as with you, but more cooperativeness, more humility, more loving kindness. Love means giving without asking anything in return. Receiving is included in the idea of love, but it is not the reason that motivates us to love one another. On earth, one misses knowledge to rule over a brother. All too often, one who stands higher up promotes injustice and forgets what it is like to stand down below. The only might is the beneficent power of the Heavenly Father. The only true power is that which springs from love. True knowledge and responsibility lie in service, goodwill, humility, and simplicity in view of the immeasurable grandeur of the universe. Tina responded with a commentary on how far we Earth dwellers were from realizing such a single and wonderful existence. She said that what Raphael had been telling us about life on those planets that belong to universal love was the dream of so many Earth dwellers who long for peace and justice. Many of Earth's people, Raphael added, pay no attention to the universal laws of creation, nor do they accept them. Others have perverted these truths and complicated them in ways corresponding to the hardness of their minds, teaching the people to take our burdens which they could not carry themselves. This too has been spoken and written about. Thus, many Earth brothers do not obey the divine laws because they are true rebels, and others because they do not believe them to be genuine and just. Bad teachers of the laws therefore have much to answer for with respect to their own brothers. The scriptures are very strict with such people. I replied, and I seemed to recall that some of the truths which he mentioned were taught to us by Jesus of Nazareth almost 2,000 years ago. When you report my words to your earth brothers, said Raphael, you will find a few who say that all this is just a fairy tale. Others will tell you that since the same message was given 2,000 years ago, they see no necessity to repeat it now. They will say there is no need to reveal these truths because they are already so familiar to them. Pay attention to those people. If Earthmen had really learned these teachings and translated them into actual practice, we would not be here today to bring you this warning. But we have other words for you as well, other things about which we wish to speak. Let your spirits not be too troubled, for many are waiting to hear our words and will rejoice in them. We stopped momentarily beside a very unusual bush. Raphael stroked it while he spoke and treated it with the respect one might have for another human being. Tina had again put up the umbrella since it had begun spitting once more. Raphael paid no attention to the water falling on his head. His hair stayed dry, and that made me believe he was being held by some unusual form of energy. The earth, began Raphael as he tenderly touched the flowering bush, was the Garden of Eden which is spoken of in the scriptures. Eden is the whole cosmos which has remained true to the love of the Creator Father. There come times when the people of earth wanted to eat the fruit of the knowledge of good and evil. This was forbidden since it would bring harm to what had been created. The Father had given his warning. Mankind, however, did not wish to believe that warning, and so began to experiment with living after its own desires. With that, the cycle of our present time was begun. Those who had eaten the limitless fruits of universal love wanted to enjoy one single fruit, namely to try the pitiable way of wrongdoing. Moreover, they said the way of universal love was monotonous and tedious, and thus introduced the story of God's divine creation. Men began to put the bad in place of the good, selfishness in place of love, war in the place of peace, and decadence in the place of progress. We went astray, and for that he also gave the Father the blame. I will read again. He went astray, and for that he also gave the Father the blame, who in his love has given all his children the wonderful gift of free will. So the word was fulfilled with which said, "If you eat of this forbidden fruit, you will surely die." An expression of great seriousness came over the face of this space brother, reflecting his profound inner anguish, and this touched me to the depths. Tina looked at him with an expression of anticipation. There was something about his radiant countenance that awakened with me a feeling of hope. His cheerful tranquility and the warmth and loving kindness on his look gave promise to a way of salvation. How will it be possible, asked Tina, to overcome a condition that has already existed on Earth for many thousands of years? It has all been written, said Raphael, walking far from the bush. Everything that might eventuate from the freedom of choice of Earthman was foreseen, and his salvation was provided for through a great plan of love, corresponding to the justice and goodness of universal laws. Rebellious men will never be abounded. Rather, they will be given support, led, chastened, and comforted. There will come a time when the one or the one to whom is given power in heaven and on earth will come with his own, and then the rule of evil will be ended, as has been ordained. God, the Father, will know how best to deal with those who are not yet ready for salvation. We will then not be able to do anything further. We will carry out the new plan of the Father, which has carefully prepared. But for those concerned, there will be great sorrow and anguish that they did not understand how to make use of such a great opportunity of being rescued. He was silent for a while, then he added, "We are the cherubim of the Scriptures. We were appointed by God Himself to be guardians of Eden. Never will we allow Earthmen to have access to the unspoiled Eden world, as long as he has not changed from the spirit of the power of the bad back to the spirit of universal love. Travel to the space of other worlds is denied you through the justice of universal law. First, you must totally renounce the bad. Then the earth will again be the Garden of Eden, and the people of earth will be accepted by the universal brotherhood. These great hindrances will be removed, and we will return and be able to move freely again about the earth, and you about our dwelling places, as it was before the rebellion." Tina smiled and said she wished that day would soon come. Raphael read my thoughts and repeated what he had already told us. We, he said with emphasis, will never resort to the use of force. Force always brings on more force. Hatred brings hatred, and death brings death. Our weapons are love, discretion, wisdom, and patience. We are nevertheless far more effective in accomplishment than you could possibly imagine. We will not allow evil to take root in the cosmic where harmony, love, and life force reign. From the earliest times we have renounced the allurement of evil. Being a creature with finite limitation brings with it the obligation to trust the Creator, who has given us freedom and dignity. We love His laws and know that His love opens the way of everlasting life. It is foolish not to want to give up a little and thereby to miss out on so much happiness. We love God Father because He loves us. He loves us unconditionally, and we do likewise, for this is the proper response. Soon your planet will comprehend this too, and the long-awaited day will dawn for you. I tell you, it will be soon. We came to the place where the disc was. That means Raphael concluded that the cherubim will soon be among you. Earth will again be a planet of universal love and no longer in the power of evil. We will take you with us in space, and you will visit other worlds in your spaceships. You will seek out the many mansions of the Father's house, and the new age of love will put an end to the many thousand-year history of war, death, and tribulation. Here the meeting ended. Raphael paid us farewell and made his way toward the spacecraft, which was now in sight. We would have liked to inspect it more closely. Raphael turned and said that he was sorry that he could not grant our wish at this time. Through the portholes we could see the faces of two beautiful beings within the disk. We greeted them with a wave of the hand, and they returned our greeting. The door closed silently after Raphael. Then the white light came on at the top of the dome. We heard a low humming sound and saw the three-ball landing gear retract into the craft, which now hovered with a gentle rocking motion in the air. There was a rustle of leaves bowed, and the shrubs bent low as if pressed by a sudden gust of wind. We experienced a slight pressure in our eardrums, and the disc lifted straight upwards, then turned in flight and disappeared quickly in the clouds above. Chapter 6: The Mothership. We drove through Spotorno at the western edge of the village. We crossed a bridge over the highway and started up the steeply inclined road before us. There was a tang of freshness in the air, such as it is known to all who travel in countryside at this beautiful time of the year. We drove for several kilometers amidst pines and shrubs, green with a touch of nature in springtime. Meanwhile, the night was falling rapidly. The mountain tops were only faintly visible in the soft glow of the evening sky. The clouds disappeared and stars took their places in the heavens. The air smelled fresh and clean, washed by the recent rains. I brought our friend's car to a halt at a convenient spot and told them to wait there, in accordance with the instructions we had been given. Then Tina and I drove on farther. We drove for a short distance under the trees, away from the main road. Then we went on by foot. Since it was now dark, we had to light our way by means of a flashlight which we had brought with us. Tina told me that if I had not been for the brothers, she would never have ventured forth to such an out-of-the-way place at night. She found the going very difficult, since her shoes were unsuitable for such conditions, and we held each other's hands for support as we tried to avoid the puddles and the mire. After we had walked for quite a long while, we began to be aware of voices. We stopped immediately in order to listen more closely. We could hear the voices of both man and woman. "It is them," said Tina. "I'm sure of it. They are already here." I was almost sure that it was them, but since I was not receiving any cosmic contact for confirmation, I thought we'd set to proceed with caution. I asked Tina not to speak loudly and to go very prudently. She, however, was full of joy and showed no fear whatsoever. We came to a long row of bushes that formed a natural hedgerow bordering a large level area which remained hidden from view. We went along it to the end where we came upon a rather large meadow. Now and then the call of a night bird pierced the stillness. The air had become noticeably fresher, so what we were glad to be able to don the pullovers which we had brought with us. With the aid of our flashlight, we looked over the clearing before us as best we could. It was uncultivated and divided down the middle by a strip of high grass, the two halves of the field being on different levels. We pressed on through the wet grass. "I sense they are here," Tina repeated. "I feel certain that they are nearby." I insisted that she be quiet and decided we should wait there where we were. Meanwhile, we sat down on a large flat stone that seemed reasonably dry and waited patiently for some sign of their presence. Then came the voice of Raphael. It was clear and nearby. "We are already on the ground," he said, "quite close to where you are." Tina was jubilant and said again she had felt it unmistakable. We turned off our flashlight and Tina pointed to something barely visible at the end of the meadow where the terrain rose to a higher level. Where the dark border of the trees could just be distinguished, a light appeared which gradually grew brighter and brighter. The outline of a large cigar-shaped object resting on the ground began to be clearly visible amidst the darkness. "Oh, wow, wonderful," exclaimed Tina repeatedly. We were beside ourselves with amazement and utterly astonished at the sight before our eyes. The light grew in intensity, and now we could see it quite clearly. It was dozens of meters long, perhaps 100, 120, and at its thickest girth reached almost to the height of the trees behind it. A long row of round portholes emitted colored lights then lit up the area where the object was resting. After a few minutes, the whole object looked as colorful and brightly illuminated as a ship starting out on an ocean voyage. We were spellbound as we watched the play of colored light that now seemed to come from all sides, as if from fountains whose source we could not determine. Tina pulled my arm and wanted us to go immediately to the giant spaceship. "Let's wait," I said. "They will surely tell us something soon." We felt the same great joy within us that we had felt on the occasion of all the previous meetings. So impressive was this great vehicle from space that the light-flooded meadow was no longer recognizable. It was as if one had been transported to a new and awesome world. The glow of the cigar-shaped form grew even brighter, and then, before our eyes, a play of light appeared from the porthole. It was truly a festival of luminous beauty. That light and those colors, the rhythmically dancing beams, touched our innermost being with a poignancy impossible to describe. Then, from one end of this ray ship out came 4 flying discs, one after the other, shining so brightly, appearing more like globes of white light. They hovered and gently set themselves down on the open place in the middle between us and the big cigar. The 4 doors opened and out came man and woman. I recognized the form of Raphael, and my heart leaped for joy so that it seemed caught in my throat. Tina waved a greeting. They came right toward us, and their bodies seemed enveloped in a phosphorescent glow. Raphael was the first to reach us, and the others followed. "Welcome to this meeting place," he said graciously. "Tonight you will meet other brothers and sisters who work together on this mission." We greeted Raphael, and with him Orton and Firkon, whom we had already met. Orton was solemn by his erect bearing and noble demeanor. Firkon again displayed that heartiness of manner which had so impressed us before. We shook hands all around. Their looks bespoke goodwill, and their gesture a moving simplicity. Another dark-haired brother was introduced to us, whose talents were along practical lines. He was no less handsome in appearance than the others, and his behavior was marked by the same harmonious calmness. "This is our brother Zul," said Raphael. "He is greatly valued for his knowledge and ability." Then we were introduced to another man who impressed us immediately with his kindness and amiability. He smiled like one who had a lot to say but would not speak. "His name is Giorgio," said Raphael, nodding in my direction, "the same as yours. This our brother lived for a while on Earth, where he chose to come on an assignment. Now he has returned to us." He greeted one another with a warm hand. Clasp. Then 4 young women came up to us. I was struck by their gracious charm. The smallest one had blue eyes and light blonde hair. "I am Kalna," she introduced to us, "and am happy to be here with you." "I am Ilmuth," said the second, as she warmly extended her hand. "This meeting brings me great joy." She was taller than Kalna, and her hair, as black as ebony, fell freely over her shoulders. Her dark eyes looked at us penetrantly. She was beautiful, and as she spoke, she was as modest and unpretentious as one could tell by her manner and by her words as she spoke to us. Then 2 more young brown-haired women were introduced to us. We were not told their names. They too were a clear example of otherworldly beauty and of amiability, grace, and goodness. The men and woman were all wearing space suits with rather full sleeves and trousers. From everyone, a soft glow seemed to radiate. "This is a very unusual meeting," said Raphael, on his deep, melodious voice. "It is important that you become acquainted with the brothers who are entrusted with this mission. There are many who are concerned about you. You will meet all of us, but not at this time." A subtle, pleasant fragrance filled the air. "This sweet aroma," Tina explained, "it is extraordinary. It doesn't seem to be of this earth." I too had never before experienced one like this," I confirmed. The brothers smiled. In their presence we soon felt a sense of trust and intimacy, such as would have been impossible to achieve in so short a time among Earth people. Orton looked at Tina with such benevolence and spoke to her so tenderly that she was moved to tears. We all sat down in a circle on the grass, without paying any attention at all to the dampness. "We won't allow you to become ill for this," Raphael said good-humoredly. "Just sit down comfortably." The air seemed milder now, as if warmed by the light energy, and that made our hearts glad. A deep sense of peace left us feeling as one with nature. The spacecraft were like living onlookers. "The inhabitants of planet Earth," began Raphael, sitting relaxed in the center of the group, his legs highly crossed, "are ready to spend enormous sums of money to join us in space, and yet we are already everywhere on Earth. We are among you, and we are here visible as you see us now, and also in ways unknown to you. Many know of our existence and our presence, yet deny any knowledge of us. Many of those who have seen us insist that we behave in a strange and sinless manner. Yes, even that we appear to act contemptuously towards them. Yet they don't want to take the small step that would lead to an understanding of the whole picture and answer your longing to know the meaning of this." There followed a period of silence. I rejoiced inwardly over this amazing meeting with these pilgrims of the light in the stillness of the night. I remember the words that Raphael had spoken at our meeting in Zoali, and in my mind compared them with what he was now saying. I was convinced that the Garden of Eden had been desecrated beyond recognition by mankind, who had rebelled against the Creator Father's love. Just being in the presence of these brothers enabled me to sense and to comprehend so many things. I wish that this night could continue without ever ending. Some people, Raphael began again, ask themselves whether we exist at all, and they think, if the extraterrestrials really exist, why then do they not show themselves and contact us in the right manner? However, many people of Earth know very well that we do exist and that we do not share their egoistic outlook of warlike tendency. In reality, they would like to have us in their power in order to gain knowledge from us, which would give them greater opportunities for power and domination. That is the reason why we must act in such a way as to avoid this danger, and why we are waiting for the time then it will be possible to bring knowledge to Earth's brothers from the children of God in conformance with universal law. The man with my name looked at me with love and compassion. My feeling toward him was one of gratitude and awe. Meanwhile, we heard the voice of a nightingale in the woods nearby. In the still of the night, we stood entranced by the beauty of his song. A fresh aroma permeated the air. Raphael said, "Soon the earth will once more be like the Garden of Eden, but before where people can be really happy, they will experience much hardship and suffering as a result of their stubbornness and hardness of heart. In the end, however, the love which dwells within each one of you will gain the upper hand over all your malicious impulses." Now Firkun entered into the conversation with his friendly voice. He spoke with animation. In the Bible, one may read how the Hebrews made a great journey which led them out of captivity. Very well, that is also our message for these days. The people of earth should prepare themselves for a new journey, one that has no equal in all your history. No single event that ever yet happened on earth can compare with that which stands before you now. In order to understand that, you must note the signs which will accompany this journey according to the text. Pillars of smoke and fire, which today we would call flying saucers and starships, were seen over the leaders of the Hebrews who fled from Egypt. Exactly the same signs and realities portend in these days a new and final journey which will lead you out of your present evil into the true promised land of universal love. It is most important that all people understand this. The time is short. Even if I had not been thoroughly familiar with the story of the Exodus, Firkun's explanation would have been easy to comprehend. "We," said Ilmuth with her beautiful voice, "will accompany you as we did in those days, and our presence will be much more in evidence this time. We will lead you to the Garden of Eden. The path lies ahead of us now, for already the 10 of the planet stand ready to work their harm, as decreed by those spirits who are mighty in doing evil. You will travel through a wilderness, and in comparison to which the one that the Hebrews overcome would seem like an oasis, but we will be with you as before, only more visible to aid and comfort you. We will help you in every way. We will be pillars of clouds by day and pillars of fire by night. We will never leave you alone, and you will be protected as no other creatures on your planet have been protected before. For the forces of desolation on earth will be mighty indeed. Now Kalna began to speak, and her charming voice was accompanied by the persistent song of a nightingale in the background. The Hebrews, she said, were led by a great universal brother who was born here in order to fulfill this important mission. His name was Moses. You will be led by a new Moses, whom we all love and admire greatly. He will love all the people on this new Exodus like a good brother or father. All who trust in him and want to have him as their leader will achieve the goal that has been already chosen. No one will be abandoned if he does not wish to be. The message that we bring you from the universe is one of hope and salvation. During this time when dark clouds are gathering on the horizons of your planet. You will discover, said Orton in a solemn tone, how much goodness and beauty is within you and all throughout the natural world around you. First, however, the bad will teach you all its disastrous lessons in order that those who desire the good may free themselves free. I will read again. However, the bad will teach you all its disastrous lessons in order that those who desire the good may free themselves from the bad and forever ban it from their own hearts. Unless that happens, Earthman will be a danger to himself and to the whole cosmos, and we will, as it is written, draw a flaming sword for the defense of the part of Eden that is unspoiled. We, the cherubim, will guard the entry to Eden against all who would bring death and destructions with them. Only after you have regained your original innocence and evil can no longer find refuge within you or anywhere on your planet will the gates of the cosmos again be open to you. That will be a great day, and it will come soon. This brother awakened hope within our hearts. Tina wanted to ask a question. Why do you cite only from the Bible? She asked. Are not there also other texts in which these things you have been telling us were recorded? Through the ages, answered Raphael, mankind has been given many revelations, and these have been reported by many trustworthy texts. Thus, the Father wished to enter into the history of mankind in a special way through the preparation of the Hebrew people, through which Jesus the Christ would later be born. The Bible gives the revelation of this intervention of God in the history of mankind. We carried out His will and constantly followed the progress since then of the things which now concern not only those people but all the people of the earth. Other people have started on a different path, but they too will be helped. It is what Jesus Christ said and did that makes the Bible so important and so timely. The whole Bible is an introduction to the great revelation which reached its climax in the Apocalypse. In it, all the most important prophecies of the Old and New histories of the chosen people of God are brought together. There, the events are outlined, whose imminent fulfillment we are telling you about, the tribulation which earth must endure in order to break the bounds of evil, the way back to Eden. All prophecies up to this time have come to pass. Now we stand at the point of fulfillment of the last ones. We want to communicate to you and to the brothers of earth those things that we deem most helpful for them at this time. Too many people today read the scriptures in the spirit of self-improvement only, blind to the real meaning and unmoved in their hearts. The simplicity and directness of the original has been lost, and they are no longer understood. At this point, Raphael ceased his discourse, remarking that for reason of safety, some of them would now return to the mothership. It was decided that Raphael, Orton and Firkon would remain with us for a little while. The others would go back in 3 days to the mothership, leaving one on the ground in the charge of Zul. Those who departed for the ship wished us a hearty goodbye. All said that they would see us soon again and reassured us of their love and support. Tina was deeply moved and she said she wished they did not have to part, but Raphael again said that it was necessary. The Space Brothers went back to the 3 days, which as soon as they were inside, rose up and flew to the largest starship, where they disappeared inside. The lights were lowered as at the ending of a feast, when all is restored to normal again. Only a faint glow remained where the ship had been. From the portlet of the disc that still rested on the grass, a soft light was barely discernible. Raphael invited us to go for a short walk with them, and Firkon pulled from his pocket a little flashlight, then cast a broad beam on our path. We walked on through the woods. Tina held on to my arm, and the 3 spacemen walked nearby. Raphael on my right and Orton and Firkon at Tina's side. When we tell you that you will not be allowed to continue your drive into space, said Raphael, we are fulfilling the prophecy of Genesis, which says that the Lord God has appointed us guardians of Eden to keep earthmen from gaining access to the tree of life, in order that he may not contaminate it with evil. The practice of evil which you have steadfastly adhered to over the history of your planet will soon come to an end, for you will see that day which you have chosen to follow will turn against you. Only the way of goodness, and universal love knows no delays and no evil consequences. Whoever persists in ways that are erroneous will find that the result will be tribulation. That is an important provision by which the children who are in error will not irretrievably lose their way back to the good Father. If I understand you correctly, I said, the earth is near the end of the present dispensation. You are indeed at the end of this dispensation, replied Firkon, as he stood still and eyed me intently. This present order. Soon you will be in that wonderful era toward which the scriptures of all past times have been pointing. But the things which most came to pass before that time will be sorrowful indeed. It is urgently necessary that mankind grasp the seriousness of the straightforward message we are giving you as quickly as possible. All this has been told you long ago in the scriptures, but the true meaning of which was said and written for your sake has been lost in the convolutions of your deluded thinking. This meeting and all that we had seen and experienced for some time now was for us the most tangible proof of the truth of that which is being told to us. I would like to know, asked Tina hesitantly, why you don't give this message to people with influence and power. It is certainly much more likely that such persons would be believed. They could accomplish much toward bringing about the understanding of those words of Scripture that are about to be fulfilled. It was Orton who replied. He said, we have always chosen ordinary people for our messages who would not distort the real meaning of our words through the influence of their own thoughts and training. Only a receptive mind without preconceived ideas is qualified to convey with fidelity a message from higher realms. The fact that Earth people will not believe what is told by a common person is proof of nothing but a discrimination based on arrogance. Nevertheless, we know that those who want to hear this message and who love the truth will not have this difficulty. Each one will feel the truth of the message within his own heart. Scripture provides the touchstone or test of reality for that which is coming upon your world. We speak to all men of good will. It is written, added Raphael in his melodious voice, that the Lord God punished man with the worldwide deluge and that he promised that this would never happen again. The Bible also says that God made a covenant through Noah with all mankind, even including those of generation yet to be born. We gave Noah a sign as proof of his promises to him and his descendants, the sign of his rainbow in the clouds. Clearly, he did not mean only the rainbow that you see after a storm, but he chose the expression to symbolize his covenant with earthmen, who had rebelled against him and had been chastened with the deluge. The rainbow was the sign of the bridge of union between two shores, the divine, where dwelt his true children, and the human, where his earthly children had chosen to rebel against his law of love. But he placed his bow in the clouds of the heavens and decreed that the waters of a great flood never again would fall upon the earth to bring sorrow to mankind. Now, when no clouds were there that might have brought rain, of what was the Father God speaking? I will read again. Now, when no clouds were there that might have brought rain, of what was the Father's God speaking? The word cloud meant flying ships, spaceships, and starships. In other words, God's covenant would be assigned to us, and above all, to the one who is in our midst and who was sent to earth, even this new Moses, who now will lead earth in its exodus from evil to the promised land of Eden. Isaiah spoke of us when he asked, "Who are those who fly like clouds, like doves to their dovecotes?" He spoke of our flying discs, which fly to the mothership as you saw this night. The expression clouds is found throughout the Bible. Ezekiel found himself confronted by a great cloud, and he described the starship. Read again what he recorded, and what were the pillars of cloud by day and pillars of fire by night, then led the Hebrew people through the wilderness. The cosmic glory of the Lord God is revealed in His heavenly army. He, the Lord of armies, has acted through the ages through us with these signs of His presence. I already told you, Raphael said with emphasis, that the Lord spoke from the clouds, as is stated in the Psalms. Raphael turned now in order to come back to the meadow where Jule was waiting with the beam ship and the disc, and he said, "It is written, I put my bow in the clouds, and it will serve as a sign of the covenant between me and the earth. These signs you have before you, and they have been shown to millions of earth people. It is utmost importance," he said in a strong, clear tone, "that whoever would understand should understand the truth of the scriptures. The truth illuminates the understanding and inclines the heart. On this basis, we do our work and invite many people of earth to cooperate with us." "Read," he persisted, "read and meditate carefully every word. God said to Noah, 'When I bring my clouds over the earth, and the rainbow shall be seen in the cloud, then I will remember my covenant, which is between me and you and every living creature of all kind, and never again shall the waters become a flood to destroy all flesh.'" Do you think that the appearance of our craft in your skies becomes more frequent? We assure you, God the Father has told us that the time is now at hand in which He has determined to call forth the flagship of the true children of earth, and soon the rainbow will be seen above them, in order that the covenant between us and the Father may be known to all, a covenant which will also be extended to the children of earth. We will be on the ships from heaven, and before you all the I'll read again. We will be on the ships from heaven, and before you all the one who promised to come in the clouds of heaven in glory and power. He will take you with us back to Eden to dwell on His garden again. In the meantime, we arrived at the meadow, and I saw in the background the glimmering light from the starship, and from the disc beside which Zul was patiently waiting. Now Firkan took up the conversation. It is good to emphasize that the hearts of the people must be made receptive to the message of the scriptures, and that it should be seen in relation to the signs of our times. Many would like to solve everything by means of syllogism and the findings of their culture, but the truth is much simpler and more profound than all their hair splitting. The children of the Father who wish to know the truth will sense that it speaks to their heart and will open themselves to it. We will always help you. Raphael put a hand on my shoulder. He looked at me with friendly earnestness and said, "The revelations that we have given you today will come as a surprise to many, as they did to you. You will experience much trouble and misunderstanding. It is necessary that this comes about in order that the veil of unknowing be lifted from the situation. Many people of goodwill respond with belief and aid. They help to promote the right causes of the one. They help to promote the right cause of the one. Do not lie, and He will be with them. Now we must leave you. We will say goodbye." With warm embraces, we bade a fond farewell. The three boarded the waiting disc, which disappeared inside the starship. A moment later, it appeared larger. From the craft, a humming sound could be heard, and the light around it grew stronger, changing from pearl white to orange gold. Then it quickly lifted starward, struck it like a flash of lightning, and disappeared from sight. Our friends had remained near the spot where we had left them. Roberto had recorded the images that came into his mind telepathically, and had sketched exactly the starship and the four discs. Nico had seen from a nearby knoll of light moving erratically in the sky. Its zigzag course left no doubt of its identity. Anna and Paolo had followed parts of conversation by means of cosmic contact. Each one had received a sign that confirmed the reality of the direct contact with the space brothers that Tina and I had experienced. It was with a feeling of greater inner happiness that we drove back down to the Riviera to resume our journey back to Genoa. Chapter 7: A meeting in the midst of people. One evening, I invited Tina to go for a walk with me along the shore at Nervi. We also asked Paolo and Roberto to come with us. We left our car near the train station and started off on the road to the sea coast. It was a beautiful evening and the air was mild. We walked for a long time along the coast, stopping now and then to watch the play of waves that sprayed the banks with foam. We had the feeling that something out of the ordinary was in the air. In my mind, I turned to Raphael, seeking to come into cosmic contact with him, but I received no answer. We turned around and went back in the direction of the station. But as we reached the wide alley of palms with its beautiful spring-like aroma, Tina and I both felt a sense of great peace come over us. Suddenly, I was surprised by something. I pressed Tina's hand. She said nothing. She saw. I will read again. She said nothing. She saw what had astonished me so. Raphael was walking on the sidewalk across the street. He was accompanied by one of the other space brothers. The two were walking leisurely and with no apparent concern. If one had not known who they were, one would have surely taken them for two distinguished-looking men of Earth. In a manner as inconspicuous as possible, I left the side of the street where we were walking. Tina remained with our friends, who seemed oblivious to what was going on. Raphael turned around, gave me a slight smile of recognition, but said by means of cosmic contact that we could not converse together in normal speech at this time. So I followed them from a short distance. There, before my eyes, was the proof that the brothers were among us, working for us even in these days. Raphael was wearing a very elegant-looking suit made of a light-weight blue fabric. The other man was also elegant, but dressed more in sports attire. As I thought it over, it became clear to me that the love which these beings felt toward us was truly unconditional, and that they were ready to do everything possible in order to help us. When you read the Bible, said Raphael, you will find it is written, "Be not forgetful to be hospitable to strangers, for in so doing some have entered angels unawares." He continued on his walk, his companion at his side. I followed after them, outwardly, showing no particular interest, but I thought deeply about these words of Scripture. I could scarcely believe that I was being privileged to experience these things which were so clearly stated there. Raphael continued, although we were received with love and respect by the brothers of Earth in former times, that would not be the case today. On Earth, as we have said before, there is less love than the air you breathe. Then he said something as if he were colloquially speaking, and added, "Today we cannot show ourselves openly. Whoever will believe in the godness and truth of our message will do so because he finds a parallel with it within his own heart. Those who choose not to believe will also find ample evidence of our presence in their midst. There will come a time when we can show ourselves openly, then our joy will be great indeed. After these words, he wished me well on my walk with my friends and begged me not to continue following him. He turned, he smiled at me, and his companion did likewise. Chapter 8 Explanations and Teachings. We arrived at the meeting place as the sun was beginning to set. The travelers of the light did not make us wait for them very long. We saw Raphael, and with him were Firkon, Orton, Kalna, and Ilmuth. They came nearer. They greeted us most heartily. We sat down in the grass. From up here we could see the valley lying before us, and in the background the sea. A few meters behind us the forest area began. Raphael gave a quick glance toward Firkon, and I understood that he was asking him to begin speaking. When we tell you that our starships travel rapidly about the universe, soon began Firkon in his characteristically lively manner, this must not be understood to mean that we travel in material regions only. The universe contains boundless regions beyond the material. The only dimension that is observed by your science is the material. The cosmic dimensions, however, are so rich in number and variety that you cannot have the faintest idea about them. It would take a great deal of time and knowledge to begin to appreciate what we are telling you. In no way can you, with mere fantasy, now comprehend more than the smallest part of such a grand reality. Firkon waited to allow some of which had just been said to penetrate our understanding. I saw how attentively the space brothers sitting around us were listening. In the cosmos, he continued, there is not the only material dimension. There are ultra-material dimensions that encompass not only length, breadth, and depth, but a much greater richness of life reality, as a consequence of which all of that which you can call behind, in front of, over, under, within, and without become outmoded concepts. More evolved a universe is, the more its life force expresses itself in new, free forms, and the consciousness extends itself to a more comprehensive point of view. Each cosmic dimension is suitable for a human body of a corresponding grade of development. Each new universe brought forth through man's soul's development represents itself to him and his more evolved sense in a new synthesis with a meaning and a new logic which was unknown in the earlier outmoded dimension. Thus each new step in the overall universe brings new realities and new ways of being of the life force with it, and this derives directly from the same universal laws that govern the whole creation. The more developed and perfect the dimensions are, the more the consciousness knows of that which it experiences, namely love, the love by which all was created and which works within us. The universal love is the life force that holds together all that is. Firkon paused again. The lovely tone of his voice and his gestures gave life to his discourse, which he illuminated with examples and comparisons. As soon as a starship, he said, lands on the Earth, it is fully materialized. It remains, however, enveloped in cosmic power, which makes it independent of gravitational laws of the planet. For this reason, we can lift off from the Earth with ease and in a moment overcome all the laws known to your physics. Thus, we rise from the Earth at the ideal velocity for dematerialization without difficulty at all, because we are not constrained by the law of gravity. When we raise the frequency of our life vibration, we find ourselves perfectly attuned to the life of other dimensions. Quite voluntarily, we can ascend to the heavens of higher dimension or descend to lower dimensions, even to this material stage. I wanted to ask a question. In which dimension do you construct the starships? Firkon smiled and explained, We can build them in whatever dimension we wish. For us, it is quite simple. When one has great knowledge and uses it in complete harmony with creation, the universal laws of Godfather cooperate willingly. Then all things are good and possible. In Scripture, it is repeatedly said that all that Godfather created was good, even very good, for it was the work of his hands. The hardships came first to those who wanted to explore evil ways. They wandered away from a knowledge of the universe laws, and their ignorance led to presumption. Every good child of the Father puts himself with simplicity and perfect trust into the hands of his Creator, who has not left anything out of consideration for his well-being. He works through creation itself and through his more highly developed children. They stand nearer to him and know his laws of love better. When, however, his children, as has happened on earth, no longer put their trust in the one that created all this and became proud, then everything becomes difficult or complicated. Firkon indicated with a gesture to Orton that he should continue the discourse. Orton began to smile and said, We showed Jacob the ladder that extended from earth up to heaven. He saw the angels ascending and descending it. Do you not think, he asked, that this ladder represents all the cosmic dimensions which separate earth from heaven? We cross all these steps from heaven to you below and return back up again. At the top of this ladder is heavenly barrier. Tina asks for an explanation of this heavenly barrier which Orton spoke of. The cosmic domain, Orton explained, which we call heavenly barrier, compresses the last dimensions whose form corresponding to what you know already. Beyond that, it is the pure space, the pure life force, the essence of life which no longer needs the means of author from. I will read again. The pure life force, the essence of life which no longer needs the means of author form for expression. To give you some idea of that, he explained further, below the heavenly barrier, in the cosmic regions and in the universes and worlds, there are many levels of existence in space, but above the barrier there are the conscious essences that build space. The higher one rises in the cosmos towards the heavenly barrier. The more one frees oneself from form in order to more freely to express the universal consciousness, to realize this is the highest potential within us, and one comes consciously to the bosom of the Father Creator in a state of holy godlines. The vision of the infinite becomes ever deeper and more real. But one's development never ceases. The Father Creator has no limits and also sets no limits on His good children who wish to travel the infinite path of His godly love. Now Tina posed a further question. When one in prayer says, "Our Father, who art in heaven," she asked, does that heaven refer to a place beyond the heavenly barrier or also to cosmic space? Orton smiled. God, he answered, God cannot be confined to any space, either cosmic or supracosmic. But beyond the heavenly barrier, in the highest purity of consciousness, one always possesses an immediate awareness of the godly essence. The participation in the godly reality becomes even more active. Therefore, heavens is the Godhead itself which brings space into being, but one also understands it to mean every level within space which is to be attained on this upward progression toward the Creator, source of all knowledge and all happiness. A looking over Firkon's face as through he were about to express a thought that was especially difficult to understand. Of course, he answered, it is a question of technical expression and of word usage, but the most important concept can best be sketched in broad strokes as we have here upon doing it. All that is expressed in words suffers a limitation. The cosmos is a world of limitless wonders. The heavenly space is the ecstasy of consciousness with respect to the unlimited possibilities of love, which is the substrate for everything, the life-giving essence of everything. Love is divinity itself. The ladder of development of the life force, the dimensions, the abodes life, the path of consciousness, everything in creation is without jump or gap. The Father created everything with infinite care, with gradation, and with uncommensurable love. The marvelous laws of the universe stand at the service of His children, whom He loves with infinitely. They, however, have been given so high a degree of freedom and dignity that they have the possibility of opposing God's plan of love and everlasting life, and bringing it to utter confusion. Man must come to realize that he is a creature with the single limitation that he is not God, and therefore it is to God alone that he owes obedience of love. The sin of forgetting that was the beginning of evil in the cosmos. I thought about the fact that both men seem to conduct their lives as thought these were the only life. So I put the question to Raphael: isn't it possible to give some concrete evidence to Earthmen as proof that there are other worlds where beings like you are living? That would sorely bring more certainty to their thinking, for they live in the error of maintaining that after Earth life on this earth there can be no other. Raphael looked at me with loving kindness, but in his eyes was a half-veiled sadness which seemed to me almost like a reproach. You, he said to me, still do not understand that it is not the outward proof that will cause many to turn from error and wrongdoing. So many proofs have been given to men over the many thousands of years of a history full of blood and injustice, but these were rejected, and so for many the responsibility and blame grew greater. Jesus gave many proofs during his public life, also as he died on the cross and even after his death. Few, however, have accepted them. Today, many people are seeing things which would make it possible to accept the reality of what we have told you, yet they have given them a misleading explanation, and when they have to admit their ignorance, they console themselves by saying that one day these facts will be explained by human science. Your word will not be saved by proofs, but by the love, patience, and faith of those on earth who are already spiritually progressed, namely men of good will. The unlimited power of love will triumph over evil, which is ultimately limited on its nature. So your way of death and of rule by force will come to an end. The love of the Father and of His children will be the irresistible power that moves the stubborn-hearted, and then will their minds to be opened. Of what use is it to appropriate new truths without first having gotten rid of the errors in their own consciousness, if it would only increase the burden of blame? You must understand, he said sweetly, that the light that is given, if it is most useful, not to harm the eyes, accustomed to the darkness. Does that mean, I asked, that this illumination will come in a gradual steps? That's right, responded Raphael, who seemed to have grown more cheerful. God does not wish to destroy, and our actions towards his erring children are in accordance with his love. Still, it is important to do all that is possible to make sure that the paths to evil do not extend beyond certain allowable limits. The farther his children stray from the right path, the more painful is the return. Suffering is the great universal voice that yearns for salvation. It is the echo of that which God Father feels, whose anguish is immeasurably greater than all the sorrows of his creators. He allows his children beset by fears to test a tiny gram of this divine anguish in order that they may come to realize that true happiness comes only by staying close to him on his truth. Silence reigned. I had never thought about the fact that Godfather was a being who could suffer anguish. I had imagined that nothing could disturb his infinite bliss. Firkon looked into my eyes. I knew that he could read my thoughts. He smiled. Then he grew more earnest and said, "Certainly, my dear, nothing can touch the infinite bliss of God. But that does not mean that he cannot at the same time be set over the weirdness and suffering of his children. He suffers with them, but he does not lose his divine bliss." Then he was quiet and thoughtful. He sighed and added with a great tone, If you could only know what is meant by the sorrows of God." He said no more, and I noted he seemed suffused with sadness. I saw in him a great son of the fathers, totally dedicated to manifesting the limitless love of what infinite being, a being who had given his children the extraordinary gift of freedom and did not deserve to have such a trust betrayed. I asked a pardon for any slowness of compression and my hardness of heart. Raphael smiled and said that all creation was a school of love. He assured me that this was a truth that would be verified to anyone who opened his heart to godness and simplicity. Now Kalna's sweet voice joined with the others in conversation. Her countenance was radiant. The scriptures, she said, often speak of the innermost heart in which God speaks to his children. It is in the dimension of the spirit. It is that part of the human being which corresponds to the innermost consciousness. Heart and spirit mean the same thing in the scripture. The heart's dimension does not concern itself with mind's difficulties or understanding, but it is capable of immersing itself in the contemplation of God, love, goodness, truth, essence. When the children of the Father cross the heavenly barrier and enter the pure space at the direct contemplation of the divine in its infinite wonder, they participate in everlasting life, not with the complicated mind's understanding, but in a clearer fashion by the heart and spirit. Men of earth have placed inordinate value on the mind's ability, but they have imprisoned the heart. They have become lost in a labyrinth of thought, and have allowed pride to establish its presence in the all-pervading intellectual process. The mind, fallen in error, has started first to impression the heart and then has carried out its destructive action towards it. But the destruction of the heart dimensions means to bring everlasting death, the death of the spirit, the perdition. Jesus spoke truly to you concerning these matters. Your unhappiness, Kalna continued, stems from the fact that inside yourselves, mind and heart are in permanent conflict. In other words, you pushed matter and spirit to fight one against the other. This state arose from the pride that dwells within you. Each passion was born from pride. All of your destructive passions in the heart dimensions came from your mind, which is filled with pride. If you could free your mind from arrogance and become meek and simple, pure and good, as the Father God created you, then you would solve the whole problem of evil in your unhappiness. Now Ilmuth entered the conversation. Her eyes sparkled. You are convinced, she said, that it is hard to get rid of pride. You are right about that. Now, are you able to see everything through the lens of understanding? And also the purification. Moreover, you have been taught a perfect way of purification. I read again. Moreover, you have been taught a perfect way of purification, which to you seems impossible, and you finally came to the conclusion that the way of godness for you in earth was impossible. This came about because your teachers and spiritual guides were themselves often full of pride and perfectionism. Instead, the way to purification and release from everything or overweening pride consists of small steps, a gradual purification, bit by bit. Similarly, one breathes more and more oxygen into the lungs in order to rid the body of toxins. Your spirit has all the potential needed to bring about a complete turnaround. Each day you should bring to your consciousness more humility and simplicity, and you would also discover that you are something more than you previously believed you were. On the other hand, if you allow yourselves each day to go a little farther towards evil, then the dimension of your heart will die without your even being aware of it. God is good. He watched with love the little good things of your heart. He requires very little from his lost children in order that they might be saved. But if one is to be saved from overweening pride, one must turn away from arrogant thought. Humility and simplicity lead to humility and simplicity. Love and patience lead to love and to inner peace. Don't think too much about your badness, but much more about the God Father and of His faithful children who work for your well-being in His name. Now Raphael spoke again. The intellect, he said, has the ability to maintain, elaborate, and modify that which it receives from the dimension of the heart. Yet, a thoughtful and well-disciplined mind, not in contradiction to the voice of the Spirit, can help the heart to express its unique wisdom. The intellect becomes ensnared if it represses or subverts this wisdom. Then the heart and mind becomes enemies of each other, and the result is all manner of misfortune and sickness, bringing pain and hardship into your lives. I repeat, the mind can become the enemy of the universal love and laws of God Father, and then can be used to destroy the love within the human heart. The way that has been shown to you, as we have pointed out several times, is the way of simplicity, humility, and goodness. Strive toward these things for you, owe it to God. Pray to Him and you will see salvation come. Ilmut continued, for one who loves God, there is no death in no one of its aspects. It is a great error to believe that everything ends with death of the physical body. This is the fruit of inner blindness and ignorance. To die means to be born with a new body on another planet. It means to allow new life potentials hidden within you to find expression. To enter life in new words means to allow a more highly developed consciousness to become active. It means to be happier in a higher state of awareness in an environment with richer possibilities. Jesus warned men of earth to beware lest the love within their hearts be swallowed up by their pride and the brilliance of their minds, for thus they may become spiritually impoverished to such a degree that they can no longer be born on a higher planet, but they run the risk of falling into such a state of confusion that it can only be compared with death. The sorrow of the Father over these lost children, it is great that they become aware of it, and their troubles increase, because their stubborn wills refuse to free themselves from their imprisonment by their own hardness of heart. There are some who are so obdurate and behave so abdominally that they do not only become depraved themselves, but they drag others down with them. They become virtual demons in this case. How can one not speak of death? There is always hope of salvation, but it is not right to presume upon the generosity and loving kindness of so trustworthy a Father. This can bring suffering, for God is just. A silence followed. A silence followed that sounded like a warning to me. The sun had already set and the mountains were enveloped in a dark blue haze. The valley seemed to have grown more intimate. Raphael said it was time to bring our visit to a close, but he also promised to meet again with us soon. We have a lot more to say to you, he said. Evening was near and the twilight drew its soft mantle over the surrounding area. We bade farewell like friends of long standing, said that we must part. We were asked by the Raphael to stand back a few dozen meters. We saw the little door of the flying disc begin to open and the snow-white light shone through, illuminating all the surrounding flora. Everyone went aboard, raised their hands in a gesture of friendship. Then the door closed noiselessly, and the disc immediately rose up with unbelievable speed. Shortly afterward, it had disappeared from sight. The meadow grass was pressed down flat where the disc had lain, while higher grass rustled slightly in the breeze. Chapter 9: A Light on the Sea. On the evening, June 5th, I was at home and was just about to read a portion of the book of Genesis when I was aware of coming into cosmic contact. The voice of Firkun was inviting me to come with Tina and our friends to Nervi. We drove there and parked near the railway station, as before. We started off on a long walk, but nothing was happening. Yet I remained calm. I was certain that the brothers would show up. We walked along the road to the small village, then turned and came back on a path by the sea. Jana said she was ready to spend the whole night walking if it meant that they would see something. I replied that patience would always be rewarded. Yet in my heart I began to fear that for some reason they may not be able to appear. Suddenly, however, we saw a white light coming across from the sea, from the direction of San Frutuoso. In his excitement, Paolo shouted out loudly, and I had to urge him to regain control of himself. The light came nearer until it was about 50 meters from the shore, which our path bordered. Now the flying disc was there, where it could be easily seen by all, and Paolo and Jana called out excitedly, "It is really them! It is the brothers!" Paolo had a clear cosmic contact, and he could tell us exactly what was about to happen through the various phases of the encounter. Now they are switching on the white light in the underside, he said, and the light really did go on. Now they are making the light brighter, and the light would grow brighter. Now they are about to dim the lights, and the lights would dim. And so it continued. Paolo announced in a loud voice when the red, green, and blue lights would go on, and they promptly did so. The flying disc changed many different colors, and then flew off in a southwest direction and disappeared over the horizon. The voice of Raphael reached me in cosmic contact, recommending that we restrain our eagerness for contact and suggesting that we should leave that area. I was afraid that the other people there who had also seen the disc might stop us and question us about it, but Raphael assured me that this would not happen. There was an older couple near us who stood there literally open-mouthed, staring into the heavens. They probably could not possibly have made sense out of what was really there. Perhaps they could have believed it was some unusual aircraft. I thought about giving some such explanation to them, but Raphael advised me not to do it. I obeyed, and we left there with great joy in our hearts. Chapter 10: The Blessed Lady. The following meeting took place in the grain fields of the Great Plains region. We spent many hours getting there by car. As always, we were directed by cosmic contact. The weather was warm and pleasant. The sun was covered from time to time by a thick cloud. On arrival at the meeting place, we left the car and continued by foot alongside the fields. The arch of the heavens seemed much wider than it did in the mountainous regions where our previous contact had taken place. Suddenly, we saw several formations of flying discs going by, such a number of spacecraft that we were utterly amazed. As each formation flew by, there was a distinctively pleasant rumble, like waves, or the music of innumerable heavenly stereophony. Then we saw the starship coming from a certain point in the sky. It came closer and then came to a stop, hovering several hundred meters over the field of partly harvested golden wheat. A flying disc emerged, larger and more beautiful than any we had ever seen before. Tina, as always, broke out with shouts of joy. The cosmic flying disc landed on the small strip of meadow land that separated two grain fields. Raphael, Firkon, Orton, Kalna, and Ilmuth got out, accompanied by a young woman of exceptional beauty who impressed us deeply. They were all simply dressed with loose flying suits or long dresses down to the ankles. The fabric seemed light and without seams, and the colors shimmered from beige to light blue and from blue to violet. The young woman was dressed in a soft light blue. Her hair was chestnut blonde and fell to her shoulders. She wore a pair of sandals that seemed to be woven of gold, yet gave off such an iridescent splendor of many colors beyond description. She appeared to be about 20 years of age. Her lovely eyes were blue and expressed an incomparable kindness and goodness. A quality of refinement and magnanimity radiated from her whole being. She moved with a graceful, natural simplicity as she came towards us. "Welcome to this meeting with us, which we have desired for such a long time," she said softly. Raphael suggested that we sit in the shadow of a large tree that stood on the edge of the little meadow between the two wheat fields. The big disc lay on the ground a few dozen meters away from us, and we could only see it from a standing position when we sat down. When we sat down, it was concealed by the tall growth. Everyone found a comfortable spot. The charming young lady sat on a small mound of ground covered with soft grass. Raphael said that the cosmic starship, which we could still see motionless in the sky, was protected by a magnetic field and would be invisible to other human eyes. The brothers and ourselves made it clear our joy of being with each other. Then it became quiet, and the lovely young woman from the higher realms began to speak. When it is permitted to you to travel throughout space in our starships, there will be many other things that we wish to share with you from our hearts. The present mission has the purpose of bringing you the knowledge, allowing you to have the experiences, and to make it possible for you to bring our message to your Earth brothers. All life in the universe is connected. When a planet is in danger and threatens the peace and harmony of the Father's whole family, we operate in His name for the salvation. All of us had turned towards her and listened with the greatest of attention. The reddish sunlight fell on her face in an engaging play of colors and shadow, which served to enhance her great natural beauty, while her words and gestures bespoke an extraordinary wisdom and knowledge. The good, she continued, elicits further good, and joy responds with joy. Love stimulates more love, and knowledge promotes knowledge. The whole life of the cosmos is in motion. The same law holds true for the bad. I will read again. The same law holds true for the bad, which leads to more bad when it does not serve to demonstrate the futility and harm of wrong action. On our planet, wrong action has brought about more harm through death and destruction than was ever known in former times. Nevertheless, we are here to assure you that everything necessary will be done for your salvation. She was quiet for a while, which only served to focus our attention more sharply, if that were possible. All children of universal love are now working for your planet, which finds itself in great danger. Soon, the people of planet Earth will experience a period of tribulation such as you have never known in all your past history. Now, the wonderful lady spoke slowly, and sadness veiled her countenance. Her voice was touched with melancholy. In spite of that, her majestic bearing seemed in no way diminished. On the contrary, it was enhanced. We, she began again, are unsatisfied with the conduct of the Earth brothers. In the course of time, we have allowed numerous warnings to be given, and there has been no lack of signs, but still the originators of death and destruction have carried on with their dreadful plans, and the others paid no attention, not wishing to become too involved and thinking only of their own affairs. The father can no longer suffer the foolish obstinacy of many of people, and soon these will bring upon themselves a mighty chastisement which will serve to purify their hearts, but also to bring about the destruction of many of the good and beautiful things that have been accomplished on this planet. With amazing clarity, this sublime woman from the higher realms explained what lay in her heart. We extend a final invitation to the inhabitants of Earth in order that everyone who cares about the triumph of godness, the return to the simple and profound things of life, can join us in our effort for their salvation. As long as the children of earth do not conclusively renounce the evil tendencies that are within them, we cannot grant them any further knowledge. The earth cannot remain as it is at present. A new age is needed to bring all humanity to the point where it can take the right steps to a development which will deliver it from thousands of years long of a history of blood and destruction. Her soft voice bespoke both a sense of sorrow and urgency. We invite all people of good will to lift their eyes to heaven, to become better every day, even if only for a few minutes, to open their hearts to humility and loving kindness, at least in some small way, so that their eyes will be opened and they will clearly see the enormous danger of Earth's present situation. Then, and only then, will our message of hope and salvation take root within your hearts. One does not have to do very much, but that little which can be done must be done on a daily basis in the everyday things of life, and the changes must come in everyone's heart. She whispered and added, "No one on earth can avert the destruction that headless men have prepared for the planet. The rescue must come from heaven. We need the cooperation of everyone and godness and the conversion to well-being. This is a goal that can be attained by each individual in himself and his surroundings. Each one can lay a small stone, and stones will be added by us, and then we will provide for the rest, so the edifice of love and salvation for the future may be erected. Our concern for you," she sadly whispered, "is a small part of that of the Father's. You are reaching the last stages of a history which is far beyond the borders allowed by the Father's universal law, and you take no notice of it, as if you were blind. We continually send you warnings, but you heed them not, as if you were deaf. You do not want to pray to the one I will repeat again. You do not want to pray to the one who could save you, for your lack of humility and you steer towards an unprecedented disaster as though it were nothing to be concerned about at all. We want you to clearly understand this and to do what the righteous universal laws require in order that we may spare you enormous suffering. This, however, is necessary in order for a new day to dawn upon your planet in which pain and evil are overcome, but it is possible to avoid the worst. Perhaps it is still possible. This is the last great message of love and salvation that we are giving, in order to jar your consciousness awake to see the things which are happening. Her eyes meet mine and then Tina's. I was shaken to the core. I thought if this was the last warning, we must have got to a point where the outlook was accidentally bad. For a moment I felt utterly confounded, yet the grace and compassion of the Countess saved me from complete despair. Nobody will believe us, I said. No one will want to believe that you have given us a last warning about the danger hanging over the earth. The events soon to occur will make many of the proud become humble, and those who are more agreeable by temperament will become more receptive as they increasingly see the events are occurring exactly as you have told them. When God asked Moses to deliver his people from bondage, and Moses expressed his doubt that people would believe in his mission, the Lord assured him they would believe him because they would see with their own eyes that his words were being fulfilled. Certainly, you must also accept the fact that many will laugh at you and contradict you, and your words will not serve to better those who are lacking in humility. But you should tell them anyway, and we will stand beside you. It is urgently necessary for everyone to keep the true situation before their eyes and to encourage each one to change his or her thinking and individual life towards more simplicity and compassion, even if only a little each day. We will also teach you to pray, and everyone will see that prayer is the most beautiful response that the children can make to the Father. Nothing is simple or greater than to put one's self in union with the whole brotherhood of the universal love of the children of the good Father Creator. This is another one of those things that earthmen of simplicity and goodwill must continue to do to obtain salvation. I didn't understand her last words. She read my thought and said, "To pray means to lift one's own heart to heaven, to the Creator, and to us who are His faithful children. Pray in the way you find most effective, at the time that suits you best, but pray. To say a prayer, it requires so little." She continued, "The present times on earth were foretold thousands of years ago. The signs that would herald this age were also foretold, and these signs have now been given and continue to be given. However, man is too egoistically preoccupied with thoughts of his own personal advantage, with his needless fears and the continual pursuit of his misguided ways. We will speak of what in more detail when we are on board our starships. Now I want to tell you that a wonderful time lies ahead for planet Earth. The long foretold age will come in which the dreams of people of goodwill can be fulfilled. There will be no more death or sickness or sorrow. Righteousness will come alive in the hearts and lives of the children of earth. But mankind has the power to thwart this final consummation of the planet through acts of irretrievable destructiveness. We will take a hand and things to rescue those who would be sacrificed to such total devastation. It is incumbent on all of you to prevent such a catastrophe and to assure that after the storm a time of peace and joy shall come to earth on its upward climb towards the happy state of the more highly developed planets. Nevertheless, this time will come and it could be very soon. After that, all prophecies concerning these last days will be fulfilled. Truly, these things foretold in the scriptures will occur, but the hour and duration is only known to God, for the reason that the freedom of all Creator's children is genuine and not one of appearances only. My mind was fighting against my heart, which fully grasped the meaning of her words. The lady from the higher realm smiled and gave me renewed courage. Do not try, she said, to understand these things all at once. It will be explained to you later. We will prepare you gradually so that you will not be overwhelmed. We will also help you to accept the things of great import that will be revealed. We will also help you to accept the things of great import that will be revealed to you. This is quite necessary, and you need never fear losing your inner balance. We will give you peace and tranquility, strength and courage. You yourself will be astonished with this. I was grateful to her, and I could see that Tina had a more relaxed expression on her face. What I was hearing seems to me more important than I had thought at first, and a feeling of dreadful apprehension almost overpowered me. Now I felt free again and no longer doubted the help which could be given to us or to the Earth Brothers would be, or that the Earth Brother would be receptive on this great message of assistance from these wonderful beings and the exalted lady from the space. Whatever is necessary will come to pass, she said, but soon the words of the prophets will be fulfilled and the whole world will be astonished. Her expression was that of one who had thoughtfully recollecting words that are engraved on her heart. Now, she said with a voice of certainty, I am about creating a new heaven and a new earth. The things of the past will no longer be thought about. they will not return to mind, and what follows will be a life of ongoing joy. She was silent again, and her expression was one of surpassing kindness. Tenderly, she looked first at Tina and then at the others, as through she wished to speak to the whole race of mankind, saying, "The wolf and lamb shall feed together, and the lion shall eat straw like the ox. There shall be no more evil on earth, nor destruction. Behold, this is what will soon come to pass on earth after the things that have come to pass." "We would like," she continued, "to talk to your father. We would like," she continued, "to talk to you further about all the beauty that awaits you, but we cannot allow you to forget the condition that really exists on earth today. As a result of self-serving actions of many individuals, there is war, poverty, and oppression, and you will have to endure a painful period of cleansing before the words which I quoted are fulfilled in reality. Pray that time of evil may be shortened." Raphael seemed overburdened with a great sadness, and so did the others. Their outward appearance reflected a lively participation in the thought expressed by this noble being from the higher worlds. She met their eyes with a smile. Then she continued, "Sodom and Gomorrah were really destroyed by fire in order that they might be saved by a different destiny that is provided by the material of manifestation which they had so abused. We are here for the sake of all earth children to warn you of an impending chastisement. If we were to show ourselves today as in former times, we would fare no better than did those brothers who were sent to tell them of imminent doom. The Karo people of the city wanted to use force against our messengers. Today we would be treated even more disrespectfully, at best with indifference smiles. She looked at me with her radiant eyes, calming the wild anxiety her words had aroused in my heart. "You will not do as we did before. We will not do as we did before," she added. "When we interned with fire, as we do not wish to allow you to be so swallowed up in the abyss. We are preparing your own chastisement. We will use the fire to wrest new life from the devastation which you have initiated and which will lay waste to the whole planet. It would do no good to take from you the death-dealing weapons of your arsenals, because you would promptly build new ones. The use of those old weapons would inflict such punishment I will read again. The use of those weapons would inflict such punishment on yourselves in terms of death and destruction that you would soon come to your senses. The planet would rise again, inhabited by those who had earned the right to dwell thereon in the new days. Then would the earth once again be the Garden of Eden. I recalled to mind the picture of the consequence of atomic warfare which the brothers had shown me. My home city, along with many others, had disappeared, and after the purification by fire, plants and grass began to grow again. Scattered dwellings, people cultivating the soil, animals, and scenes of goodness and simplicity filled my heart with love and joy. I saw how the brothers come and work together with these new people of earth. I could also see the communication had been established between the brothers and earth people. I understood that before long a rapid development would enable our planet to participate in the great cosmic realities. Some people who lived where my city is now had gone aboard starships. Some people who lived where my city is now had gone aboard starships. These pictures that were being shown to me ran quickly through my mind in vivid accompaniment with the words just spoken by the lady from the higher realms. I saw again what was impressed on my mind a short time before. People were fleeing to the hills, while the valleys below nuclear bomb explosions in chain reactions were showering destruction everywhere. I saw thousands of flying discs and starships arrive. Men, women, and children were entering open doors. Others were sucked up and lifted off the ground, for there was not even time for a landing. Again, I saw these things and found that the words of this wonderful lady had described the true circumstances of humanity's plight in the greatest detail. She waited until my thoughts and great agitation had calmed down somewhat, and then continued. Unfortunately, Earth people today think the scriptures are only fairy tales and take great pains to convince others, like themselves, that all the lies written there is merely symbolic. That is a great evil which serves to spread the delusion even more. She started over speaking loudly. Noah was laughed at, she said, when he foretold the flood which then really did come. It is written that come about as a result of corruption of the souls. When the force of one's very spirit becomes corrupt, then the material and cosmic life which are in very close union with the spiritual must share the burden of all the consequences. All spiritual pollution causes pollution in the other dimensions, which maintain a living interdependency with the spirit. Your planet is becoming ever more impure because you are impure in your hearts. The wickedness and their impurity of the people of Noah's time brought about the catastrophe. Today, a much greater one faces you in view of these consequences. We are giving you these last warnings in the hope that you will come to realize the true situation you are in. But we have no intentions of putting our brothers in the dangerous position of those at the time of Sodom and Gomorrah, when the inhabitants of those cities sought to take our emissaries by force. Her voice became firmer, without, however, losing its softness of tone. A gesture of her hand served to emphasize her words. You, she exclaimed, believe less than ever in the prophecies, even though they have been fulfilled time and time again. Soon the lament over Babylon will be a reality on earth. Already the three angels of the Apocalypse have come to warn mankind of what will happen, but no one, or at least only a few, have accepted their message or even heard them. For a long time the prayers of the martyrs have sought the end of suffering and injustice for the good brothers on earth. The seventh seal has already been opened by these who had the power to do it and still have. Now, because of the stubbornness and folly of many, the earth will hear the seven thunderclaps and drink for the seven goblets which hold the seven plagues. But this time will be greatly shortened because of the prayers of the righteous, as it is written. We saw the eyes of the beautiful woman filled with tears, luminous droplets shining on her dark lashes. Tina cried and said that she wished to console her in her deep sorrow. I was embarrassed and acknowledged to myself that I could never understand why these exalted creatures took upon themselves the burden of our predicament. In them there was only love, with no desire to use violence against the great evils of this earth that was causing so much trouble for the cosmos. I thought of the Father's sorrow and realized it was inevitable that these children who loved him so very much would share in his sorrow. But still my thoughts were a jumble of confusion. I understand, and yet again I didn't. I was tremendously moved. Then the lady turned towards Tina, who was weeping, to comfort her. All people of earth, she said to her, who love the true justice and the triumph of the love of the universal Father on earth, have nothing to fear. If we were able to bring succor to one person in the desert, then you can imagine what great help and support we could give the race of men assembled under the banner of Almighty God in the unprecedented wastelands of this most fateful time in history. We would be above you and at your side. We would never abandon you, and through your would-be, we would never abandon you, and through your would be able to bring many brothers to safety who otherwise would have been lost. Tina wiped the tears from her eyes. In those days, the lady from the space continued, it was Moses who led his people, whom we wished to rescue from slavery. There were very important reasons why we choose to do this. Today, the hour of universal truth has struck, and a new Moses will lead all who wish it to safety, without regard to race or nationality. He will be able to read in each heart and slightest longing for goodness and justice, which is the same as universal love. The young woman was silent, and Raphael indicated that he had something to say. "It is written," he said, "that in that moment 2 men were working on the field. One will be taken and the other left behind. Of 2 women grinding in the mill, one will be taken and the other left behind. Whoever meets the prerequisites to be rescued will be rescued. We cannot force anyone, not even for the purpose of rescuing them. Brothers cannot be brought to other worlds against their wishes. The Father never used force to compel one to come to Him. Each one does it freely, on his or her own volition. Since the hour is nigh, it is necessary to think carefully about this, so that the time which has been prepared by the insanity of man will not come as a surprise." Firkon gestured with his hand to indicate that he too wished to speak. "The scriptures warned you," he said, "against being a hypocrite. It was said that signs in the heavens would herald the new age of love on earth, although this would be preceded by great tribulation. Does it not seem to you that these are the signs foretold? Our starship and flying disc are seen by people of Earth in ever greater numbers. They are lights and move in the heavens and signs in the sun, the moon, and the stars. Many people are witnesses to those extraordinary occurrences. Haven't you begun to realize that for some time now we have been signaling to you the approaching fulfillment for all prophecies? The signs are already seen in the heavens. Strange things are happening as foretold in the writings of John, for example, the waters that turn to red in the rivers and seas. The mighty rulers of earth now have the means to kill the people and leave the material things undisturbed. These and other things, when you consider them thoughtfully, confirm that you are the times that were foretold. Order zigged and said, rumors of war and nation against nation never before occurred under circumstances of today, when it is possible to destroy the whole planet. Not to see this is blindness, and not to hear of it deafness indeed. The one who has come to bring you these tidings implores you to be understanding and not to be hypocrite. What touches you on a human level, you do understand. Likewise, open your hearts and minds to the things which can bring you true happiness. Orton became quiet, and I noticed that he was finished with what he had to say. The gracious lady from the universe arose, and we all did the same. The sun was now lower and lightly veiled in misty clouds which painted the sky with reddish strokes. We walked through the wet fields, and the young woman stroked some of the heads of grain. Then she stood still and turned to us. "Fear not. No person of good will should allow anxiety or fear to touch his own or her heart. Whoever loves peace and truth, for them there will be soon a great celebration. Not a hair of your head will be touched except there be a redeeming purpose known only to the great universal Father. We live in the certain and refill your heart with hope and peace." She went a few steps in the direction of the disc-shaped craft which one could now see behind the stalks of grain. Majestically it rested there and reflecting the colors of the sky from the surfaces of the round dome, which appeared to be a crystalline melt of metal and glass. No lights were visible inside it, yet the gleam of reflection was such that one might expect it to burst forth with lighting at any moment. We stopped. With majestic dignity, the woman raised her gracious, all-loving eyes to mine. From them there seemed to emanate a powerful radiance that penetrated deep into my soul and gave me unspeakable joy and inner peace. In the appearance at Fatima, she said, thousands of people witnessed the great apocalyptic sign in the sun. Two great words were unequivocal proofs of the truth of the message, which is the same message I have given you, and is nothing other than clarification of scriptures for your times. You are living on the days that immediately precede the 1,000-year kingdom foreseen by John. Soon you will understand what he meant by this prophecy of this kingdom, and inside it he put the first resurrection. You will experience what it means for the survivors to be taken up into the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. Very soon the new day will come, she added in a firm voice, in which a new humanity will dwell on the earth. The animals will no longer be wild, neither poisonous nor harmful. Your fears about the sad events that are anticipating will change the unimaginable joy. We will be with you during the time this is coming to fulfillment, and after that, in the new age of universal love on your planet. I was certain that I would see her again. Raphael said that departure time had come. The flying disc opened to receive these distinguished people who had come to us from space, and lifted up into the rose-colored evening sky. It turned graceful and entered the mother ship, which hovered high above the wet fields. In a moment, the spaceship zoomed toward the sun, its colors changing from deep blue to light orange. We stood there, spellbound by the beauty of the setting sun. Chapter 11. The Sun Miracle. On the 19th of June 1980, I invited our friends on an outing in the Braco region, and for the first time Jana came with us. I knew that the brothers would give some sign of their presence, and therefore I had agreed with Tina. I would go ahead to the mountains alone in the hope of having at least a short close encounter. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, we exit the highway at Levanto in order to drive farther into the mountains. After a short time, we succeeded in finding a place to park between two pine groves. We left the cars there and began to trudge up the steep pathway by foot. It was very beautiful up there, and our hearts were filled with happy anticipation. As we got near the top, we sat down on the grass and had some refreshments in expectation that the brothers from space would somehow make their presence known to us. Later, since nothing happened, I went off by myself and climbed a little farther. In the meantime, I had noticed an irregular cloud formation in the sky, and the sun was hidden behind the clouds. It was beginning to get quite misty, as the temperature was rapidly falling. I was becoming concerned over the brothers' silence. We had received no contact at all, so I hiked back down to Tina and the others below. There it was not so cold, but nevertheless the air was not exactly warm and the moisture was rather unpleasant. Silently, I asked the brothers if they could at least give some sign of their presence, but the silence dragged on until 5 o'clock in the afternoon. I could not understand what had happened and began to have strong doubts about whether I had understood their message correctly. I excused myself to the others and said I did not know what to make of it. The brothers gave no indication that they knew of our anxiety. The fog was beginning to close in on us, and I suggested that we return to the cars and wait for some sort of direction. I had made my recommendation when I heard telepathically the voice of Raphael saying something I had heard many times before. "O you of little faith," he said in a kindly manner, "how easily you become faith-hurted. Have patience. In the meantime, we will send you a little sunshine." Some minutes later, the fog began to lift, and a pleasant sun warmed the air, and the temperature rose noticeably. I felt indeed like a man of weak faith and determined to drop my impatient frame of mind immediately. We all climbed higher until we reached the place where I had turned back earlier. The sky had turned blue again and the dark cloud formation withdrew over the horizon. We had become quite jovial. Nico even felt like laughing aloud for sheer joy just to realize that a contact with the space brother had been made. We sat down on the grass and I marveled at the extraordinary beauty of this landscape, the pines and ferns, and the profusion of shrubs and flowers. I took delight in the variety of color of the grass, which were no longer as tender as in springtime, yet still showed their young freshness. While each in his own way was absorbed in contemplation of the festival of nature, suddenly Gianna shouted, "Look at the sun!" The light all around us had grown noticeably dimmer. In front of the sun, a large globe or disk circled in undulating fashion, creating the impression that the sun itself was beginning to rotate. At the first I was afraid, but then I watched with calm fascination while the light rays seemed to dance and play over all the surroundings. "If you had looked toward the sun earlier," said Raphael in Cosmic Contact, "you could have seen us sooner. But now we wish you to bring you greetings of God, the Father Creator of the sun, which gives life to the earth in accordance with His will." In utter amazement, we watched the unusual spectacle before us, comparing observations excitedly from time to time. Nico had his sunglasses with him, so we all tried using them to observe the rotating globe. In that way, one could clearly see how the object moved over the sun's disk with a circular motion, and after a while it gave the impression of seeing the sun itself wobbling on its axis. This phenomenon continued for some time, and I sat down on the grass. Tina came over to me, and I hushed voices we talked together about this sign we were seeing. "The word apocalypse," she said, "frightens me in spite of the fact that it was carefully explained to us that we have nothing to fear. The important thing is that people all over the world change their ways of thinking and acting towards one another if they are to be saved." I will read again. "The important thing is the people all over the world change their ways of thinking and acting towards one another if they are to be saved. If we fix our minds on the wonderful works of creations," I replied to encourage her, "and we remain together with the operators of love and salvation, we will best be able to help others and will also be helping ourselves." Joanna said she believed in the triumph of universal love, which is stronger than all the power of evil. Nico spoke of justice and said it was hard for him to see why anyone would think of it as punishment. Thus such one expressed his or her convictions. The sun apparition was still there, and now we could see the rotating disk more clearly. Somebody made the suggestion that we offer a prayer to the Father. Joanna improvised one that came straight from the heart. She thanked him for his gift of life, for the earth and the sun, and the brothers from space who were so noble and so gracious. Tina beseeched him to grant that man's understanding would be illuminated with universal love, and that people all over the earth would turn away from evil ways in order that the new age of peace might begin. Together we prayed the Lord's Prayer. We were all deeply moved, and each one felt in his or her heart the power and the cares of the great and merciful Father. Suddenly Nico cried out, "Look up at the sun." The sun still seemed to be turning, but now the disk had moved off the side just within a fiery circle surrounding the sun. It was not as easy to look at as before because of the brightness of the sun, but we could see the sun and the disks as two separate objects now, and gradually everything returned to normality again, including the light over the surrounding landscape where we were. That was a gift from God the Father to us, Jana exclaimed. These signs in the heavens must certainly cause the people of earth to ponder, said Tina, but the others could not grasp what was already abundantly clear to us. We walked back down towards the valley. It was already late, and we thought we might have a problem finding our cars in the dark. Chapter 12 On Board the Starship. On the evening of the 27th of July, there was another contact. We had gone a short distance when the light from the flying disc announced the presence of the brothers from space. Raphael came towards us and led us to the craft, which was resting on the ground among scattered trees. A brilliant white light from the open door illuminated the grass. Reading my thoughts, Raphael reassured me I need not have any fears of deception or of being disturbed. Seen from so close, the space vehicle looked very powerful, and its surface seemed to pulsate with a soft glow. Tina was visibly moved. Raphael stepped into the ship and motioned with his hand for us to follow. Tina went first, then myself, and finally Paul, who had accompanied us. The inside was particularly simple. The central room was illuminated with a light that seemed to come from all directions, as no single light source was to be seen. Under the large dome, 4 lightly panels served as walls. An unaccustomed empathy prevailed. We were all flooded with this same unearthly light. Peace and a sense of inner freedom was mixed with a sense of gratitude to those wonderful beings who had given us such an opportunity. It moved me with feelings that cannot be described. Tina was engrossed in conversation with Orton, while Firkon explained something to Paul, who seemed filled with awe. I told Raphael that I could find no way to adequately express my joy. Raphael smiled and looked at Paul, who was silent now, and he could see by his expression that this experience was too precious for him to be spoiled by words. One of the panels had many brightly colored lines on it, and it sparkled with its rapidly changing patterns of light. A brother who was sitting opposite it stood up and came over to greet us. He was tall and had blue-green eyes. His chestnut-colored hair, which came almost to his shoulders, gleamed with copper-colored highlights. I was impressed by his distinguished and courtly manner. He excused himself and returned to his post at the illuminated panel. The door closed, and the floor beneath our feet trembled lightly with a barely detectable vibration. We are climbing, said Raphael. Soon we will be on board the starship. In the room, under the large dome, were 3 groups of chairs. Raphael invited us to sit down, and he joined us. The other brothers spoke in muted voices with the man who seemed to be the pilot. The starship, Raphael informed us, is above the Earth's atmosphere. We will be there soon. Orton and Firkon came over and sat near us. Firkon said how happy they were to have us on board the flying disc and smiled good-naturedly over my fear of something going wrong on the way to the place of contact. As you see, he smiled reassuringly, we are all safe and well. I laughed with him and confirmed that I too felt well, better than I imagined I would under the circumstances. Tina expressed her amazement at how simple, quiet, and functional all the arrangements within the disc seemed to be. Paul managed to comment on how surprised he was to find himself actually traveling into space. I thought about the brothers who let us live such a powerful experience and in this simple and kind way. I felt that everything was the fruit of great wisdom and intelligence into these things. How much time elapsed I could not say. All of a sudden I was aware of a slight jolt. We are here, Raphael informed us. Now we are entering the mothership. We stood up and the little door opened. After stepping out, we went down a rather low passageway. The walls seemed to be made of material compounded of metal and glass. They possessed a soft, translucent quality that was very pleasing to the eyes. At the end of the passageway, there was a door with no apparent latch, which opened automatically at Raphael's approach. We stepped into a fairly large room. The walls were similar to the walls of the passageway, but flooded with light, and the beautiful translucent quality was even more pronounced. The whole room seemed alive with a subtle shining of changing color, as if bathed in the light of innumerable tinted reflections from some unseen source. It gave a pleasant tone of warmth and elegance to everything the eye could see. Tina wanted to feel the fabric of one of the easy chairs that were set in appropriate groups here and there about the room. Firkon smiled at her, sensing the question in her mind. This material, which resembled white gold, could have been a kind of cloth, yet its strength and pliancy were such as to suggest something totally unknown on Earth. We have much to discuss, he said. The time is short. I noted that since we had been on board this spaceship, all sense of time had left me. Raphael invited us to sit down. We three sat on a sofa, and in front of us there were 5 armchairs arranged in a semicircle. Raphael, Orton, and Firkon sat on 3 of these chairs. I looked up at the ceiling and noted that it was not as bright as the walls. Almost imperceptible changes in color tone created an impression almost of something flowing. It was as if unseen hands were playing with a fine sort of ribbon, and the effect on the observer was very soothing and pleasant. Karna, Ilmuth, and Zul came up to us, and we were inwardly full of joy. Under this beautiful illumination and in their splendid colored outfits, they seemed more youthful than before. After greeting us warmly, they sat down. "We have long awaited this moment," Raphael said in a tone of evident sincerity. His voice added to the sense of joy we already felt. Tina, Paul, and I smiled moved. And so did they. Raphael looked at me in a kind way. I could not help but praise the exceptional beauty of the flowers which were arranged in crystal vases on a low table to our right. The colors were brilliant and the forms varied from oval to round to cup-like. I had never seen anything like them on earth. They spread a subtle aroma through the room, as pleasant as it was unobtrusive. Universal love is the life of whole creation. The secret of evil lies alone in the loss of love. To love means to be in the light. Inner blindness, ignorance, and depravity are all the consequence of a failure of love. The essence of the divine being is love, and the whole creation derives from it. With these words, Raphael began to speak of things that riveted our attention completely. I read again. With these words, Raphael began to speak of things that riveted our attention completely. The evil, he said, consists if not staying within love. For those who are within love, it is not hard to walk on the unending path of understanding that leads to the Creator, the deepest longing of every created being. For the individual who is not within love and therefore is within evil, true understanding is difficult and even impossible. The more one abides on the light of understanding, the easier is the inner actualization of love. The more one persists in staying within evil and therefore far from the light of understanding, the harder it is ultimately impossible to be within love. Unfortunately, on earth there is little love and little understanding. That is the reason why mankind must go through so much trouble and sorrow and must realize the error and delusion of the force of evil before it succeeds in finding the true path to the Creator, the source of all goodness. Raphael spoke a great truth. While you are in darkness, he said, you make everything complicated. Simplicity is one of the best paths to the light. Therefore, it has been said to you that in order to enter into the kingdom of heaven, you must become as a little child. That which is great and deep is always very simple. Now Orton chose to speak. Many things will be shown you, he said. We will proceed simply and systematically so that you will have a sound basis of fundamental truth that will help you to become accustomed to higher realities. After that, we will invite you to look over the starship with us and to celebrate together. Virgon begged us to prepare our minds to receive everything fully and our hearts to donate our participation. Look in this direction, said Kalna, pointing to the wall on our left, opposite the table with the flowers. See what will be shown there. We turned and all watched carefully the place she had indicated. The room light gradually dimmed, creating a mood of intimacy. Tina's and Paul's eager anticipation could be seen in their expressions. From a certain place in the room came a sort of smoke, like steam building up to form a little grey cloud. The cloud began to change its form until the outline of 3 people came into view. We watched this unbelievable transformation with astonishment. It seems to arise out of thin air. Gradually, we saw the outline assume the appearance of a man, a woman, and a child. They were really there before our eyes, yet at the same time they seemed like figures in a movie or in a theater. Next, the cloud fashioned an outdoor scene including trees and below it grass, flowers, and shrubs. The man sat on a large stone. The woman stood beside him, dressed in pants and shirt. The child was playing tracing signs on the grass with a small stick. It was a country scene, perhaps a small family outing. The figures, which had been in shades of grey, although clearly possessing depth, began now to gradually take a color. At the same time, the whole scene became brighter and more vivid, and we noted that the room was getting darker. I was more and more fascinated with what I saw. The man stood up and spoke to the woman who we assumed was his wife. The child was singing and paid little heed to his parents nearby. We heard the harmonious voice of Ilmuth calling our attention to something. "Now," she said, "we will show you something in this family scene which we are very anxious that you should understand. Pay close attention." The color of the human figures, plants, and objects in the scene at first grew brighter, then gradually diminished. The clothing of the 3 persons seems to dissolve in a melt of pastel shades, then rearrange themselves until we could see 3 well-shaped bodies. The bodies of just a man, a woman, and a child. The flesh tone seems now to have a shimmering light blue quality, as if lit up by some inner radiant source. The bodies seemed somehow lighter than the previous ones. It was as if 2 bodies were superimposed one over the other, as we could clearly discern the separate bodies of each of the 3 persons, yet they appeared as one. This fact repeated itself, and still other bodies came into view, exactly similar in outward appearance, yet distinguishable through subtle changes in color and luminosity. I could observe in this remarkable display that the deeper the layer that was being revealed, the more luminous it was, yet the light from the inner bodies did not prevent our seeing the outer, darker bodies clearly. I counted 7 in all. The innermost one was pure white and seemed to pulse with rhythmic emanations. With each pulse, light streamed forth and flooded all the other bodies, right up to the last flesh-colored one on the surface. "Look!" exclaimed Ilmuth. "Observe also the plants and the rock. They were undergoing the same transformation as the persons. I had never before seen such a display. Everything had such a lifelike depth, richness of color. The rhythmic steps of lights and a symmetry of shapes that I was astounded. I could not possibly have imagined such a thing. In this way, you can visually comprehend here, explained Ilmuth, the various dimensions of the life force in man, in the world of plants, and in the mineral kingdom. These 7 dimensions may also be subdivided into groups of 3 similar states of being. I looked again and saw that the first 3 bodies, which were closer to the surface, appeared particularly like one another with respect to density and degree of soft luminosity. The next 3 were brighter and seemed to be thinner in texture and detail the deeper they lay. The innermost one, which pulsed of pure white, now appeared especially bright, and from it rhythmic waves of living light battered each of the other bodies in all of their extension and depth. It became clear to me that it wasn't possible on Earth to effectively demonstrate all these living realities, and that this unbelievable thing gave my mind insight into possibilities that would have never revealed themselves under ordinary circumstances. The outermost body, said Ilmuth, is the material body. The others are not of material energy, but of cosmic or astral energy, as your teachers on Earth call it. With each of these bodies, man can live in different worlds and dimensions, and on the higher developed planets. The outermost body dies, and the next one beneath it is fully prepared to adapt itself to the energy field of its new surroundings. This is what happens at the time of death, but in reality it is only a birth with the new body in a higher dimension, in a higher world of the same level of development as the new body. Since the dimensions are very numerous, the number of possible bodies within man are not just 7 but many more. We will only show you 7 in order to make it easier to understand. I was completely absorbed in learning about these wonderful new realities. I heard Tina's voice call out, "The beauty of the innermost glowing form is too marvelous for words." "It is that we especially wanted to help you understand better," Kalna responded, talking and her voice expressing satisfaction. The pure white body, which sends forth waves of life energy to the astral bodies right up to the material body, is a visible manifestation of what you call spirit. In the scriptures you will find it say that man is a unity of body, soul, and spirit, meaning that body refers to the material body, soul to the astral bodies, and spirit to the essential part of man which is immortal and therefore never dies, as it is the seat of life. And I will read again. In the scriptures you will find it said that man is a unity of body, soul, and spirit, meaning that body refers to the material body, soul to the astral bodies, and spirit to the essential part of man which is immortal and therefore never dies, as it is the seat of life and of consciousness. The spirit, Ilmuth interjected, has the capability of living in the infinite space beyond the heavenly barrier. Meanwhile, when it is clothed in astral bodies, It couldn't overpass the heavenly barrier and stay in a cosmic world at an appropriate level of development. Firkon explained further, the brothers from universe such as we have already developed the spiritual body and therefore normally live in the wonderful worlds of light of the ultra-cosmic universe. The brothers from universe often referred to in the scriptures as angels or the Lord can travel in cosmic dimensions and can clothe themselves with cosmic bodies when it is needed. On the other hand, the brothers who are not so far developed that they can free themselves from cosmic bodies and cross heavenly barrier beyond which lies the eternal universe of life have the possibility of making journeys towards at stages of development beneath their own. Thus, they can be freely motivated by their own understanding and a task undertaken either on their own initiative or as an assignment entrusted to them to fulfill. In order to gain experience at a higher level, as you are now, you must trust us, who have already gone beyond the heavenly barrier and therefore have the knowledge that allows us to bring you opportunities for travel towards that are above your stage of development. Then Paul broke in. We could call you brothers of the universe, and the others who cannot yet free themselves from the cosmic body may be called brothers of the cosmos. Exactly right, answered Orton. Our knowledge is spiritual, and that encompasses also cosmic knowledge. On the other hand, there are brothers who have a great deal of cosmic knowledge but are poor in spiritual understanding. One must always use the cosmic powers within the framework of understanding of the spiritual or mystical powers, and that means to have trust in the Creator who works through His children of life. One who works only through the cosmic powers has no guarantee that he does what is right and will not result in negative consequences. If, however, he works together with those who belong to the universal spirit and knows the mystic forces and are acquainted with the marvelous ways in which the Creator accomplishes His purposes, in silence and in power, then he becomes capable in the universal plan of love and salvation. Under God's providence, such a person will not be in danger or falling into error. No one can have unlimited knowledge and wisdom of himself. Raphael gently called our attention to what was now taking place in the animated color tableau, which at this moment portrayed the three figures in a garden. The husband and wife had evidently had a falling out. I was looking at the husband, who was gesticulating widely, giving unrestrained expression to his emotions. We could hear their voices. He was hurling accusation at his wife, which, although I could not understand them, seems to have something to do with the child. The child continued playing and paid little heed to the heated argument going on between his parents. Watch, said Raphael. Now you will see the effect of anger on these unseen bodies and spiritual body of these people. The man's invectives grew stronger as he mercilessly blamed his wife for imagined faults and shortcomings. He was infuriated while she maintained a stunned silence. As I was watching the figure of the man, the outlines of his body became distorted as if altered by some rough force. The harmony of the lines was badly disturbed. The inner spiritual body lost its snow-white splendor. It turned darker, emitting spasmodic showers of muddy fragments that penetrated the other bodies, agitating them with the abrupt changes of brightness, form, and texture. The husband was shooting now, while his wife was in tears. The white light of his spiritual body was now almost dark brown. His whole being was saturated with this unsightly color, and his figure seemed to be shrunken and deformed. Only the outer material body suffered the least damage of all, although the vessel containing all the other bodies, whose beauty and radiance had been so badly affected. Now, waves of this dark, disharmonious life energy could be seen emanating from the man out into ever-broadening circles all around him. They penetrated the woman, who soon took on the same characteristics, her life force growing darker and her body becoming distorted. What you are seeing, explained Raphael, happens to every human being who allows in anger to enter into his consciousness. His life energy becomes dim and disfigured. This disorientation spills over from the spiritual body to all the other bodies, right up to the material body, and all suffer thereby. The life energy of every single being is, through his environment, intimately bound up with the life energy of other beings of his kind, and therefore who lives a good and well-disciplined life will be useful to his brothers, and who lives a bad and disordered life does harm to all other members of the human race. All creation is in communion. Everyone exists in reality, and the finer the reality is, the more it is imbued with life. Thought and its forms, and that which you call fantasy or imagination, has a reality or expressive power greater than matter alone can be possibly possessed. I would add that those people still bound to materialistic thinking would be astonished to learn how great an influence their thoughts, feeling, and emotion have on the energy of the material elements of their environment. But since they view everything through the lens of materialism, they create for themselves an illusion which makes matter appear to be very real and solid, and every finer reality inconsequential and empty. Meanwhile, the husband in the scene continued on his tirade, and the aforementioned energy contagion of bad will now flooded over the child, although he continued to act as though he paid no attention to the strife going on between his parents. The surrounding plant world now gave evidence of coming under the influence of the dark disorder of successive waves of negative energy, and this effect also penetrated the rock. Even we began to be affected by this disagreeable onslaught. "How frightful," said Tina. "How frightful." The sheen underwent a change, then gradually returned to its original state. Now the husband embraced his wife tenderly and dried her tears. The child went over to his parents and laughed with joy. Not only the three human figures, but also the plant and mineral world of their surroundings underwent a sort of transformation. Waves of light and color bestowed new life and harmony on everything they touched. We felt joy and happiness return to us even as the fearfulness of the recent experience began to subside. The scene dissolved bit by bit, and the cloud of vapor faded to gray, then gradually disappeared altogether. The room light became as before, and Raphael and the others smiled to us like good friends who returned again after a painful separation. I thought with joy about the trip from the Earth to the Starship, where I was now with Tina, Paul, and brothers. Raphael took me up the conversation again. If all children of God the Father used the precious gift of freedom which He gave them to follow the infinite paths of universal love and had entrusted themselves solely to the beneficence of His universal laws, then it would not be necessary to experience life in cosmic dimensions that are so very restricted in comparison with the infinite universal beyond the heavenly barrier. Long ago there was a rebel who persuaded her followers that it could be possible to disobey and manage their efforts without the good God. From the pride arose the propensity toward evil behavior. Therefore, knowing that others would emulate this bad behavior, the Father created dimensions with narrower boundaries, namely the cosmic, astral, and material worlds, which, while equally wonderful, being the work of His divine hands, the reflecting the beauty and the harmony of heaven, nevertheless were restricted worlds. There many of His children were tempted to substitute egotism for all, embracing love, evil for good, cruelty for kindness, in looking happy brothers. They learned to follow the way of evil instead of goodness, of hatred instead of love, their blindness instead of true understanding, which would give light to life. This is why the matter was created, because the spirit and consciousness which was integrally joined with it had the protection. You have seen that the material body is the least sensitive and moderates and restrains disturbance in the finer bodies. If those children had no material bodies and also no astral bodies, then their souls, which sometime want to test the ways of evil, would perceive the consequence in a much more unprotected and painful manner. It is important that man become convinced of the futility and danger of evil during this material life, for otherwise he will experience in a fuller measure more painfully in the finer dimension of higher reality. It is necessary that men learn to understand the loving kindness of the Father, who does not deny freedom to those of his children who are not faithful to his love, but has made it possible for them to learn in an environment more protected from suffering. Suffering is in itself a means of healing. Anguish is the voice of the Father calling his children home. Suffering is purification, is love. We betide them if there will always be suffering until the last lost child of the Father has returned. You saw the effect of remorse when this man realized he had greatly wronged his wife and done harm to the sensitive soul of his child. The pain that arose on his consciousness was a living energy released from the spirit that restored harmony and order to his wife, his child, and to his own being. When goodness and love again predominate among earth's children, said Kalna tenderly, then your spirit will release a wonderful life energy which will give light to your understanding and warmth to your hearts. Then the beneficent power which radiates from yourself will heal all the brokenness of your spiritual, mental, and material condition. Even the animals will be healed, and the plants and the minerals too. You cannot imagine how very dependent the whole living web of the environment is on your consciousness. The sentient being truly conditions the living environment and their world and their words. Everything is a living reality. Every emotion, all your wishes, thoughts or feeling, and likewise all of your passions. To neglect this is to prolong your journey back to the light by many hundreds of years. Every child of the Father will come to knowledge spontaneously, freely, through the power of his conviction, the truth of the good and the illusion of evil. We will always help you until the time comes when the Father is again able to rejoice in your love and trust for Him, the alone Creator, the highest love, and God. Every thought has its own form, its own color, its own aroma, its own voice, and its meaning. This is true for everything that lives within the human spirit. The children of the Father can create either a paradise or a state of unending hells. The Father will always strive to draw them again to Himself, and we will be His true children and co-workers until all became convinced of the truth of these things. Firkon looked deeply into my eyes. I could tell that he knew the question in my mind. Yes, he told me with a tone of finality. Yes, all this will come to an end. The children of the Father who persist in wrongdoing will soon understand. They will cause so much anguish on earth that even the blind will see and the deaf will hear. Hearts will grow out of their thousands of years old state of intransigence. Minds will long for the light. Then the Father will enjoy a feast such as has never before been in all creation, because the lost son has finally returned home to his house. It is written, Raphael added thoughtfully, that only the sons of perdition will be lost. This causes infinite grief for the Father and is a sorrow to us as well. These recalcitrant persons do not want to learn their lesson, but they will no longer be able to harm others. For them, the whole plan of love and salvation will have borne no fruit. None of us can put ourselves in God's place. He will have provided for even such as this, but we unto them who turn away from the infinite mercy, compassion, and justice of God. These impenitent brothers ought never to forget that there is for them at any moment mercy, forgiveness, and love, but they will have to suffer following their grade of incredible obstinacy. All that has happened on earth in these thousands of years, Raphael said with great sadness, in the long history of blood, suffering, and injustice in the cosmos will serve as a horrible example in which error in all its many forms is to be found. This condition has now come very close to the limit the Father has established on His loving heart. He will no longer allow the suffering, and everybody will have their retribution for the sufferings they suffered. Tina was earnest and attentive. Paul looked at Raphael with friendly curiosity. "Look now," said Ilmuth, "we have something else to show you." Again the room light dimmed. The grey cloud appeared, quickly took on color, and before us we saw the figure of a child who, in his material body, was severely crippled. The finer bodies, however, radiated in lustrous splendor, creating an impression so charming and harmonious that Tina uttered an ecstatic cry of admiration. I looked at him, suffering for that striking contradiction. The inner beauty of the child was more overpowering than the outward impression of her being sadly crippled. When the vital energy disorders of man consciousness creates on a planet such horrible things, said Ilmuth, then we are often the ones who take possession of these bodies. You are not aware of it, but almost always it is an angel who comes down to dwell and suffer in a crippled body or a sick mind to take on important and effective assignment which works to the advantage of the earth brothers which shall renounce to the evil. She was silent. I was shaken by what I had seen and heard. My love for these brothers grew greater than before. The spiritual body of the poor child shone forth with indescribable beauty. The wonderful light poured softly and continuously through the other bodies and into the surrounding space. They are the lungs of your world, she said, and when you on earth one day understand these things, there will no longer be those who accuse God of creating hardships in order to torment people, but rather you will blame your evil ways and hardened hearts, and give thanks to those who, through blames, wanted to bear your burdens rather than theirs in order to save you. How otherwise would you make sense out of the blood of the martyrs for all the good works and love of past years? What would be the meaning of the sacrifice of the one who died upon a cross in order to tell you the whole truth and to teach you the greatest lesson in universal love that was ever given on earth? The moment of truth draws nearer, and as soon as the veil of unknowing, which was necessary in order to ameliorate the pain, is withdrawn, each person will know whether he has born on earth to be saved or to save others after he himself finds salvation. For even the angels, when born on earth as man or woman, must first be saved, and then they will have the power to save others, while they continue to carry out their difficult mission. Some of us choose to bear suffering in a martyr's body rather than allow you to experience to the full the revenging work of evil. It is written, you should not judge not, but abide in love, for that is the only guarantee of victory of good over evil. Put your trust in God Father and His children who work for your healing in love. Be righteous and unassuming. Ilmuth ceased speaking. The smoke cloud lost its color and quickly dissolved, taken with it the winsome figure of that creature. The light returned to the room in the starship. I sought to fix in my mind clear recollection of this fantastic experience. Raphael invited us to follow him. Orton and Firkon came with us. We visited various sections of this giant, wonderful lighthouse. In one room, we enjoyed drinking together a sublime substance. Then Kalna sang, and we listened to a music that was so exquisitely beautiful that Tina was moved to tears. Our hearts were filled with joy and peace, and the certainty of the brothers' unconditional love. Then they led us through the passageway into the flying disc that was to bring us back to Earth. Again, it was Raphael, Orton, and Firkon who accompanied us on the trip. The time will come, said Ilmuth, while Kalna smiled at us, when we will no longer need to part. All the brothers of Earth who wish to will be able to fly with us in space. It will suffice for them to have the wish to do it, and above all they must know that they are children of the Heavenly Father's love. Together we will visit Earth and explore new regions of space. We will continually undertake new missions of love and learning for the other brothers who wish to progress rapidly to a higher stage of development. And then we will stand face to face with the Father, for we will move out beyond every barrier. Be assured of that, Kalna said with finality, for it is the truth. We all embraced in a final farewell. We took our place in the flying disc, whose atmosphere had to be adjusted to prepare us for the return journey to Earth. Our hearts were still in space on the starship with all its light, colors, the scents. The disc brought us back to the place where we had been picked up just a few hours before. It was approximately 6 o'clock in the morning. Chapter 13 Stop in Space. The flying disc stopped in the infinite space. Millions upon millions of stars came into view, and they seemed much greater than they would have appeared from Earth. They blazed up like so many colored flares in the distance. My excitement was such that I was touched with fear. I felt so small in comparison with this magnificent spectacle. I thought about the infinite greatness of the Father, the Creator of all these wonders, and prayed that He might teach me to love Him through my brothers and in all things that were created by Him. Convinced that He had heard me, I told Him that it was my most ardent wish to learn enough about universal love, about His laws, to travel anywhere in the cosmos, to go beyond the heavenly barrier and marvel at the infinite beauty of unbounded creation. I hesitated because I was afraid my prayer was too presumptuous for such an insignificant creature. Raphael smiled, and his look was full of loving kindness. "No," he said, "the righteous wish to dwell in the Father house of God. It is not presumptuous. The most ardent wish of the Father Himself is that all His children who are on the path through the cosmos will return to Him." The cosmic space which I could see consisted not only of a powerful play of pulsating light, but was flooded with luminescent particles that streaked out of the dark background of space, as if following a track determined by some invisible force field. Raphael pointed out to us the mighty cigar-shaped spaceship that hovered there in space before us, at a distance that was difficult to estimate. It was surrounded by a white glow which shifted occasionally to a delicate orange of blue chromaticity. Light rays streaming from the round windows of the great cigar-shaped space vessel added to the luminous effect. The ship was longer and more slender than the one that had landed on the ground of Spotorno. It was an awesome sight. Raphael announced that we were about to enter the starship with the flying disc. A moment later, we stepped out into an inner landing room where the disc had sat down. I noticed a rail. Through a door, we were led into a reception room. There stood a table, some armchairs. They all seemed to be made of slightly translucent material. As I sat down, I noticed that the chairs were quite firm, yet pleasantly comfortable. The light within this wonderful ray ship produced an effect on us which I was unable to explain. We felt freshened and renewed, and all our faculties rejoiced in an indescribable sense of peace, and at the same time were sweetly recharged. We felt in a heavenly state which transformed and activated all of our potentialities. We felt keenly receptive to all that might be imparted to us by words and images. Our hearts burned with a love such as is never felt on earth. Ilmuth came in with a man whose appearance evoked admiration immediately because of his beauty and congeniality. We sat in a semicircle on the sofa and chairs. The man looked very kindly at us and started to speak. Our mission here, which was initiated from above, is coming to an end. But here you have the opportunity to learn and experience things that will help you to be prepared. We need to speak about many more things than we were able to say before, in view of the short time at our disposal and other problems that we had to undertake to mitigate on your behalf. That should not trouble you, for we will always stand by and give you the light and help that will be absolutely essential to you. At this point, Orton came in with Zul. They sat down and remained silent while the man continued his message. On Earth, he said earnestly, there are many serious and pressing problems. The underdeveloped state of many parts of the world results in starvation and death through undernourishment and disease as a consequence of poverty. That is a very heavy burden of guilt to be borne by those people who have thriving culture. On Earth there are so many resources and means of elevation that everyone could be provided for as needed in an orderly fashion, but selfishness and inordinate desire for wealth and power are the reason that the poor suffer terribly and die. Tina interrupted him and asked, "Why don't you intervene to save these people from starvation? Why isn't it possible to arrange these things so that those who have the potential and the will to improve these deplorable conditions might be able to do so with your help?" The man wrinkled his noble brow and sighed. "That we cannot do," he said emphatically, "and that grieves us sorely. If we were to inject ourselves so openly into the affairs of our planet, we would create many more serious and difficult problems. We have already told you that you are acquainted with only a part of the problem. Actually, we have had to take action in order to bring about a more just distribution of blessings, and we have also had to intervene in your warlike confrontations. Everything would be different. We would be drawn into the tangled web of hatred and power-seeking that prevails on Earth, and we too would be acting out of a position of superior power and greatness. In contrast to that, the universal laws are in position of being able to ultimately root out once and for all by way of divine patience the evil that is within man. Those who suffer unjustly will be rewarded in measure far beyond your ability to comprehend. Therefore, the one who came to earth and died for his brother said, "Blessed are the poor, for theirs is God's kingdom. Blessed are those who now hunger, for they shall be filled. Blessed are you who now weep, for you shall rejoice." And he also said, "Rejoice on the day and be glad, for great is your reward in heaven." There are so many good reasons why we work on the root cause of your condition. We work in the innermost hearts of those who suffer and are the angels of comfort to those who bear heavy burdens. The Father has given us the assignment for the earth, for this planet which we watch over. In spite of appearances, we are leading to the great healing in order that everyone may find the one who longs to bring them to the heavenly dwelling. Did he not say to you before he was killed, "You are from below, I am from above. You are of this world, I am not of this world." Before he parted, he moreover said, "And when I'm gone, and I will have prepared a place for you, I will come again and take you with me, so that where I am, you can also be." He whose wisdom was far greater than ours, and whose love more than contained all that we are capable of, could foresee and understand all these things. He teaches us that patience is one of the great paths of everlasting life. The evil which has taken possession of so many rebellious brothers will only meet resistance from the patience and suffering of good people. These will gain victory over error. Both force versus force, violence versus violence, evil versus evil would not root out the latter, but would only create favorable conditions for the triumph of evil itself. As has happened time and again over the past thousands of years on earth. Our understanding allows us to avoid such errors. Thus, why the scriptures report, "Here is understood the patience of the saints." He was silent, and it seemed as though he was well aware of how much sorrow there was on earth. His countenance brightened to a smile that indicated hope, and he went on. "We have told you that this is really the end of evil on earth. Already the seventh trumpet stands ready to announce the tidings of release. The seventh seal is already broken through the action of one who never lies. The cup of godly anger is filled for those who, for a long time, have taken perverted delight in the suffering of others." These last words were spoken in a strong voice, and I was astonished to hear them. Paul, who always had so little to say, looked at him and asked, "How is it possible to reconcile the reality of love of the Father and the universal brotherhood with the godly anger that you have just spoken of?" The man sighed. "When a father has good children and obstinate children," he said in a low voice, "he first gives a warning to the unruly ones. When they continue to ignore the fatherly advice and stubbornly act so as to endanger both themselves and their brothers, then the father's warning becomes stronger. But the father's severity, it is not ill-intentioned. He is a good father, and his only concern is for his sons to use good judgment for their own sakes. If, however, the sons persist in insane acts which threaten their own existence, the father will have no recourse but to use all his might to avoid such a disaster. And if the evil of rebels turn against him in contempt and inflict unending sorrows on his brother as a result of a self-seeking desire to dominate others by might and to impose his own will at all costs, then will the father, spurned and betrayed, find that his heart burns with anger. Strong punishment will then be the last possible means to prevent total corruption of the recalcitrant one, who otherwise would subvert the good and peaceable sons. The people of earth should come to realize that the godly anger, which the scriptures often refer to, is not just a poetic figure of speech, but the greatest sign of the Father God's love for His wayward children. We worship God the Father for His loving kindness, His mercy, and His justice, which are infinite, but we also worship Him for His godly anger over the children of earth, who have brought about the condition for the destruction of their own consciousness and the material life of the planet. He drew his hand across his forehead, then drank a small amount from a cup. Raphael took over the discourse and said in his pleasing and earnest manner, "Yes, the people of earth are arming themselves for the destruction of the planet. They have amassed an enormous quantity of deadly weapons and seek to justify this by maintaining that if they did not do it, others would. That is as if we were to arm ourselves to the teeth in order to destroy the people of earth, and God the Father were to say if they didn't do it, then the people of earth would. This is an insane philosophy which has been used on earth through the ages to justify evil in all its forms. However, that will in no way absolve men of the crimes of preparing for the destruction of one of the most beautiful dwelling places in the universal Father's kingdom. Raphael was evidently very much concerned, and his manifest anguish reflected the depth of his love for our earth and its inhabitants. After a short pause, he continued, We repeat what has already been written, that God will arm His creation. Then everyone will come to know how right the scriptures are for the words that the Father has revealed to us, and which we since the earliest days have transmitted to you. Everything that Moses, the great masters in Christ, the universal sovereign Lord, have transmitted are true. They will be fulfilled as has been the case up to now. He held up his finger, and I noticed that the brothers listened to his word with great attention. He told you that you would hear of rumors of wars and great devastation. He said that this would not yet be the end, but that shortly before the end, such things would occur. Do you not have the impression that the earth is all ready to ignite itself like a field with many small fires before the mighty conflagration? Is it that you do not allow yourselves to grasp the daily possibility of self-destruction of the planet as the impending fulfillment of scriptures? Jesus told you that you could indeed discern the signs of the weather, but not the signs of the times, and therefore you were hypocrites. Do you not then find it impossible to deny these obvious truths? Now Firkon joined in, and he begged us to think over carefully what John had told us concerning the words of the Lord Jesus Christ. You can read the words of the Master, he began, in the Gospel of John. There are many things I still have to tell you, but you would not understand them yet. But when the Spirit of truth has come, he will guide you into what is yet to be, for he shall not speak of himself, but he will speak of what he has heard. Today it is given to the people of earth to understand many things that were predicted, then want to hear them. That will make it possible for you to look forward to the great disaster which threatened the planet, and not to fear the powers of evil that will be unleashed in the days ahead. The more the powers of evil oppress the children of the Father, and the more the Father will answer the needs of his own with help, light and strength. In order that they may come through victoriously according to the laws of love. Kalna invited us to stand. The serious words of prophecy that we had been hearing did not deny us a sense of deep peace and even joy to be here on this wonderful starship. We were aware that the ship was not standing still in space, but was moving at a rate that would have seemed an impossible speed to Earth people. This knowledge only served to increase our sense of joy. With the brothers we were fine, our hearts were at peace, and our minds were being constantly opened up to new truth and ways of understanding. After those last words about the promised assistance to the people of Earth at the time of the great happenings which the planet would soon face, we were led into another room where several of the brothers were gathered. We were arranged in a slightly raised surrounding with a wood-like floor. We all sat on comfortable cushions. Kalna and Firkon sat with us. Raphael and the others said goodbye. They would rejoin us a little later. I examined the cushions with great curiosity, and together Tina Paul and I discussed the color and the material of the covers, which appeared to have no seams or fasteners. Kalna said, soon the Earth people will enter into very sad times, the consequence of their errors of many centuries. But God, in His great love, which constantly unites Him and His children, has prepared His plan of salvation. The scriptures have taught you all that you need to know in order that these days will not come without warning, nor find you unprepared, but rather that you may abide in the true light and receive divine solace. This was what Jesus could not make clear to the people of his time, because they were not prepared and were not capable of understanding. It will become known to you in the coming years, and you will learn of it in fullest measure. This knowledge will be indispensable to you in helping you to confront these experiences. At that moment, Raphael and Ordel came in, accompanied by 4 other people and 3 women. After greetings were exchanged, they sat down near us. Raphael requested our attention while several presentations were shown to us. Kalna continued to speak. Now you will see some scenes, she said, concerning the event which you call death, and we call transition. Again, as before, we saw a little colored cloud grow larger and form itself into figures. The scene showed a sick man lying in bed. He breathed with elaborate gasps, and some people, suddenly family members, were standing by his bedsides. "This is a scene on Earth," said Kalna. "It is going on right at this moment somewhere on your planet. We can show you scenes from the past, from the present, and sometimes even from the future. Watch what is happening now." I watched with great curiosity, and suddenly it seems to me that one man became two. A figure exactly like the man, but very light, rose up horizontally from the bed, and after turning in the air, slowly lowered itself until its feet were touching the floor. At the same time, the man in the bed stopped his heavy breathing and lay very still, while the members of the family began to weep and wail. The body of the man on the bed lay lifeless, motionless, eyes closed, while the duplicate figure looked astonished at the body on the bed and the crying relatives with an expression of surprise. He tried to comfort the people and make them realize that he was not really and finally dead, but they paid no attention to him and continued their lamentations by the body on the bed. This man, this earth brother, has now come to the end of his earthly existence, Kalna explained. Now he's living in a new body, in a new higher frequency of life vibration. He is astonished to see his coarse material body lying lifeless on the bed, and it took him several minutes to realize the true state of affairs. He wanted to be in union with his relatives who were bemoaning his physical death, but did not yet realize that he was now living in another dimension, different from the material one. This brother is now living two new realities through direct experience. He has made the wonderful discovery that there is life after death without the physical suffering that had so plagued him at the end, and the sadness too cannot make himself understood to his loved ones who are still in the material life. He realized that although he can still see and hear them, it is no longer possible for them to ascertain his living presence directly. Kalna interrupted her talk long enough for us to see how useless his efforts were to get those people to realize he was still alive, and the bodily death did not extinguish life. "Now you will see another face," Kalna announced. The first meeting with the brothers of the other dimensions brought there from other worlds to receive him. This brother, who has just made the transition from the dimension of gross materiality to a different form of life. We have already told you, through creation no one is left all alone in his time of need. We saw man and woman arrive in the area as they had some through the walls. Their ages seemed to be between 15 and 40 years old. The youngest, who still seemed like a boy, walked up to the man, who at this point looked to be perhaps 40, although his body on the bed looked significantly older, and embraced him. He called him Papa, and the man threw his arms around his neck with the words, "My child, how happy I am to see you again. I have missed you so much, but where did you came from?" The boy said that things were going well with him and that he had been waiting for him for a long time. There were embraces and moving words exchanged between the man and everyone who had come to receive him. The man looked again at his lifeless body on the bed and wanted to speak with the mourning relatives, but the others explained to him that this was not possible, and they added that they would later show him how one could keep in touch with those who remained on earth through good thoughts and love. I was surprised, and I could hear Tina say repeatedly, "That is unbelievable, but wonderful." Paul spoke briefly about how greatly this demonstration of the truth of ongoing life had impressed him, especially when you consider, he added, the horror with which most men view death and the years that they spend mourning the death of loved ones. During the showing, I asked Anna why such a great truth could not somehow be brought out to the earth people as common knowledge. "There are reasons," she answered, "why earth people cannot know all about the true state of affairs. Through good sorrowing and seeking, which are necessities born out of their impoverished spiritual condition, they attain an inner worth and are enabled to raise their consciousness to an energetic level from which they can appreciate these living realities." Meanwhile, the brothers who had come to receive the departed man took him to a new place that was quite different from the room where all this had been taking place. "You now see the astral reality," Kalna explained. "That is the energetic living reality corresponding to the energy field of thinner vibrations in this area." They didn't walk very much, and in fact it seemed to me that they did not move forward and scarcely touching their feet to the ground. The man took a few steps at first, but after observing the others for a moment, he too was able to go forward without moving his legs, just leaning easily over the ground. The group came to a small reconnaissance disc whose door stood open. "We are going inside now," the boy said to the man. "Then we will go to the place where we live." They entered, and the disc rose from the ground and disappeared into the space. The scene ended, and the light came on in the room again, bathing the beautiful wood-grained surfaces with warm tints similar to walnut tree and beech. Firkon again took up the discourse. We will take you to the relatives, friends, and acquaintances who are waiting for you on the more developed worlds. If some of them are already living on planets beyond the heavenly barrier, they are in a position to will themselves come here from the space. However, if they find themselves on planets that are not yet very highly developed, then they need our help and our spacecraft in order to travel through space. At the time of physical death, person is brought to another world. The lift up from Earth without the material body is accomplished either by means of a flying disc and starship or by the use of cosmic or mystical power, depending on how highly developed the consciousness of the individual may be. In the latter case, he might be brought to his destination in the universe by the application of the law of affinity. To do this, the new astral or spiritual body is enveloped in a protective life force shell which very quickly brings the brother to the destination. This means of transport can also be easily used by us whenever we wish. Many apparitions actually occur in this way if the visitor from other worlds often uses this means of making contact with person of Earth. Normally, however, when more than two people are transported, the best way is to use the spacecraft. This permits greater safety and assurance of preservation of the life energy in accordance with the cosmic laws. On occasion, Raphael explained, we can lift on Earth dweller from the space of the planet without the flying disc having to land and without his having to enter through the door of the craft. From the flying disc, an energy field is sent out which lifts him up inside the craft by momentarily raising the vibrations of his life force. The energy within him envelops him, protects him, and frees him from the physical laws of gravity of the planet. Raphael interrupted his talk. The melodious sound of a beautiful music filled the room of the starship. Tina began conversing with Kalna and Paul with Orton. Firkon told us we would now have a short intermission. He informed me that the starship was not far from the place we were going. I asked him several questions, some pertaining in my private life as an Earth person. He answered them all with such passion and loving kindness that I was moved to ask, why is it that you love us so much? Firkon held his hand up to have an answer. God loves us and we love you. We continued in conversation until Raphael again requested our attention. The scriptures, he said, tell you that when the time of tribulations comes, all the people of the earth will see the Son of Man coming through the clouds with great power and glory. He will, the Bible says literally, send his angels with a great sound of a trumpet, and they shall gather together his elect from the four winds, from one end of heaven to the other. It says further, it will be as in the days before the flood. They were eating and drinking, marrying and giving in marriage until Noah entered the ark, and knew they nothing until the flood came and took them all away. So shall it also be with the coming of the Son of Man. We have, continued Raphael, already reminded you of the words of the Gospel. Then shall 2 men be in the field, the one shall be taken and the other left behind. 2 women shall be gleaning in the mill, the one shall be taken and the other left behind. Now you know what it means to be taken from the earth or lifted up. You have seen, and we have explained in what manner this may be accomplished. I recalled the scene they had shown and Kalina's words of explanation and finally Raphael's further elucidation. Picture in your mind, Raphael began again the situation on our planet right after an atomic war, as we showed it to you once in a cosmic contact. In such a case, we would immediately evacuate the Earth brothers from the surface of the Earth, but we could not do this for the enemies of love, even if we wanted to. The life energy of their light bodies as a result of their state of consciousness and the disordered and impure condition of their finer bodies would not allow us to evacuate them from the earth, and even if it were possible for us to do so, it would be a greater evil than for them to be left behind on earth. For this reason, Jesus spoke to you about the fires of Gehenna and of a hell which perpetrates of evil, death, and all wicked thoughts and deaths will be experienced unless they are purified through deep felt and honest repentance. This works to cleanse and restore balance, and so creates the conditions of life energy for reconstruction of the life expression at an appropriate level. These brothers would see us as something terrifying or monstrous, for their consciousness is sadly deformed, and in addition to that, they would suffer harm from the energy of our flying discs and starships, as their mode of life would seem to be so completely turned upside down. It would not be able to accommodate the harmonious and unchangeable order which is the rule for us. The inner torment of one who is out of harmony with the universal laws of the Father is in itself a means of salvation and a reminder, in spite of all impediments, that true freedom is found in goodness and in love for the Creator and the brothers. In any case, even if through the Creator's forbearance and our different descriptions will execute it in the worst way, Earth humanity were to escape the tragic moment, the Lord will come and we with Him to prepare for the final victory over evil on the earth, and the evacuation from the earth for all who can be saved will follow before the end comes. Raphael was silent, having apparently ended his discourse. You have told us, I said, that the fulfillment of the third prophecy of Fatima pertains to the time just before the beginning of the 1,000-year reign on earth. Is it absolutely unavoidable that there should be a third world atomic war to destroy the powers of evil and to bring in a new era which will never set? Orton said that he folded his hands and seemed to be searching his innermost thoughts. The mother of Jesus, he said, is next to the Lord her Son, the wisest and most worthy of the heavenly beings. Her love for the Father, for Jesus, and for us all is immeasurable. She has greater understanding than any other child of the Father. To us she is the great sister, but more than a mother, the universal mother. That sublime woman of the space remains in indissoluble union with my souls and burn my heart with pure and unending love. Tina often speaks of her and constantly affirms that she loves her immensely. We always feel her presence with us. Raphael took up the thread where Porter had left off. She appears on Earth far more often than most people are aware. Sometimes she has appeared conspicuously, such as at Fatima, where through the sun marvel she announced the verified that you stood the beginning of the apocalyptic times foretold by John in the Apocalypse. 2 parts of the message revealed at that time had already been fulfilled, and also the blaze of light from the skies of earth, heralding the Second World War, that apocalyptic moment of unleashing of destructive power has come just as she foretold. Now we are nearing the time for the truth of the third prediction to be fulfilled. We are striving to ensure that the people of Earth might be spared a gigantic tragedy. On Earth today there are even more storm centers of hatred and warfare between brothers. Finally, the fire will burn at full blaze, and the folly of the perpetrators of hatred and death will be fully exposed in the sacrifice which follows. We implore the Father that you might be delivered from such a great evil. We pray the Master and the Universal Mother that everything possible will be done to avoid such suffering. We know that it must come, but we ask and set to without chasing, in order that love will then triumph and the new day that has been so long foreseen will dawn upon the earth. The danger from the pollution of water, atmosphere, and all the elements of your planet is growing day by day. Earth dwellers have set out on wrong paths, often with short-sighted material gain in mind, to the detriment of their health and life energy. Error and spiritual disorders have produced pollution and material disorders. It was not forbidden to make progress. This was in fact in accordance with the will of the Father, who gave such great gifts to his children, but Earth's children have plundered the resources of their planet, this dwelling place that was made through his love. Now it is exacting a penalty from them, but most of all they penalize themselves for their own errors. Soon the words of the Apocalypse will come to be realized. And I saw an angel came down from heaven, having the key of the bottomless pit and a greater chain in his hand. And he laid hold on the dragon, that old serpent, which is the devil, and bound him for 1,000 years. He cast him into the bottomless pit and shut him up, and set a seal upon him, that he should deceive the nations no more until the 1,000 years are fulfilled. It "It is also written," said Kalna, "that this is the first resurrection. Truly those who are lifted from the earth will experience this in their material bodies, which will have undergone a process of dematerialization and will be like ours, with the capability of rematerializing when it is needed." The scriptures say further, "Blessed and holy are those that take part in the first resurrections. Over such the second death hath no power, but they will be priests of God and of Christ, and shall reign with him for 1,000 years." Therefore, explained Kalna, whoever is transported from the earth will be one of our own, somewhat as Eli was, who was taken away in one of our starships, and 10 years later could return to bring a message to the earth dwellers of that time. Those who will rule with Christ for 1,000 years will be able to live on earth, and he will be in the midst of them, and we will also be there. And they will be able to ascend with him and with us into the space. The earth will once more take its rightful place in the brotherhood of universal love, and will again, as already told to you, be the Garden of Eden. We will no longer have to turn you away from entering Eden, the unspoiled region which has remained true to the Father and his universal laws. We, the cherubim with the drawn flaming sword, will be among you, and you will be with us. Also you will undertake missions on behalf of him who has power in heaven and on earth, in accord with the Father's will, and his loving kindness will be the foundation of his sovereign government. Truly the resurrected shall be priests of priests. I will read again. Truly the resurrected shall be priests of God in Christ, and priesthood that proceeds directly from him, according to the promise made by one of our ambassadors to earth, the great brother Melchizedek. And then you will know no other death. In any event, the word which was delivered to you in accordance with the truth will be fulfilled. We were invited to rest on comfortable small beds in small rooms with low-level illumination. Tina, Paul, and I each went to our rooms. We were not tired, but we understood that this rest would give us new energy and would refresh our spirits for the things that were ahead of us. Kalna and Raphael accompanied us. The others took their leave in friendly fashion and wished us a comfortable period of relaxation. My heart was full of gratitude to these brothers, and a deep sense of joy welled up within me. I felt protected and inwardly reflected on the many new insights that had been granted us. I soon leapt into a deep and refreshing slumber, as did the other brothers of the earth. Chapter 14. Prayers and Messages. We were awakened by the sound of beautiful music and a gradual increase of the illumination in the room. Raphael and Kalna came to get us and to accompany us to a room where several young men and women were dancing. Others sang to instrumental accompaniment. The brothers who played were excellent musicians and revealed great sensitivity and musical feeling. Some of the instruments were completely unfamiliar to us, having no similarity to our instruments at all. Others could be described as similar to the violin, harp, trumpet, or oboe, and one was like a cross between one of our early keyboard instruments and an organ. The tones were pleasingly mellow, expressing through simplicity, structure, harmony, a mood that was supernatural. Several pieces, although far removed from similarity to earthly music, recalled to mind certain areas by Bach. The brothers came and went quite informally. There were men and women of indeterminate age, but I would have guessed that they might be between 15 and 35. Their expressions were gentle and good-natured, in spite of differences in personality and outward appearance. Some seemed to be temperamentally inclined towards reflection. Others were more active and lively by nature. There were different facial types and characteristics which we on Earth would attribute to different racial origins or regional heritage. All of them greeted us heartily. Many remained for a while in conversation to show their friendly inclination toward us, or to hear some news. Everyone was well informed on who we were, where we are from, and on the course of the mission that Raphael and the others were carrying out with us. There was some more choral singing which we found completely charming, and again there was dancing by men and women who moved with such ease and grace as to fill us with admiration. At a particular moment it became quiet. One of the brothers, who seemed to be very well loved and honored for his high standing and knowledge, said in a loud voice, "May the Heavenly Father bless our brothers from earth and the brothers from planets in all the creation. May His love touch the hearts of all those on earth who do welcome Him. May the infinite light of His being make itself known to those who cannot see Him. May God protect and reward all those who work on His just cause. May He draw every lost son to Him by the power of His loving kindness." After these words, the whole company of people said a prayer together in hushed and fervent tones. "Most beloved and praiseworthy Father, you who are above the space, how sweet it is to call upon your name. Your love penetrates every chasm and enraptures our hearts. We pray now for all the brothers of earth. Give them your light and your fire. Forgive them all their offenses. Help them to forgive their brothers who wasn't able to love. Take away all the sins of the whole cosmos and of the earth. May all your children know you, O Father, and love you everlastingly. Hear us, O Father, and give us joy and peace in the knowledge. Amen." A feeling of blessed peace came over us with these words of prayer from the brothers. Tina's eyes were filled with tears. Paul was deep in thought and remained silent. I looked at Raphael, who said, "God the Father, He who is good and humble, great and almighty, allow us to be aware of His godly presence in His loving smile." There followed a period of meditation in which each one spoke silently on his or her own heart to the Father. I felt His presence more clearly than if He had taken on form and became a visible being. I loved him for myself and for all his children on earth. I loved him because I felt him lovely. A wall at the side of the room began to slide open, revealing an adjacent room in the starship. Now there was a single larger room to which still more men and women came. Everyone sat down. Raphael stood up and began speaking. The whole brotherhood who live in the consciousness of the Father's universal love have accompanied the brothers of earth since the earliest times over a long and difficult path, but at this particular time the planet is coming into the fulfillment of events of greater import foreseen since the beginning by God the Father, and concerning which we were appraised a very long time ago, those things which we inspired the prophets to write down, while they came down to earth, fulfilling their chosen missions of leadership. We have always shown ourselves to the people of earth and made contact with them to let them know of our presence. Since the Second World War raged across the continents of the world, we have devised even more effective methods. Since the end of the war, which caused so much sorrow, we are visible, contacting a steadily increasing number of brothers. This will increase in spite of the hindrances and prejudice which stand in the way of carrying on our work. Our starships are quite visible, and our flying discs go through motions and send out colored lights in a manner utterly impossible for any of your craft, on land or sea or in the air. Anyone who sees us hovering motionlessly in the sky cannot doubt that we are there. And those who witness our zigzag flight across the heavens or observe the awe-inspiring fireballs we sent out and other inexplicable aerial phenomena that defy the laws of science, as you know them, have no other choice but to finally acknowledge our presence in your skies. Raphael looked at Tina, Paul, and myself as one who knows he has attentive listeners. But we, he went on, carry on contacts with Earth brothers in other productive ways as well. We speak to their spirits, their hearts and minds, also to their imaginations, not forcefully, but in a way so as to share our thoughts and feelings and to give them light and understanding. We do this in gentle ways so that they are free either to accept these truths or dismiss them from their minds and make their own choices. These are the times when the words of Brother Joel will come true. They have been given to the brothers of the earth for the future that now is present. Your sons and daughters will prophesy, your old men shall dream dreams, and your young men will see visions. For the children of earth now is the time that the words of the prophet are fulfilled. I will show, said the Lord, wonders in the heavens and in the earth, blood, fire, and pillars of smoke. Raphael invited the whole brotherhood of universal love to apply themselves towards the deliverance of the people of earth in the name of God the Father. Everyone listened closely to his words. We are so sad, he said solemnly, over things that will soon come about upon the earth. Then he added in an attitude of devotion, but we put our trust in the infinite mercy and kindness of God of Christ the Lord, who died on this planet out of love for the brothers, and of his blessed Mother, who intercedes constantly for us through the heart of her Son and that of the Heavenly Father. We had hardly finished these words when the lights began to dim. I noticed that Raphael joined the group who were seated. Now we were shown a scene which was so dreadful that I would rather not describe it. A man's voice spoke. The sun shall be turned into darkness and the moon into blood, before the great and terrible day of the Lord has come. Then a woman's voice spoke the following words of hope. Whoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be delivered. For in Mount Zion and in Jerusalem shall be deliverance of the remnant, as the Lord said, and of those whom the Lord hath called. We saw innumerable men, women, and children who had been brought up from earth and taken up to the starships, which were assembled in large numbers over the devastated planet. It was as if everyone who was rescued carried a sign of recognition on them, for they seemed to radiate with the same white glow as the starships. The light came on again, and Raphael stood up. The scriptures, he said, call God the Lord of armies, as Jesus, the Son of the living God, was born in the stable of Bethlehem, that symbol of the infinite humility of this great brother. The army of the Lord sang his glory for the peace to men on earth. Now we stand at the beginning of the final battle against evil and of suffering, which has all too long afflicted the children and grieved the Father. Very soon the trumpet of the victory of the universal love of justice and goodness will be sounded. On earth a sun which has never to seen before will rise, not once since the time of the first Adam. The remnant will, so it is prophesied, be a feast with the one who rules in the rightness, because he is God, just and true, as it written. Raphael sat down, and after a short pause continued. We will bring up the brothers who have always sought after goodness and justice, after the repentant, and finally those who will go on their knees in front of God the Father. There will be deliverance for all, except for those who have become enslaved by their own hardness of heart. He who has ears to hear, let him hear. He was silent, then spoke in a more gentle manner. We, he said, invite all brothers of the earth to open their hearts to good, and we pray that they turn to God the Father and to us who are his intermediaries. All your longings will always be answered, as has been the case through all times. We are in a position to know your thoughts and the needs of your heart, and this is infinitely more true of God the Father. Pray and implore good and righteous people of the earth to root out once and for all this brother murdering pride that so poisons the spirit of mankind today. Not one syllable of your prayer will be lost, not one sigh of your soul for truth and justice will be in vain. Beseech and implore, and every day be meek and pure in heart. Your heart should not become discouraged because of human failure. At any moment, there is forgiveness and mercy. To the degree that you are humble and penitent, every sin is a means for knowing greater love and grace. The Father has placed us by your side and has sent the one whose knowledge, understanding, and love far exceeds anything you can imagine. A Master whose wisdom and compassion are without bounds has been given to you. With him, his mother, the Queen of the universe, she who at Fatima, that tiny out-of-the-way earth village, gave to simple country children the news of the impending apocalyptic time now coating upon earth as a consequence of man's monstrous folly. She intercedes for and works every minute on behalf of the children of earth, but the way that she carries grows ever heavier and the burden almost unbearable. There are universal laws of justice which the Father has provided in order to safeguard the love between his children and between himself and them. It grieves us to have to say to the brothers of this planet that we have long since gone beyond the allowable limits. May there now be a competition of kindness, of prayer and humility. May there be a return to the simplicity of former times, which needs not in any way stand in conflict with the progress in technical development you have attained when the development is used for the good. Soon the Lord will come and we will be with him. The kingdom of love will be reestablished on earth, and it will be a great day for all who have looked forward to it, but a dreadful day for those who have opposed it, the enemies of love, of the Lord and of God. 2 messages were given to us, one of them sealed as he gave the second one to me. Raphael said, soon his kingdom will come on earth, a kingdom of the Spirit which cannot be entrusted to any human power. That also has been determined and is recorded. We were told that the Starship was now hovering in space. Soon we would enter the flying disc in order to return to our familiar world again. Chapter 15 On a Wonderful Planet. We entered the large flying disc. Raphael, Firkon, Orton, Kalna, Ilmut, Zul, and 3 others of the brothers, 2 men and a woman, came with us. There was an atmosphere of celebration in the air. The inside of this reconnaissance craft was different from the one we had been in before. The control room and the larger inner rooms were separated by softly glowing partitions. In the middle of the main room was a large column of light which reached from the floor to the apex of the domed ceiling. We went over to one of the portals. "Oh, my lord," exclaimed Tina, stepping back as if to recover from a sudden surge of excitement over what she saw. Paul, entranced by the spectacle, could not take his eyes from the scene from the portcullis. We were gently descending toward the surface of a beautiful world. A grinning nature that touched the plains, hills, and mountains. A large river, in which were many islands, emptied its blue waters into a great sea. The sky was full of disc-shaped flying craft. I saw no cities, dwellings, or communities of any kind. This surprised me, but Raphael, who had read my thoughts, said, "In these worlds, which are true to the universal laws, man lives in structural harmony with nature. A great light of a great sun-like luminous orb in the sky shed its pleasing splendor on all the landscape below, rejoicing our view. I noticed that the light was a little different from that of our own wonderful sun. It filtered down through veil-like cloud patterns in the light blue sky, lighting up nature's realm in color, sometimes vivid, sometimes more subdued. In a moment we had landed in the midst of a luxurious plant world on a large hill. We could hear the soughing sound of the waves of the sea in the background, moved gently by a heady, slight breeze. We stepped out onto a grassy plot quite similar to our own earth, except for the variety of tones of green. The trees on their leaves were more ornamental in form and delicate in color than those I was familiar with. Among the luxurious growth there were numerous plants and trees bearing fruit similar, though not identical, to those we have on Earth. Some reassembled apples, pineapples, or bananas. Others were red and rounded. Such profusion, diversity, and harmony of plant life one could have scarcely ever imagined. Several friendly animals came up to us. They were something like our large pandas on Earth, and we gently pet them. Then we started off with the brothers in the direction of a large field where we could see a number of reconnaissance craft landing, while others were just taking off. As we walked along near the field, Ilmuth told us that this was one of the most important meeting points for the brothers from many worlds. We walked around the tree with an enormous trunk. Those branches must have reached out more than a dozen meters in all directions. Its leaves were broad and beautifully patterned with fine gradations of color ranging from green to red. I observed it, entranced, while Tina ran up to touch it, but I will read again. I observed it, entranced, while Tina ran up to touch it by way of ratings. After that, we walked on further with the brothers led by Raphael. The hill we were on dropped off steeply down toward the sea, and along the coast the flora became even more abundant. There, below us, we saw a huge building like a mushroom or discus resting on the grass. I had the impression it might be a dwelling or a temple, or perhaps a building like one of our hotels on Earth. The building's exterior colors ranged from shades of green to chestnut brown, from heavily blue to beige. It struck me that they harmonized perfectly with the natural setting of the nature, sky and ground. In some parts it was a moss-covered ground colored similar to a natural carpet. The great disc-shaped structure seemed to have been constructed of the same material as the starship with whom we had traveled there. Although it gave the impression of being translucent, There was no way to see what was on the inside. We entered by an open door. The scene that we looked upon is indescribable. The floor of the huge assembly hall was composed of short meadow grass and sometimes by the moss I described. There were also some carpets which blended beautifully with the natural decor. Chairs and benches were arranged in groups, and on the carpeted areas and some on the lawns. At one side of the great room were lounge chairs and sofas, all facing toward the center of the room, as in a meeting place where speakers should be faced in front of an assembly. Columns of various sizes rose from the grassy floor to the ceiling and into the space above. Actually, we discovered these were the trunks of trees not cut off. Their leafy crowns served to diffuse the sun's bright rays, producing a pleasing play of light and shade that contributed to a beneficial atmosphere of relaxation and peace. While one could not see into the building in spite of its translucent quality, yet it was possible to see outside and admire the magnificent panorama of nature that was all around us, and this scene was pleasantly moderated by the filtering action of the walls and ceiling. At the sides and back of this large hall were small doors which, without any visible door latches, noiselessly opened and closed as people went in and out. I assumed they opened into rooms used for various purposes. There brothers could rest and feed or read and converse. From here we went outdoors again, and Raphael led us to a little area of lawn surrounded by hedgerows. Huge ornamental shrubs tempered the light from their life-giving orb, creating lacy patterns of light and shade. We were told that the brothers were going to put on a play for us there. We sat down on the grass. Meanwhile, other people came to join us, many of them exchanging greetings and words of conversation. Then all was still. A large audience filled the lawn. In the foreground, in front of some of the shrubs, clouds of colored vapor appeared, and before long had built itself into a substantial-looking outdoor theater stage. The light from this mysterious energy construct harmonized well with the existing light, but was significantly brighter. Several brothers stepped on the stage and began with the play in the form of questions and answers, a sort of comedy, light entertainment or musical, as we might call it on Earth. Next come some scenes that were full of light-hearted celebration and good humor. Everybody lauded, and we too were swept up with the gaiety of it, watching this lovely play with so many turns of subtle humor to it, all portrayed with great skill. The cheerful natural surroundings enhanced the spirit of infectious levity that prevailed. Effects were achieved such as would not likely have been possible in any other setting. Then the scene changed, and there was the production of a gripping story. A man and a woman, together with other brothers of the space, were in search of a creature who launched to find God the Father, and had made a journey into space in hopes of finding him there, without the equipment necessary for a successful voyage. His knowledge was limited, but his sincere heart and love was so great that he abandoned all caution in his eagerness to find a world where he might see the Creator's unveiled divine face. This story, which might sound almost banal from such a brief summary, was most movingly and convincingly portrayed with a great fidelity to true life. I saw that many of the brothers were deeply touched, and that Tina's eyes were moist with tears. Paul told me that for this part he could easily identify with the deep longing of that simple creature of God. After that, there was a musical play which included many beautiful scenes of group dancing and interpretive dancing. A mysterious, vital energy produced these scenes with light, color, and perspective which penetrated whoever was participating. The performance was altogether so compelling that one felt more like a participant than a spectator. I was always aware that it was possible to create a mood by means of stage effects, but I could not account for the sense of close inner relationship I felt part of the players in that play. A wonderful celebration of joy in one another's presence took place on the green after the plays. All these brothers from many worlds were happy to see each other again and to have the opportunity to exchange news and experiences from their home planets. I could not say how long all this lasted. That sun irradiated such a vitality and emitted such a light that touched our senses with joy. We went back inside the large disc-shaped building. Here we found the brothers were gathering together in great numbers. A wonderful aroma of blossoms in springtime filled the air. The beautiful young lady from the space was there before us all. She smiles, and at her side was a lord of magnificent bearing. I recognized him as the one who had appeared to me in the form of a light apparition one night after Raphael's Annunciation. As at that time he was clothed in white, had blue eyes, chestnut brown hair and beard, and appeared to be about 30 years of age. With them were a number of men and women of striking yet unassuming beauty, whose gracious and reverent demeanor aroused feelings of great respect. Now all eyes were turned expectantly toward the exalted Lady of Space and toward the Lord. Love be unto all the children of the Father, he said, and peace to the people of good will from the earth. A long ovation claimed from all over the assembly. I saw those brothers visibly moved. The face of the man was of an indescribable beauty and majesty. The Lord beside him was his perfect fulfillment. Her gentleness and beauty fulfill the heart and overfill the sweetness and wonderful feelings. I am the good shepherd, he said in loving. I gave my life for you. I received the power from my Father to lay down life and to take it up again. This is the assignment that was given to me by my Father. His divine glance turned toward the lady beside him. She looked at him, and again for many minutes the response of joyous acclamation swept in waves across the crowd. Soon, he said, turning again to the audience, we will be able to say to the people of earth that all the scriptures have been fulfilled. Soon I will make all things new, and according to the promises, there will be new heavens and new earths. This I will bring into being in accordance with my Father's will. You, he said in a strong and gentle voice, you are my friends, my brothers. With you I will bring together all my children from all times, and everything will be fulfilled in accordance with the Father's laws of universal love. Justice will reign, and everyone will see and recognize the truth. Out of respect for the Father's great gift of freedom to all of His children, we gave only love, good deeds, and our words, also to those who worked to smother the happiness of truth and stifle the joy of our heart, to cause us much suffering and pain. We took this suffering upon ourselves, as we also do willingly today, because we want to share in the suffering of God the Father. But above all, we have determined to give the word which would show the right path and which would bring the gift through His goodness, understanding, and everlasting life. Many children of God the Father have spread my word to the people of earth. They reveal the thoughts and heart of the Creator. Therefore, they are not always loved and respected by those who do not love the Father's truths. Many prophets preceded my coming. Then I did came to the world of the children of earth, and I was called the Word by those of my own and who recognized me. I told them who I was and was delivered unto death. I showed myself in this body which was able to go through the walls of the earth dwellers' houses, and I ate with them in order to show them I could, whenever I wished, be assumed to other dimensions and state. You, brothers, have gone before me and have followed in my steps. Even now you continue to do as I do and desire that which I desire. For what is the will of the Heavenly Father who binds us together in His universal love? This word which many messengers have brought to earth, and which I brought, did not persuade some rebels to adopt the way of love and universal truth. We were patient and will always be patient, for the Heavenly Father is patient. But the sorrow which He felt and the pain of so many brothers who unjustly suffer and in so many times and places have suffered, raised praise of martyrs which were heard by Brother John and written in the Apocalypse. Therefore the Father has asked of me that all things on earth should be made new, and that my enemies, the enemies of happiness of brothers and universal love, should be made His footstool. It has been determined that soon the planet Earth and its children who suffer from hunger and thirst will at least be restored to peace. Therefore, soon the Father, I, my Mother, and all the children of the universal brotherhood will experience together the return of Earth in the fellowship of love and peace, which unites us all in God the Father. The rebels sought mournings and destructions on earth will be object of Father's constant concern in other sites and times. The earth will once more become the Garden of Eden. On the starships there will be celebration and great joy when we deliver into the Father's hands and to His infinite love, and His mercy and patience into His holy hands, readiness to forgive and slowness to anger. The rebels, those brothers who did not want to learn from their thousands of years' experience of evil and choose to remain deaf to the word of love and truth that was given them and was sealed with the blood of martyrs. There was a great ovation from the audience long before the man finished to pre-announce these last words. Soon, he said, I will come, brothers of earth. We will come in those skies to bend the power of hatred and death. Then you will see virtues of humility and integrity shine forth. Service in love and learning will replace any concept of power. It will be the end of the beast that wanted to put itself in the place of God. Man is symbolized by the number 6, whereas the number 3 is the symbol of number 3 is the symbol for God. 666 is 36 and therefore represents the man who would put himself in the place of God the Father. That is the number of the beast that will be defeated, and with it the false prophet who has given his own false word, a word which is not ours, nor mine, nor yours, nor that of the only true universal Father. When all is fulfilled, the cherubim of the scriptures will take up your guardianship duties and ensure that all my earth children can travel through the numberless realms of space created through the Father's love. I am the witness of the working power of this Father. No one knows the Father as I do, and more than me. His children have from Him the right to explore the immense reaches of space, to stay on innumerable created worlds, and to pluck the abundant fruits of His love, but they do not have the right to abuse His great love or to betray themselves, their own lives, and those of the brothers. We sent Noah, Moses, Eliah, Enoch, and many others. The brother Eliah, a great son of the Father, cried out, I am consumed with zeal for God, the Lord of armies, and like him, so have others we have sent out, adored him who predisposed the heavenly armies on earth. We carried Eliah to our starship, and many others. Thus occurred the first resurrection of the body of which all the prophets have spoken, and of which John also spoke in the book of Revelation in connection with the reign of 1,000 years. We have always accompanied the people of earth, just as Raphael once did accompany the young Tobias. Never have we left them all alone. Our word meant salvation and true understanding for all who would accept it as the light of truth. We showed the prophets a vision of the end times, the final victory of the God of armies following an insane insurrection of many of his children. Ezekiel was shown things that even now are being seen and will be increasingly seen in the coming days. It is written, not that God created darkness, but that he created light and separated it from the darkness. For this was done by one who had the power to do it. All that the Father made was good, only good, as the scriptures which tell of creation repeatedly state. After the Exodus that there will be from earth and the likes of which have never been known in the history of the world, and churches every man-made law will make way for the godly and universal laws of the Heavenly Father. The children of the universal law will no longer be induced into prostitute themselves. Every witnessed sepulchre will be made known. The history of evil will come to an end, and every deceitful trick of the princes of darkness will be exposed. Soon the harlot will see the 7 thunders which was sealed up. Prepare yourself, you who hunger and thirst because of injustice. The heavenly kingdom is near, and all will see it. Not a single longing of your heart will be unfulfilled. Everyone arose, and their voices joined in union. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our debts, all as we also have forgiven our debtors. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. Amen. The figures of the Lord and the Lady illuminated, shining of a great light. He stood in a golden light, and she in a snow-white light which filled the whole room. At first, the snow-white light of the Virgin's figure predominated, as if a sun of incomparable brilliance were shining in that temple. It reached into the farthest corners, producing a wonderful reality penetrating everything and everybody. I realized that my body and the ones of all the brothers turned into that light. I started to feel and live myself the interior reality of everyone, and I became part of the Lady herself, as everybody did. Every thought, feeling, emotion, and possible knowledge was such a majestic and sweet symphony, a harmony of minds and hearts. We were all one. The rapture produced by the Lady from the space and her light united and enkindled everything. I was aware of words and the brothers from other worlds, and that I will read again. I was aware of words and the brothers from other worlds that were not there. I sensed a overwhelming love and a harrowing longing which drew my whole being towards the Father. A light shower was pouring down on us from above, suffusing us with deep feeling of cleanness and release. Now it was the figure of the Lord that started shining. He was brighter than a sun, and that fine golden light bestowed on everyone present a feeling of ecstasy and inner wholeness. In this house of living light, I was aware of entire universes. I knew that man in his spirit had no limitation, and I felt enveloped in perfect peace and melted with quiet rapture. When all this was at its highest point, and I felt surrounded by the steadfast love of all the brothers, the most pure and unselfish love of the woman, and the life-giving and divine love of the man, a sublime fire took possession of every living being present. I was like being transported from abyss to abyss, from world to world, from heaven to heaven, from ecstasy to ecstasy. In that fire all things were revealed, all knowledge was made clear. I heard again the words that had been given to us, and I knew that this fire expressed them all. I saw a goodly face of incomprehensible beauty coming down from above. It came down to claim possession of every part of our being, and so also with respect to each brother, the Virgin and the Lord. A second good godly face came from the depth and emerged in every life reality. At last came a third, seeming to appear as if coming from all directions and all points in the room at the same time. It lit and burned everything in a longing for peace and love that produced that unique willing to lose one's self completely in God. Then it was all over, and for a moment after such things, that place appeared extinguished until it returned to reality and regained the strength needed to resume normal functions of life consistent with our actual sun and nature. We returned to the flying disc. Our parting was a festive occasion which once more served to demonstrate the brothers' unqualified love and brotherhood for us. Boarding the disc with us were Raphael, Orton, Firkon, Kalna, Elmoth, and Zul, who was our pilot. The disc trembled slightly, and we climbed up in the bright sky towards the mothership, which hovered silently in the thinner atmosphere above. The journey back to Earth had begun. Chapter 16. The Last Meeting. In early September 1981, we received the call to our last meeting. We proceeded to the Genoa's hinterland. Arriving at the appointed place, we soon saw the land in flying disc, a silent, shining miracle in the grey morning light. 3 human figures were moving toward us, and we stood there in the grass waiting for them. I felt heartsick and sore distressed to think that this might be our last meeting together. The sight of the Virgin, of the divine being who had such love that she should humble herself to visit the man of earth, touched me so deeply that I was scarcely able to hold back the tears. My brothers were also visibly moved and kept their gaze intensely fixed on the 3 visitors. It was not the same as when we were on the wonderful planet we had visited, and yet the Virgin was standing before us even as then, and our hearts were enraptured with pure and untainted love. The Virgin smiled and moved her sweet towards us. Now, she said, all is complete. You are ready for your mission of being witness to what you have seen and what you have heard. God's Spirit will help you. I felt so small and imperfect before this wonderful being that I could not bring myself to speak. But she waited and smiled again, and before long my timidity left me. What should we do? I asked, and how are we to do it? She gathered in her gentler expression as if she wanted to allow us time to focus our powers of attention, and then she began. It is not necessary to follow a human plane. The Spirit will lead you and teach you what you should do and what you should say. Now you know. Did you not see how simple we led you to an understanding of which is essential? Truly, this is the greatest teaching of heaven for you, children. Simplicity, which is humility. She repeated with emphasis, like a melodious insistence. Simplicity, 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 and humility. A deep sense of peace settled upon me and released my mind from every question concerning the future of the mission, in trust to us and the way in which it could best be carried out. The Virgin tell us other things. Raphael and Firkon followed her words attentively, smiling now and then. Several times there has been talk about the book that should be published. I asked, what are we expected to do? Who cares now about the book? She responds with grace. The publisher will come and the Spirit will lead him to publish it in accordance with the wishes of the heaven. Be simple in order that God may always guide your steps. It was about midday. The thick canopy of clouds that had covered the sky began to disperse, and between patches of cloud and mist, bright rays of sunlight came streaming through. The Virgin looked vested of the golden light. Her beauty was wonderful and touching. We instinctively dropped to our knees. Firkon began to recite in prayer. The angel of the Lord brought the message to the Virgin Mary, and she conceived by the Holy Spirit. Raphael responded with deep reverence. All of us, brothers from earth and brothers from the space, knelt in a circle around the Virgin, who stood with her hands folded and her shining countenance turned heavenward. Her dress was made of the finest light blue silk and had no seams. There was a white sash about her waist. The sleeves were white and gathered at the wrist. Her brown blonde hair fell in waves over her back. Her brown blonde hair fell in waves over her back and shoulders. Raphael wore a gold-colored tunic which at times seemed to take on a dark yellow or chestnut brown hue. Firkon wore a loose-fitting khaki brown suit. Both wore sandals of a color somewhat like copper, while the Blessed Lady was barefoot. Raphael began to pray the Ave Maria. We prayed after him, and blessing filled our hearts to overflowing. I would have gladly stayed in front of that sublime being much longer, or have gone back into space with her, so great was our feeling of joy and benediction in her presence. But she gently bade us with a gesture of the hand to stand up. You will find little understanding in man, she said, but those those who wish to understand will listen to you. Many who believe in God will accuse you of desecration because you have dared to represent heavenly realities and supernatural beings in cosmic terms. Ask them why God Himself wanted to descend to the cosmos and on earth appear in human form. Fear not, the Spirit will lead you and support you as will a part of those who are dedicated to serving Jesus and His cause, namely your salvation. The Virgin also told us many things concerning the coming times as well as the mission entrusted to us, and made us aware of some of the problems that we could encounter while starting on our witness. You have nothing to fear, she said. You will give your witness. Be humble and serve your brothers as God serves us and we serve you. I will always be near you and will care for you as would a mother. She said still other things to us and gave us further advices, sweet and caring, in the manner of a mother or an elder sister with wisdom and prudence. Then she blessed us, laying hands on each one in turn. She smiled at us once more, and while we were still kneeling in the grass, returned with Raphael and Virgon to the ship. The disc covered in a moment. We felt a sense of inner peace in our hearts, and I wanted to cry because I knew this was our last meeting. Chapter 17. A Gift of Salvation. It was not easy to return to the routine of daily life without the prospect of further contact with the brothers. But we had not lost the ability to have cosmic contact, and that enabled us during the time that followed to make our concerns known to heaven. It was made clear to us that we must make our witness to earth brothers without claiming for further contact or unusual happenings. I remembered many things that had been said to us. Now I could understand why we were repeatedly told, "You must have great faith." Truly, I had for a long time had the impression of living life immersed in light, and now I felt plunged into darkness. I began to really understand what it means in this world to have faith in order to keep moving forward into the light. The suffering of these days was great. Certain things which they had said came to my mind again. You will know, and yet you will be like everyone else, or whoever on earth would have such an experience as yours and then had been brought back to resume normal life without our help. That person would become insane. But do not be afraid, you will not become insane. None of you will become insane. And that gave comfort to me and inner strength, which helped greatly to relieve my feelings of anguish. Tina and Paul also had to endure a similar period of testing. Sometimes we would have long talks about this, and often Tina would grow disconsolate and resort to tears. I began telling certain of my friends and acquaintances something about experiences we had undergone. Myself as leader and others along with me. The word got around, and soon the people of our village were talking about it. We were not spared from a good deal of skeptical comment and other painful experience that added to our personal difficulties. Tina was urged to suspend her activities altogether for a certain period of time. Accompanied by Paul, I began to talk to the first groups of people that expressed a sincere desire to learn just what had happened. Paul felt confident and sure of himself. I, on the other hand, felt a certain amount of inner resistance, primarily as a consequence of my natural shyness. Urged on by the example of Paul's courage, I began giving talks before various groups of people in Genoa. Whenever I had to speak, I seemed to receive the strength to do so. I felt peaceful inside, and a great love let flow from my soul the right words. Then again, my former mood would overtake me, and I would have liked to have gone into hiding. When people asked me all manner of questions, I would remember how many questions we had asked the brothers from the space. Several times I had asked to the angelic being, who never wished to reveal his true name to us, Firkon, why they treated us with so much patience, with so much incredible love. Their answer was always the same: God loves us and we love you. So now we, in turn, felt an inner compulsion to transmit this love to the other brothers. In the 6 months of meetings with the brothers, the voice of the Lord had often spoken to me. It urged me to retire myself into the quiet of my house. Open the Bible, he said, and read. I will tell you. This I did, and while I read the words of the scriptures, he spoke to me, explaining many things. His voice was sweet and deep, and it delighted me every time. I was enthralled by the beauty of the biblical narrative and had to marvel at the way in which the events of our day could be read into the words of the ancient text. I saw him in the midst of undulating colored light, as he had appeared to me one night. Often I was aware of his presence at my side, and I always felt strengthened with a deep sense of inner peace and joy. One day, as I was thinking about the words the brothers had spoken to us such a short time ago, I opened my Bible at random. The Lord was suddenly near me, and I heard him say, "Too long have I dwelt among those who hate peace. I support the peace, but when I speak about that, they press on for war." The words are to be found to the 120th Psalm, which is entitled "The Enemies of Peace." I was confused and asked what he was speaking about. He answered, "The true realities are the ones of the Spirit, not the material ones. When I speak to you, I refer above all to that which pertains to the Spirit. However, I have told you before that the material destiny and the spiritual destiny are closely bound together." There followed a long silence, during which I was acutely aware of the presence of the Lord, who was now at my right side. When he spoke, there was sadness in his voice. A great war, such as the planet has never before seen, will be put in a pale reflection of the spiritual destruction that the enemies will bring upon the children of the Father. As it is written in the Revelation of John, it will even cause the stars of heaven to fall, but not all. The Father will answer with such a love and gift of unprecedented salvation for the earth. I recalled what the Blessed Lady had told us at the time of our meeting on the Great Plain. I understood that this referred to the third message of Fatima and the events that would occur just before the millennium, as John had prophesied in Revelation. Again, there was a long period of silence. I saw his radiant face. I sensed that he had more to say, and I waited expectantly. This prophecy would be especially difficult for earthmen to accept, and yet I took it as a wonderful indication of compassion and grace. He continued, "Read the message from my loving mother, Fatima, La Salette, and others. She has come down to bring a great germinating seeds of love and salvation to the earth, but also to bring an earnest warning to those who wish to see the triumph of the evil overall. These purveyors of calamity will have not the least excuse for the devastation that follows, for 3 have been such prophecies and portents that even the blind and the deaf must be aware of the perilous state." The Lord was now no longer in the form of an almost tangible presence near me, as before. My heart was filling to overflowing with an inexpressible love, despite the feeling of sadness that accompanied his final words. I immediately wanted to go out of my room and tell everyone I met on the street that we must all get busy and actively work for change, to become better people individually and better people collectively. I thought of the words of Jesus that no man stands above the Master. I wrote in my notebook, as always, the words he spoke in my mind, and I renewed with my whole heart my steadfast determination to do my modest best for the cause of the planet's salvation. This is the obligation and the glorious opportunity entrusted to all people of good will.